And so far, so good. And hey, everybody, it's Adam Farkas. And I think we're running here this morning. And welcome back to another edition of CEwire. And I have Steve and Paul here. How's it going, guys?
Hi, everyone.
Very good.
So,
Nice and early, but here.
so those guys made it.
Anyone
So,
out there, why don't you sign in? Let us know there's an audience.
yep. So there won't be an audience. So if anyone's watching this very first part, this first 5 minutes, you're actually watching it on YouTube proper or on ODwire's homepage, which is the only place where this is going right now. In 3 minutes, this will also be heading right on into ODwire, to CEwire itself, into the lobby. So it looks like it's going to be starting in 4 minutes, 30 seconds. So fingers crossed that it actually does.
So we have people from ODwire that don't want to take the courses that can watch us.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah, this is streaming into YouTube and on ODwire itself. And Steve, if you want to cross-post the YouTube link of this anywhere, feel free.
Sure. I will do that now.
It's not like we're going to say anything too bad, right? So everyone can watch. Maybe.
Okay. Put it on. I'll share it on some
Are you
websites.
squinting, Steve? I think you need those presbyopic drops.
Oh, yeah, I have to put my glasses on. They're right here.
And yet you're surviving without them. So that's a good sign.
I put a poll up actually on my Facebook page. I got about 70 responses, and only 2 were positive. Half the people said they didn't use it. We'll discuss that maybe with the CEO of one of the companies that.
You'll hear it, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Well, his drug isn't out yet, so he could say what his opinion is. But basically, most people's responses were either tepid or they hate it, or they haven't used it. And you haven't seen since we had the last conference, you haven't seen a lot of talk about it. Yes, you have 2 journals now. You have a journal that comes every month, and you have an e-zine also that comes every month on presbyopia. We'll see what happens as this year goes on. A racist, we should try to maybe at AOA, if they're there, that drug is about to be approved, the ORASIS. But it's basically the same thing, pilocarpine with it has an anti-inflammatory in it to make it a little bit more tasteful.
Okay, so let me actually get us going here, and 2 minutes to go.
These are my blue blockers. These are my regulars.
People are starting to file into the lobby here, so in 1 minute or 2 minutes, I guess, we're going to be broadcasting into here, and people will be able to see us. So I'll put this up as a way for me to actually tell when this thing starts streaming in. So and I'm typing hi to everybody. So if anybody's hanging out in the lobby right now too, you can start typing to people.
Yeah.
But
going into the lobby now. Yeah, there's some people in the lobby that hang out.
Cool. And in fact, let me actually, I'm going to get into the lobby in a second here again too for myself.
Rules coming in.
What's that?
It would be illegal to put up big signs in the lobby, right, for sponsors?
It will be.
It will be. So we'll talk about that today. There's a whole bunch of things that will be illegal.
You have the Arbo, the tools part, the links that they have.
Yeah, so I'll show everybody what the whole deal is going to be. I'll hit the highlights.
Yeah. It actually will be challenging for somebody to put a program together that's sponsored by somebody that's just them.
Yeah, I mean that's going to be the kicker for a lot of people. And
especially when you go to these live dinners in Las Vegas that we've gone to, and it's obviously slanted towards the product or service.
Right. Yeah, it's going to be challenging.
Well, we're good. Okay, somebody's asking if we report to Arbo. I think you saw that. I did. We both responded.
So we'll talk about that a lot in the lobby today too. So here we go, 20 seconds. And we'll see if this comes up. This is going to be an interesting day. It's very early here.
So who's
I don't see any support staff from Audencio at this point.
Oh yeah, they're around soon. So let me see if this is streaming in. I will get YouTube started here. And yeah, you want to mute, let's see. Okay.
It's muted, it responds with a ding, so I'm going to take it and put it in the drawer. You'll hear it now.
Okay. Okay, and it looks like we are live. So hello everyone, welcome back to another edition of CEwire 2022. And let me put the slide down so people can see our faces this morning. And there we go. Hello everyone, and welcome back again. I see a bunch of people are filing into the lobby, so that's a good thing. And again, welcome to the show this morning. So Adam Farkas here along with Paul Farkas and Steve Silverberg. And there is a third member who we're waiting for who's not here yet, Gretchen Bailey, who actually informed me she will be late today because she's going to the first farmers market of the year in her town. And I said, Gretchen, take all the time you need because that's really cool.
Yeah.
So
Keep her healthy.
Luckily, there's no farmer's market here yet, right?
oh no, today is actually the first day here of our farmers market, but it's so miserable outside.
Yeah, look at that, it's raining.
Yep.
Wow.
So I don't know.
You're in Portland. That's not news.
So it's, yeah, I mean, well, you know, usually by this time of year, everyone's so sick of the rain, but it stops, right, in June. This is kind of the last gasp, and usually by July 4th, then the weather gets beautiful. But people are used to the rain, though, right? I mean, we go outside in the rain here all the time. It's fine.
So,
We're about an hour and a half north of Gretchen, and we have stores that are just farmers market. That stuff keeps on coming in, and we go. It's not like one day; it's an event. And my wife went a week ago and bought everything she possibly could, and she spent like $14. It's
Right.
a good deal.
So anyway, welcome to everyone and thank you for being here today. So as you can tell, if you're listening to me, you're in the lobby. Feel free to type questions over there in that box on the right. So I'll even point to it so people can see what I'm talking about here. So that chat box that's on the right side of the screen, if you're inside of CEwire, you can type right into that box and talk to us. So if you're having any support problems that you need us to take care of, just right in there, and you should be all set. So again, somebody just asked a question, you know, do people have to submit credits themselves to their state board? The answer is no. We send them to Arbo, and then most state boards, outside of maybe 2 of them, will actually query Arbo's database for you. So you don't have to do it yourself, unless you're in Texas or Florida.
Somebody's also asking how to access older lectures. Well, old lectures can be repeated exactly the same, so you'll have a chance to take them live interactive Saturday or Sunday, depending when they're scheduled, or afterwards you could take them on demand, where the speaker won't be there, but you could take the whole course and review it, etc.
Right, and so somebody just asked a question now, how do I access the lectures on demand? They don't see them there. The weekend that the live shows go on, the on-demand lectures go away. We keep them off the system because we're focusing just on streaming. So they'll be back 9 a.m. Eastern time on Monday. So
yes,
but for right now they're gone. So Lamont noticed that they're just not there, and that's correct. They are not there.
Appreciate the software would get really confused if something's playing live and somebody's watching it on demand.
Right. Well, I mean, the software could probably handle it. The human beings, not so much, right? We didn't want to have a situation where people were watching the wrong thing and then didn't get credit. We want to make sure that everybody knows exactly where they're going on each day. So that's that. So it looks like we're all set here. A bunch of people are, again, here in the lobby already. And it looks like we're going to have a fun day today. The schedule, let me actually pull that up too so people can see. They don't have to keep looking at us. They can start looking at real stuff here. So let me bring it up. So, and oh, by the way, thank you to our sponsors. And we're going to go over our sponsors and what they're all doing today as well, because there's a lot of stuff going on at the conference. But let me actually bring up the schedule for today because people are asking about that already as well. So up on the screen, you can see everything that's happening today. I want everyone to notice that there were a couple of changes that we made, I guess, earlier in the week to the schedule. You notice that Tammy Petrosian's lectures got pushed an hour back to 11 Eastern, and Melanie Fregoso is in that first spot this morning at 10 a.m. Eastern in track 2. And you'll notice a couple of empty boxes here and there. Those were just speakers that couldn't make it this third time out. So we scratched them. But fortunately, we have talks for you at every single hour of the day. There's not like there's an area where you can't get any credit. So.
And you can still get their credits on demand.
Correct. Yep. So, yeah, it should be an interesting conference again. You know, the lectures, the response has been really good. And obviously, if you're listening to my voice, you're probably inside of CEwire already, which means you made it, which you did the hard part, actually logging in. That, for whatever reason, is the most challenging thing for most people, is actually getting into the system. The other thing to do is, and I'm actually, if I sound distracted this morning, it's because as people are registering, people sometimes wait to the last minute to register for the conference. I have to approve them to let them in. So I'm doing 3 things at once here, actually getting them into the conference, because I want to make sure everyone can get in and take the classes that they need.
We were talking about that before we went on live, that it's amazing human nature how everything we do last minute. And this is our 3rd conference, and people are still signing up, let's say, moments before the first lecture.
Right.
I do the same thing, so
I do it too in so many aspects. Yeah, I do it too in many aspects of my life, and I shouldn't, right? Because you know, whenever you do that, there's always the risk that you're not going to be able to get what you want. You're not going to get into a place or whatever else. And so we do our best to try to get everybody in, but it can be challenging. So that's why you can see in front of me right now, or maybe you can't see, I have multiple computers in front of me, and they're all doing different things where I'm trying to let people into the conference and also troubleshoot. So.
Mm-hmm. But kudos to Adam and our software company, because before this, we were dealing with somebody else, and it was very difficult for people to get in or be remembered. Now it's seamless, and Adam has the controls. Yeah,
so this system is much better. So now that you've actually figured out how to get in, your account's going to be remembered permanently. I think, Steve, you made a comment yesterday to me, actually, when we were setting stuff up, that the system remembered you, like you left a tab open from March.
From March, actually it was from February. I never closed it from February. Right. And imagine you being on a website, even ESPN or whatever, you'd be locked out after a while. No, I was still there. I was live. I could have taken a course. It was like I never left.
Yep. So that was the whole idea of integrating the software with ODwire itself. The entire platform is all one thing now. And so the session that you have in ODwire, and if people have logged into ODwire, you know that your sessions run forever, right? Like you never have to log in again. In fact, to the point where people forget their passwords because it's been so long since they've logged in. But it's the same system that we're using for CEwire. So you should almost be permanently logged in. So when you come back to do like on-demand lectures, you shouldn't have to log in again. It should just be waiting there for you. So.
And a small infomercial, we'll present events next year. And when you go into ODwire, it'll remember you and you'll be able to register very, very easily, etc.
Correct. Yeah, the whole idea was when you start taking future conferences with us, whether it's another CEwire or maybe an offshoot conference like NORA, for those folks who remember taking NORA, the system is going to remember who you are. So you never have to sort of re-register again. It'll know. And when you click register, you just have to give it minor details like your credit card information. It'll remember your OE tracker number, so you don't have to do that again. It'll show it to you so you can check it. But yeah. Mm-hmm. The whole idea is that we wanted to make it simple for you to come in and get credit, and also simple to find credits, right? Because one of the big problems that people always had was certificates, and how do I get my old groups? How do I get my old credits back again? Where do I find them? What's going on? So we set up this thing called the Certificate Center, and this is where we're going to be holding from now on all of the certificates for you for whatever classes you take, right? So you can come back and look. I don't think on my virtual account here I have any credits. Oh, I have one. So this is going to be the place where you can come and download and actually get individual certificates, like I just clicked on that one with my great fake OE tracker number here. So you can see you can download individual certificates if you need them for your board, or you can view it as an entire single transcript where it will list all of your classes at once, which sometimes is much more convenient because there's some boards who are just like spare us the details of having like an individual certificate, just send us everything. And so that works really well too.
And it's so good. Let's say in 2024, some state board is looking for 2022 credits. It'll be right there. You don't have to worry.
Yeah, and so in the old days with the old software, this was not the case. We actually, it was kind of a challenging thing with the old software. You know, we've done this for so long now that we have this huge mass of data. With the new system, we couldn't easily import all the old data. So I have all the old data, and people have realized if they want to pull up their old certificates from the old CEwires, what they're doing is they're sending an email to me. They're sending an email to support saying, hey, can you give me my old certificates? And I'm manually going into the data and printing them out for them. So, and then emailing them. So that's how we do it. But going forward, that'll never happen again. So
I noticed this morning when you invited people in, you indicated that that the credits will be posted within 15 minutes of the course.
yeah.
Is that true? You think that's going to happen with all the people taking courses simultaneously?
Correct. If there was only one person taking classes, the system could do it almost instantaneously. I mean, really fast, right? Computers have gotten relatively quick these days. But because there are so many people, there's a delay. And we like to say it takes, quote, up to 15 minutes. Because as we saw last time, some of the classrooms had 800 or 900 people in them. And so at the end of each hour, the system has to go through and process everything that's happened in the prior hour. But based on our experience from the last event, right, March was our second event, we've honed the process now so where we know it won't take more than 10 or 15 minutes for those credits to post. And you can always go into the certificate center and look.
And to clarify a little bit more, somebody's asking if we send the credits to each state board. Of course, we can't do that. We don't. That would be voluminous. We send it to ARBO, which is the central agency for optometry, and you could either print it out or the state board can access it that way. But we do not send it to each state board individually. Also, the credits are posted hopefully within 15 minutes, but it takes about 2 or 3 weeks for us to send it to ARBO. That's a voluminous task. Their staff is small and it takes a long time for them to post it. So you'll be able to access them, but ARBO won't have them for a couple of weeks.
Right, and we're going to talk about that a lot today here in the lobby if people are willing to stick around. And I don't know how many people will just because you've got to go to class, but we send those credits into ARBO pretty quickly. Usually I'll give it a couple days after the live event's over to get all of them together, you know, literally tens of thousands of hours. And then I'll send them in one gigantic batch to ARBO. But ARBO, unfortunately, because they're short-staffed, they're taking 2 to 3 weeks to actually post those credits to your account. So it's not us that's causing the delay. I get these things over rapidly, you know, maybe by Tuesday or Wednesday. You know, as soon as I'm confident all the credits are correct, we send them over. But somebody on ARBO's end has to manually manipulate the data we send and enter it into the system. And literally, it's taking 2 to 3 weeks right now for that data to go in. So if you've taken on-demand classes with us over the last couple months, you probably have noticed that. Your credits are missing, people email me, where are they, why is it taking so long? I see them in my certificate center here, I see my certificate, but ARBO doesn't actually have it. Why? That's why. We send it in, but it takes ARBO a long time to actually post the credits. And you know, I'm gonna be talking to the folks at ARBO about that because you know, I need to, and I have made it clear to them, and if you've read this discussion on ODwire that I've been having with ARBO folks, this is one flaw in their system that they need to fix. And it's not a huge flaw, it's just annoying, right? Because people don't want to be worried that their credits haven't made it. So if they could even get that lag time down to a week, it would be a huge improvement over 3 weeks.
Yep. But doing the math, if we have close to 4,000 people attending, taking 50 credits, that's 200,000 hours. Plus, ARBO has to define whether it's on demand, live interactive, or live if this happens to be a live event. And it's voluminous for them.
Yeah, I mean, there's an absolutely huge amount of data that they have to go through. But, you know, as they say, it's a mere matter of software, right? These problems can be solved if they want to make the commitment to staffing it or rewriting the software. So anyway, we're going to talk about that a little bit today too.
Well, hiring you.
I don't want the job. It's hard enough doing this, but you know, as I like to say on ODwire, just going through the numbers, I think I'm ARBO's biggest customer right now, in terms of the number of dollars that I've sent to them getting stuff approved, right? Because every time we put a lecture through, right? And you can see on the Arbo website, this is how we do it. Every time we submit a course for approval, there's fees involved and so forth, and that's how Arbo funds their operations. And just because of the sheer number of classes that we're doing, I'm probably one of their biggest customers at this point. And so I feel like it's my responsibility to give them feedback, to tell them when things are going well and when they're not. You know, not like I'm going to yell and stamp my feet and say, oh my God, this is horrible. I want them to know what's happening so that they can get some feedback and make changes if they can.
Sure.
So that's why I do it. And Arbo's meeting is in June, the in-person meeting, and as of right now, I'm scheduled to go, so I can kind of give them this feedback in person. So, yeah.
And realize we have to actually get 2 COPE numbers for our courses, one for what you're watching today live and one for on demand. So that's so Arbo could define whether you took it one way or the other, and that is both costly and time consuming.
Right. So we actually pay twice for those lectures when they go in, but that's fine. I mean, that's
interesting.
You know, that's the thing though. Like, I don't mind paying for the stuff because we are actually funding Arbo's operation, and if there wasn't any Arbo, we would have to do what someone said before in the lobby, send credits to each individual state, which, like, I don't even want to think about it. Arbo gives us the ability to just send it to one place.
And just imagine some ODs have licenses in several states.
Yeah, I mean, it's a nightmare. I don't know how people operated before Arbo. So, yeah, so that's I guess about it. So we have about 10 minutes before everything starts. I just want to, before we go, and again, if people have questions, type them into that little chat box on the right. But before we get started with, or people leave to go, I want to actually put up a slide or two just to show people what's going on and to thank our sponsors as well. So I will get crassly commercial for a second. Thank you for our sponsors for helping to support today's show. Don't forget to visit, each sponsor has their own discussion thread in the forum for CEwire. Visit each one. They'll actually go over the discounts that are being offered. And you can contact each sponsor directly there as well. There's lots of interesting stuff happening with each one. And, excuse me, we could probably, talk about it for a second. Talk about what's going on with each sponsor if you're all curious. And so before we do that, though, I'm getting a little feedback here in the chat room. Wasn't room 2 supposed to be strabismus diagnosis? And Daniel, the most updated schedule is posted right now. If you download schedule, you'll see that one talk had to be moved. So the strabismus one is coming later in that track. It's the same track 2, just a couple hours later. Tammy's lectures had to be pushed. But they're still there. They're just a little bit later. So if you downloaded the schedule last week, you don't have the latest one, download a new one and print it out so you can get the latest and greatest. So I just want to quickly, before everyone departs for their classes, sort of go over our sponsors and thank them for being here with us today. First and foremost, I want to remind everyone that this company that is called Luno Technology, that you know and love, which merged with OptiView, who you also know and love, they now have a brand new name. Okay, so this is going to be hard for me, right, because I fall into old habits, but Visionix is their actual name now. So they're not Luno anymore, they're not OptiView anymore. Visionix is who they are. So that was obviously a brand before, and now it's sort of the name of the whole thing. And there are going to be sub-brands like OptiView for their OCTs that sit underneath, but the company is now called Visionix. So does that make sense? Excuse me. So there's their new logo up there as well. So a rebranding effort for them. And definitely one that's needed. And Scott is asking, do I have any changes to the schedule for tomorrow? No. The schedule right now should be locked in for good. There's no more room to make changes. Unless some disaster happens, the schedule is now, it is what it is. So feel free to download it and go from there.
I answered also. He had another question, which is interesting. If you're in a room and you're attending a lecture consecutively in the same room, do you have to do anything? And the good answer is probably not, but I find sometimes you just have to refresh your browser when the second lecture goes on.
Right. So in terms of getting credit, this is actually a really good question. So in terms of getting credit, no, you don't have to do anything. If that lecture is playing and you can see the lecture playing, the system sees you. So there's nothing you actively have to do to get credit. It's monitoring you in 3 ways, actually, to make sure you're actually there, or more accurately, that your browser's open. And as long as the video is playing and you can see that the video is playing, you should be good. You don't have to worry. If there's a problem afterwards and for some reason the credit didn't register, all you have to do is contact us at support@CEwire2022.com and I can look. So it's rare though. It happened to a minority of people the first time around when they had unstable internet connections, because as we discovered, and I'll mention later, 30% of people took this thing on a mobile device last time. It's like, oh my God, really? Yes, really. I thought for sure most people were like us and they're sitting there at their desktop, right? Maybe they have coffee with them and a pen and they're writing. But no, 30% of people took it on a phone or an iPad. Some people did it on the road, right, when they were driving along. And those people had some unstable connections. It worked for the vast majority of them. There were a few where their internet kept ducking out. And the system actually told us that. We could actually see it. And if you see that, you might get a message on your screen where the system is saying your connection's unstable. Try to get to a place with better internet. And that's the only time where you might not get credit, is if it detects that you're not there long enough. But we can work that out later. It's not a huge deal usually. So that is that. Let me get back to this. So thank you again to Visionic's for sponsoring the conference. We have a webinar about OptiView's screening OCT that we did, I guess, about a week or two ago. And we're going to be showing that in a little intermission here if you want to take a look at it. It's interesting how far OCT has come. They have a deal, 0% financing. So this deal was in March. I think they're extending it again. We'll have to actually check in with them. This slide is obviously a little bit outdated, but I'll check in with them later in the day. So,
if you want to buy a car or anything else, get a mortgage, those 0% financing things are going to disappear pretty soon.
That's true. Yeah, interest rates are rising, so it'll be interesting to see what they do as well. MacuHealth, so makers of supplements, and in fact, they have a brand new one, and we're going to talk about it today for floaters, which I didn't think was a thing, right? It's called Vitreous Health. We're going to talk to Jim Stringham, the PhD at MacuHealth, talking about how they created this thing. But an interesting product that they actually did some clinical studies on that showed it could actually help with floaters, which I find really interesting. Otherwise, what else would you give a person? It's kind of a difficult problem, but this actually seems to work. So we're going to talk to Jim later about that as well.
It's interesting, the difference between a supplement, getting that approved, and a drug by the FDA, but obviously they did some clinical work.
Yep. So yeah, we're going to talk to them all about that later today. They have offers as well at the show. You can see it on the screen here. Again, if you go to the forum in their discussion thread, you can pick up those deals. We're going to be e-blasting you guys too. I'm not opposed to doing that for our sponsors if they have deals going on, later today and tomorrow, and even because the conference runs through August, I'm going to keep sending you deals specifically for CEwire 2022 people. They come up with unique ones just for you guys, so I'll keep letting you know about it. Oculus, makers of instruments, including the Pentacam and the Keratograph 5M. So like I said, Swiss Army knife of instruments. They can do a lot of different things. Definitely check out their discussion thread. Particularly if you're a scleral lens fitter, you definitely want to check out what they have. And I don't know if we're going to have Bill Tulo coming with us this weekend. He hasn't responded to us yet, but hopefully we can get a hold of him and see.
I invited him, I'll invite him again, but hopefully we'll get him by Sunday. He's very knowledgeable and he works with the company.
Yep. And so Shelley has a question here. Any suggestions of chat box not showing questions or responses? Hi, Shelley. Can you see this? So, Shelley, if you can see what I just typed in there, my response to your message, then at least chat is working here in the lobby. If it's not working in a particular classroom, let us know which class, and then we can have the folks investigate who are working on it, if that makes sense. So, because if you tell us something's not working, we just need to specifically know where it's not working. Oh, on your tablet, but not on your computer. So that is a good question. I don't know why that might be, why it'll work on one device. One thing you can try doing, Shelley, is refreshing the whole thing, logging out again and logging back in and seeing if that makes a difference. And if it still doesn't, then again, let me know here in the lobby and we'll have the tech folks look at it. The platform for CEwire is brand new this year. And I'm just going to let our tech folks know. The vast majority of people haven't had any problems at all. We've seen just occasional blips like that. And if it continues, let us know. I'm going to have the tech folks sitting in on the lobby, and they're going to be watching the chat that's going on here. So if you have any problems, just again, let us know what's going on, and we'll try to fix it in real time. And again, Lac Rivera, makers of punctal plugs and other products, they have deals going on here at the show today. Definitely check them out. And again, check out their discussion thread. Vision Equipment Inc., that's Leo Hadley's company with refurbished equipment. He's always got new deals going on. So check out his discussion as well. Again, because this is refurbished equipment, his inventory is constantly turning over. So you never know with Leo from day to day what he's going to have. But his equipment's always been thoroughly refurbished. So it's a good alternative if you're looking to outfit a lane and don't want to break the bank doing it. CECOP USA buying group, making a big splash here in the US. They're big in Europe already, but they're just coming into the US market. A lot of deals going on, special offers for CEwire folks. We're going to be speaking with Brent Alford, the guy who runs the place on the US side of things. So we're going to get to hear a little bit of his story later in the afternoon as well, telling us what deals he has for CEwire folks. So that should be fun. I was talking to Brent. Innova Systems, so they make systems for detecting defects in color vision. And I think we have one or two lectures that tangentially touch on color vision at the conference this go around. So you might see some of Innova's stuff there. They have deals running for folks who are interested in buying their systems. You can see them there up on the screen. And definitely check them out. We may hopefully get somebody from Innova, by the way, on the line later, so we can see what's going on with them. And Arctic Medical Laboratories, makers of genetic tests for eye care, specifically for AMD. And we spoke with them last time, and hopefully we'll have them back on again today if we can. Just speaking about the test and why it's useful for your patients, particularly if you're going to be starting them on supplement therapy, because certain people respond differently depending on their genetic makeup. And this particular test can tell you whether or not you're likely to be successful or possibly even make their problems worse, depending on which supplement you use. And that's about it. It's for our sponsors. So that is it. And I think classes are just about getting underway right now. Am I right? So
Yes, and all the speakers are there, so they're all interacting and a lot of talk. We have about 800 people here already, maybe more.
Nice.
Refreshing.
Excellent.
Which is, we know the California, Oregon, Washington people are not quite here yet.
Yeah, well, I mean, I can tell you as an Oregon person, I'm barely here. This morning was a challenge getting out of bed. I start to do the setup here each morning at around 4:30 a.m. my time, and it's challenging that early.
My head disappears. It means I fell asleep.
It would be understandable. It's funny. I went out to Starbucks this morning. Thank God our Starbucks opens really early here. And I went out today. It was 4:30, 4:25. And my guy was like, it's going to be a rough day today. I'm like, what's going on? And he's like, well, early in the pandemic, they used to have supply chain problems. And today, for the first time in a very long time, they have no breakfast sandwiches. And I could tell by the look in his eye, he was in for a rough day of people throwing stuff at him. So
he's got to make a big sign, put it outside.
Yeah, so good luck to them. But fortunately, they did have coffee. So right now, as you can see going on in track 1, Clark Chang's lecture with Brandon Ayer is always a good one about the new presbyopia treatments. Again, Melanie has her lecture on Ortho-K that we moved earlier because she needed to have it moved, so it's a little bit earlier. And John Nolan talking about carotenoid supplementation.
He has an advantage. He already said hello from Ireland, so for him, it's the middle of the day.
Yeah, it's late in the day for him.
Well, so that's why John, people always wonder, why does he lead off the conference? That's exactly why. So Dr. Parker here in the...
Well, the tough one to figure out is Australia. I always have difficulty with their time zone. But we have an Australian speaker as well.
For all people listening, few people are having a small problem with the audio. There are audio bars in the middle of the the bottom of the screen, and if you click on them, the audio will come on louder and louder and louder. Most people know what to do, but we're getting so many people back for our conference that our attendees are helping me out with support.
Yep. And I'm going to actually help Greg out here because he's telling me that he can't figure out how to get in with his Mac Mini. And I'm going to help him out here.
Yeah, I'm helping a few people out also. So Paul, could you sing?
So I'm trying to help people into the room directly if they don't have the links. So, which is a thing that can happen if, so someone's trying to use an iPad mini, which I highly recommend against. And I keep trying to tell people, like, really, desktop computer is really the best way to do this, because especially for the interactive features, it's impossible to interact on an iPad or a phone. And if you really want to be interactive, you know, you really do need a computer. But if you're determined to take this on a mobile device, here are the direct links into each room. So, because what's happening is if you have a device that's too small, the user interface, that thing on the left and the right, so this stuff on the left where you can see rooms, that's hidden, right? If your UI is too small, you may not be able to see it properly, or if it gets really hidden, hit the hamburger menu at the top to maximize it, I guess. And I'll be bluntly honest with everybody, I don't test a lot of the software on the very, very small devices, because my assumption is that people are going to be using bigger screens for the most part, because why would you torture yourself with something so small? But like I said before, about 30% of people do like to torture themselves. So in the future, I'm sure I'll test a little bit more on phones and iPads. But to get the true interactive experience, it really does help to have, you know, a full desktop here or a laptop where you can actually interact with people and type easily. Without that, that's going to be a real challenge.
I have a question.
Mhm.
I noticed it's 1, 3, and 2. How did that work out?
So this link, Popular Rooms, is which ones right now have the most people in them. Does that make sense? So it's sorted by which places are most popular. See, because it says Popular Rooms. So you can tell which track is most populated right now. Notice which is the least populated? The lobby, right? Because there's only 50 or 60 people here right now, because everyone else is taking classes. So that's why it's sorted like that. So probably not the most intuitive thing, you know, which track is most popular right now. So interesting nonetheless, I guess. So anyway, that's that.
And seems like all the rooms are playing. I have to check room 3, and people are happy listening to their chosen speakers.
Excellent. So things are rolling along.
Let's go home.
And the office here at least is not a huge mess yet. It should be messier. I don't have my breakfast sandwich. So Starbucks made my list this morning, but it's okay.
And you wouldn't take your business to McDonald's, I assume.
So that's a really good question. I suppose that McDonald's near us is 24 hours, isn't it?
I think so.
Yeah, because the challenge is, where do I go at 4:30 in the morning to get coffee and sandwiches? Because I don't want to like use my house, right? Because I don't want to wake everybody up. So that's why I go out and do this before. So yeah, maybe McDonald's tomorrow. Yeah, it's interesting that there's just no other places to go this early in the morning around here. I guess that's the drawback of suburbia.
I'm curious, was there a line at Starbucks when you got there that early?
And so actually today there wasn't. Usually there is. And Dr. Parker is saying, seriously, you don't tell us it's not set up for an iPhone. It will work on a phone. And we know this because about 30% of people have taken it on phones before. If the UI is hidden, that can be an issue. But obviously the vast majority of people have worked around it, right? Because there are 3,400 people at the conference, and only a tiny minority have told me they couldn't figure out how to navigate it. So I have to assume at some level it does work. But again, people in general shouldn't be watching this on a phone, because the idea is that it's supposed to be interactive, right? That you will interact with the speaker and type with them. That's why it was approved for interactive use. I can't stop people from using it on a phone, right? Because a phone these days is nothing but a small computer. But I would recommend, for the best experience, that you use a computer so you can type messages to people.
You still can type in the chat rooms though on the phone or on an iPad. It's just not as
It's just
easy,
not
and
as
you
easy.
can't see
It's
this well. Yeah.
yeah, and if you have a small phone or small iPad, the amount that you can see is tiny. It's just it doesn't make sense to do a lot of this stuff that's interactive on a phone or an iPad unless you're forced to, unless you have to. Like I said, there were a number of people last time around who were driving, right? They were in a car or a plane even, and that's what they had at their disposal, and that's what they used, and that's fine. But for the best experience, use a computer, right? I would have thought that. And again, for the on-demand lectures, it's a little bit different, right? Because you're not interacting with anyone. You're literally just watching a film and then just punching in a 10-question quiz at the end. So, but yeah, you can take it any way you want. But just be warned that with smaller interfaces, the amount that you can see at once is a little bit challenging. And the video itself is going to take up the whole screen, right? So if you look at, let me pull it up here to show people. If you look at, say, what the system looks like on a desktop, right, you see all this room that you have, right? You see the stuff on the left and the right. Let me pause this. We don't want to hear this lecture in the lobby. But you see all the stuff that you have on the left and the right. With a phone or an iPad, think about it, it's really difficult to cram all that stuff in. And it just makes interactivity so much worse, let alone being able to download a handout, right? Because as you all know, phones and iPads handle attachments terribly. The ability to watch, like to have a handout and anything else on the screen on a tablet's almost impossible.
Yep.
So
I'm curious, I have a question. If somebody, let's say, is driving home from work and they're the 5-10 minute drive today at the office, and they turn on one of the videos and then they go to their computer and continue on that, will it sense the time and it will be seamless? Adam, I never asked that before.
yes, so that's a really great question. Yes, in fact, it will be seamless. So you can watch on a desktop, leave, right? As long as you set up your phone or whatever, immediately flip over to your phone, and it'll actually detect, okay, this person is still here. Their IP address is now different, right? They're using a different device, I can see that, but they're still watching, and that time will still be counted. So in theory, you can actually split the device. And people, again, have done that. And we record all of the session data. So if there's any question about it, like, oh, I didn't get credit for some reason, I can actually go back and look and see what device you were using when. So yeah, it does actually work.
One thing you can't do, though, is watch 2 lectures at the same time and get credit for them. That's the software won't allow it.
Correct. And in fact, the first time out, the software wouldn't allow it, but it was silent, and it wasn't letting people know what was happening. The way the software works right now is if you end up in 2 different classrooms, you're going to see a warning on the screen. Warning, you're in 2 spots at once. You can't do that. You're not going to get credit. And so, it tries to think about all of these different ways that people can use the system, and sort of head off any problems at the pass. So, yeah, we've really tried to think it out. I mean, obviously, this is the 3rd time out now using the software, so this should be a pretty smooth experience for everybody. And Kirk has a comment here I just noticed in the chat. We did fine with that Arbo for tracking our CE for decades. Right, so Kirk, but the question is, how was that done? Especially if you have multiple licenses in multiple states. I suppose what happened before, and Steve and Dad, you would know this, you probably had to hold your credits for yourself and then submit it to the states yourself, right? If there was
That's
no
correct,
body
yeah.
that held on to it. So that's obviously one approach, right, that can be taken, but for efficiency's sake, having one centralized body where it's all stored is much better. And particularly, let's say you lost your certificates, which does happen. I get numerous emails every week saying I need a copy of my certificates. I can't find mine for people who don't use Arbo. By having your certificates sent to Arbo, they have a permanent record of these things now. So even if your house blew up and you lost all of your certificates, those credits would still be on file for you. So it's a redundant system. It's a useful system if you're licensed in more than one state. And frankly, for the state boards, it's much easier as well, because they don't have to go about the terrible task of collecting credits for each individual. They can just query Arbo's database. So from an efficiency standpoint, it could not be better.
It's amazing that a few states don't use Arbo or make you jump through hoops because it is so efficient.
Yep. And Milbian is here from Visionics and thank you for showing up, Milbian. It's kind of earlyish for you as well, I'm sure. And so the specialists from Visionics are in the forum. If anyone has any questions about OptiView and their products, and Milbian, just to let you know, we're going to be rerunning that great webinar we did, I guess about a week ago, 2 weeks ago, about screening OCT. So people may have questions after that one as well. So that's going to be sort of the go-to video that we need to run when we want to take a break here, when we get tired of talking. And it's a really interesting one. It's just, to me, I didn't realize how far OCT had actually come in terms of its user friendliness and the ability to sort of produce these reports that even patients can look at and somewhat understand. So very, very different from the old days.
Sure. I wonder what percentage of ODs privately or in commercial settings, whatever, don't have an OCT now. Be curious to see those stats.
It was still shockingly high as of a couple of years ago, right? It was well over 50%. So hopefully it's coming down. So so anyway, maybe we could talk for a second, since the classes seem to be going smoothly. We don't have too many problems going on here. Talk a little bit about optometric CE in general, since these are big questions. And I'm going to we'll talk about this now. I'm going to repost this little clip probably on ODwire later. Since I know people are in classes, they're going to miss it. But we have a lot to say about CE in our final CEwire of the year. So first and foremost, ARBO's temporary rule change ends July 1st. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, this is what I'm talking about. This. This rule change stated that there was no testing required for interactive CE online, right? So that's why when you're taking CEwire today, you don't have to take a test at the end. However, this is coming to an end on July 1st. Intriguingly, you know, when it comes to an end, obviously that would mean that testing needs to come back for people taking online interactive stuff going forward. But this may not be the case for the rest of the year. And we'll talk about that in a minute, about ARBO modifying their rules after July 1st, because we don't know what's going to happen yet. But as of right now, July 1st, testing returns to all online interactive content. That's why this is the last CEwire 2022 of the year, by the way, because our lectures were approved with no test for online interactive use. So we're done. The second that we need testing for these interactive lectures, we're over. We can't do it unless we wanted to go through the submission process again for these lectures, which we do not. So,
initially enough, we already submitted quizzes for the on-demand portion of these webinars, these CE credits, because people are still required to take a quiz, but we'd have to resubmit for a live interactive session, which is crazy, but it's their rules.
We follow the rules. We're rule followers here, so that's why. So that's why this is the last CEwire. We wanted to give you last licks before the testing starts again in July. So, and again, as you mentioned, during content still has tests as usual. Take a quiz when you're done. And again, people understand that intuitively. We've submitted thousands upon thousands of on-demand credits already for people at the conference. And our on-demand credits will be live here through August 1st. So you can come back to the site whenever and get more credits. And just for 1 second here, I have to approve a bunch of people. A bunch more people have just signed up for the conference, and I don't want them to get locked out.
Yeah. I'll say something about CE that might change. There's been a plethora of CE people now with the fact that they don't have to have a quiz online. That's going to change as July 1st also. Not only are quizzes perhaps required, but the way things are sponsored is going to change. It's going to be much more regulated, where ARBO is not going to allow sponsors to be so much in front of you while you're taking continuing education. We'll talk about it more later, but that's going to be a change. There's a whole toolkit that people are going to have to respond to and apply for to be able to do continuous education. Now, we're very, very, very big on keeping our sponsors separate from the lectures. They're not in the lectures at all. They don't influence the speakers. The speakers don't talk via the sponsors. They're in a separate exhibit hall, just like at Vision Expo or the Academy meeting or AOA. But I've attended a lot of CE because I like to do it. In fact, I attended one last night that was I couldn't tell the lectures from the infomercials.
Ooh, that's
going
bad.
to change. Yeah.
That is bad. So that's what they're trying to avoid. And I'm sorry, I'm not
Sure, sure.
I'm not ignoring you guys here. I'm just trying to help somebody out who's having problems with their password. So I'm doing a lot of things here at once.
Yeah. Well, we'll talk about it more, but it's not a commercial for CEwire, but because we're structured in this way, uh, there's been a lot of even very small free online seed that's going to go away because they can't give that and have the sponsor be so involved as an infomercial at the same time, because obviously free is never free. Somebody's paying for it, and they're not going to pay for it if they're not getting what they think they're going to be getting, because they can't integrate the sponsorship information with the educational information.
Correct. So
It's going to be very interesting what happens this coming winter, when it's now predicted that there's going to be a resurgence of COVID. What's going to happen with these rules again?
Yeah, but
yeah, it's
there's
very
a
hard to say.
resurgence, but my whole family down in Florida has it now. I know so many people that have it. People are not afraid of it anymore. And even in the Democratic states, I'm in New Jersey, New York, people are out and about, not wearing masks. I think that things won't close down again as much. But like you anticipate, Paul, people might be reticent to travel across the country and go to a lecture in Las Vegas or San Diego. Those are the next two places that are going to have one, besides Adam's going to Chicago for the AOA.
Right. And again, COVID is now everywhere. I mean, even for people who try to avoid it, I think I might have had it this past week. You can still hear it in my voice. I'm not back to 100%. I tested negative over and over again, but what we're seeing with these latest variants is that you can test negative on that antigen test over and over and over again and still have it, because it's just not as sensitive as it should be. So
I feel I had it also. I didn't do PCR. You didn't do PCR, right?
I didn't do PCR. No, I just had the little at-home tests, and I'm getting a feeling that they're increasingly worthless, because you hear stories now of people testing negative 3-4 times, and then on the 5th time it tests positive. Well, great. So,
but my little 2-year-old granddaughter tested, and within 3 seconds, that second bar came up. So she had a lot of viral load.
right.
And
So,
you suspect that if your son brought it home from school,
oh, sure.
what happened to the class?
Yeah, it's like a petri dish that the schools now, they're not really masking much anymore. They're not doing it reliably. Kids spread everything anyway, right, normally. So that's probably where I picked it up. Yeah. But anyway, let me just get back to this.
Sure.
So I think I've taken care of most people now getting into the conference, which is good. I always like to, focus on them. So okay, they're all done. But let me get back to this. So as you mentioned, enduring content is coming. We'll still have a test. You can always come back here and watch our lectures on demand through August 1st. They're going to be sitting here waiting. We're going to be shooting out emails to everyone again. Not only am I sending you sponsor emails, but I'm going to be sending out reminders that you can watch the on-demand content. So please do. One also thing to note, people are asking me about the suffixes, right, after each course number, and they look different and weird. Well, they are different and weird. Arbo recategorized all content, and so you can see they've changed their categories, and these are the new suffixes. So if you want to look, it's on their website. You can see they've changed all these categories, probably to try to better reflect what each lecturer is actually is trying to teach you, right? So again, I had nothing to do with this. This is Arbo's rules, and when we get the lectures approved, they assign each lecture to one of these categories. And these are all the new categories. One interesting thing is that they have a sheet on their website, and I'll put it up so people can see, that show you the difference between the old ones and the new ones to give you a sense, right? So in some cases, there's no change, like with contact lenses. In other cases, there's big changes.
The only difficulty is that states have certain requirements, and some require therapeutics, or TPA, some require orals. And the suffix doesn't always say exactly what the course is per the state. So if something has a PH at the end of it, which is pharmaceuticals, it doesn't necessarily mean it's oral. And for example, in New Jersey, that wouldn't count. Some states might not call something therapeutics if it has a little bit of practice management, etc. So sometimes people just don't know whether the states can accept it or not. But COPE is trying to do the best they can.
Yep. And again, we don't choose these categories. They kind of choose them for us. We give them a suggestion, but many times they'll look at the lecture and then they'll say, no, it's not this category, it's this category. And I don't fight them on it, because fighting with them, I've learned, doesn't really do anything. It's kind of like fighting with an umpire in baseball. It doesn't really help. So I usually just go ahead and I say, yep, categorize it any way you think is appropriate, and they do. So Yeah, so anyway, I just want to make people aware of that. If they're seeing these suffixes, that's what this all means. So that's that. And
if you didn't get that, just Google COPE optometric categories, and you'll get the same thing.
yep. And so that's another thing that's happened with COPE this past year. Okay, so this is an interesting thing that we alluded to just a little while ago. COPE has new standards for integrity and independence in accredited continuing education. This is abbreviated SII, if you see that, Standards for Integrity and Independence. These rules start on July 1st, and they're designed to dictate CE provider and sponsor behavior. And the rules, as far as I can tell, and speaking to Mike Olson about it, are designed to track closer to medicine, right? So that's the idea here, is that optometric CE wants to use sort of medicine as a model and try to guide the way CE is being done based on what medicine's doing. People have been, I want to say people, some people have been upset by these new changes, even though they aren't that big. Let me detail a little bit of what they are. And I know we have our sponsors listening to this today. Milbian, you're standing by. I don't know if you're aware of all this, what's going to be happening with sponsorships going forward. So the new SII, here's some highlights, and this is from a meeting that I attended, just where they went over some of the biggest changes. So the first thing is that explicit consent as to how your information will be used has to be taken now by the CE provider. So like when you signed up for CEwire, I don't even think we gave you a chance, shame on us, right, to opt out of what is being done with your information. And this was, again, an oversight because we don't necessarily do anything too radical with your information. So I didn't really think about it. But from now on, when you register for a conference, there's got to be some checkboxes there that say that you either explicitly consent to allow sponsors to have your information, or you opt out so sponsors can't get any of your information, right? So this is an important thing because it gives you much more control over your data. And critically, as a CE provider, you can't say, oh, you're opting out? Well, then you can't take our classes, right? Explicitly, you have to allow people to take classes even if they've opted out of your advertising. So understand what that means. For all these companies who are doing free CE stuff, people are allowed now to completely opt out of any marketing messages for that CE. So
I wonder how that will work, Adam, with live events, where they have a live event that includes CE, a dinner, etc. We've been to all of them. How could they opt out of that? That's really logistically impossible.
So they have tried to create these things called, one way, so certainly when you go to like a Vision Expo and you give them your registration data, you now have to explicitly say, I do not want you to share anything about me at this conference with any of the sponsors. You can now say that starting July 1st, and they have to honor that. So companies at the event can't get that user data, right? That's the big difference. And it's the same thing here. If you tell us, I'm opting out, I don't want companies to know anything about what I've done at this conference, we have to abide by it. So that's what that means. It is an incredibly different and important thing that they're doing. And I think for a lot of free conferences, it's going to really hinder their ability to market.
I would think as ODs get to know this, most will opt out and will opt in with a particular device, etc., when they want to. So I think it'll be the death knell to a lot of the CE that's taking place now.
It's highly possible, but at the same time, I think that what it's going to do is really up the bar for education, and it's going to up the bar for sponsors as well to provide value, right? You want people to want those communications from you. You don't want them to be forced. So providers are going to have to think about how can we provide real value for the sponsors, and how can the sponsors provide value to the people attending the conference, right? So that they won't opt out of these messages. What can they do? So this is going to be a big challenge that we'll all have to think about, right?
Sure.
This is everybody's problem. It's our problem too. I mean, we have we're a little different, right? Because we have sponsors at our conference, but the difference is the sponsors aren't the bulk of our conference, right? We could lose all of our sponsors, and I'd hate to because I love having them, but the show would go on. And that you can't say that at the free conferences.
I would think 99% of the people will still attend because they're not attending for the sponsorship, they're attending for the credits and
Yep.
and some people altruistically for the education, actually.
Yep. So here's the next big change. Non-COPE content can't exist within 30 minutes of COPE content. There needs to be a buffer between what is accredited and what is non-accredited. So, for instance, if we are offering a COPE lecture like we are today, because all of our stuff is COPE approved, if we wanted to have a commercial message or non-COPE approved lecture, it needs to sit at least 30 minutes away from the COPE lecture.
So and on that point, Adam, on Monday night, I'm attending my first MOSOP meeting in 2.5 years. Monmouth Ocean Society of Optometric Physicians. It's something we go to a nice place and we listen to a lecture. Typically, it's sponsored and it's sponsored by a company. So what we typically did was have the company talk for 10 minutes, 15 minutes before the lecture, and the lecture would go on whatever subject. A lot of times, it's not even on the same subject of the sponsor. Can they do that live now?
No. By these rules, they can, but they have to put in a 30-minute buffer. So when I was at the meeting where they were discussing this, they said, well, what you can do is have a little advertising thing, then have a 30-minute breakout room.
People love that, yeah.
Then have everyone come back and then have the COPE lecture. And that also goes for non-COPE content, right? Because this is my question. I'm like, well, what if you had a COPE lecture? Are you saying that there needs to be a 30-minute gap between that and a non-COPE lecture? The answer is yes. So like if I wanted to have a lecture, like Steve, let's say that you decided to put on a lecture about presbyopia, but for whatever reason, you didn't put it through the approval process, that needs to be 30 minutes away at least from any COPE lecture in that track.
Right.
So
some people want information, which isn't necessarily sponsored, but just information because you didn't apply for COPE and you won't be able to do that.
Yep. And so again, that also feeds into no advertising directly before or after the shows, or on the same page as the lecture's content. So again, by page in an online setting, right, what are we talking about here? I can pull it up. It's, we're talking about by page, like imagine this is a CEwire lecture, which it is. You can't festoon this page with advertisements, right? You can't just start putting them everywhere here. So you're not allowed to have advertisements in places where people are going to be for COPE approved lectures. And the idea is analogous to in-person conferences where they want you to have what's called a clear path or clear corridor, which doesn't really work. I mean, it works, but it doesn't. So for instance, if you go to Vision Expo, you'll notice like the hallways where the lectures are actually being given have no advertising on them. I don't know if you ever noticed that, but they look completely clean. There's nothing on the walls. It's just, it is what it is. It looks just like the regular lecture hall. But then when you go out near the exhibits, then the advertising starts again. That's called having a clear path. And that's ideally what ARBO wants, both virtually.
And I would think they're going to scrutinize the lectures. We already have had lectures not approved because somebody put a bottle with a brand name on, and it's got to be consistent. You can't have a brand name for one product and a generic for another. So I think they'll be much more specific about what you can do in the lectures themselves, because you can't promote a product and then say something else is a generic, etc. So you have to be a little bit more careful. And I think they're going to scrutinize that more. Making our life more difficult.
Yep. And someone had a problem actually with one of the post-course surveys in their browser, and I'm just letting them know the post-course surveys are optional. So if it doesn't come up, don't worry about it. You're still going to get credit for the lecture. So at this point, just as an FYI, we have now had so many thousands of people take these courses. Getting more survey data is great. If you have things that you actually want to, explicitly say about a lecture or a speaker, please let us know. But if you don't fill out a survey, it's okay. We have just an overwhelming mass of data on each and every lecture that the points that you give a lecture aren't going to really change its final score at this point. It would take a radical shift in people's scores to change what people have already input. So those are the big changes from SII. And another big change, I don't think I documented it here, was I think you have to document any conflict of interest you had as a speaker for companies that you've worked with in the past 2 years, I think, or 3 years. They've extended the period out. So you really have to list over the last several years who it is that you've worked with. And that's a little bit different from what it's been. It's been less strict before. So,
Right. You could still, let's take me as an example. I could be a key opinion leader for a presbyopic drop company. As long as I disclose that, and in my lecture I don't highlight them or bias towards them, I can still give the lecture because you're an expert because of some of the information you've learned. You just have to disclose everything. And if you are biased, then the lecture won't be approved.
right. And so they check the lecture for bias when they go through the approval process. So, so yeah, let me, sorry, I'm just approving another person to get into the conference. So all these people are registering at the last minute. Okay, so as I mentioned before, ARBO's got a meeting coming up in June in Chicago, and COVID willing, I'll be there, where they plan to reclassify and modernize CE. They're going to be de-emphasizing the in-person aspect versus online aspect, right? So there's always been that distinction of what's in-person versus what's online. They're going to be knocking that down and just thinking about it as synchronous CE, right, where the speaker's available to answer you wherever they are, and asynchronous. The location is not the important thing. It's whether or not you can interact with the speaker in real time. That's what they're focusing on. And if you'd like, I have a series of hot takes that, you know, I'd like to go through, and, you know, I'll get myself in trouble. And oh, by the way, somebody's asking a question. Linda's asking, when watching lectures, is there any way to close or move the speaker's photo? The answer is no. That's unfortunately how they recorded the video.
John Nolan looks very nice, but it sometimes does block a word or two. I do agree.
Yeah. Yep, and I actually encourage people not to put their picture in there for the whole lecture, but some people like to do it. They feel more comfortable with it. So some people like it. You know, they like being able to see the speaker, but.
Yeah, but they actually think, just so you realize, he's not speaking live. That's a taped, usually PowerPoint presentation. So he taped it at that moment.
Sorry, I'm just typing in.
Yeah, so every time Adam's quieted, he's doing something on a support level.
You can actually see what I'm doing. You can see I'm typing messages actually into the chat window. So he's asking, how do I get credits? And the system automatically issues the credits to you as long as you sat through the entire lecture. Those will be issued to you today. There's no testing involved. You don't have to take the survey. Just sit there, and it will issue the credits for you. And again, that's obviously coming to an end on July 1st when these temporary rules about no tests change, but that's the way it is today.
And for the very few people that don't have an OE tracker number, then we can't submit the credits because obviously there's no place to submit it. Even if it gives us your state license, we can't do it. So you're going to have to print it out and submit it yourself.
Yep. Yeah, and in fact, I encourage everybody to get an OE tracker number. It doesn't really cost anything. Even if you don't use it, it's a really handy thing to have because if you have one, we can send your credits into Arbo and they'll permanently store them for you. So if you have a disaster in the future, you at least know that Arbo has them, so you can always look back there.
And for a meager $20 a year, you can access everything on the Arbo site, all the courses you've taken, everything else. And they'll have it archived like we do back to the beginning of the universe. And
it helps Arbo as well. So not that you care, but Arbo, by standardizing CE across the states, by having a central database, it makes the system so much more efficient that it allows costs to be lower. So if you care at all about getting CE inexpensively, support Arbo because they're one of the drivers that make it possible. There's no way we'd be able to offer CEwire at this price if there wasn't a centralized solution. I'd jump out a window trying to figure it all out. So,
I think the $20 is extremely fair. They could charge a couple $100 and people would still do it.
Yep. And so if you'd like, I can go through my hot takes. So people may or may not agree with this. Sponsors hopefully aren't listening to this. I guess there are. I'm looking. Our sponsors are here today. So sponsors, cover your ears. But this is sort of how I feel about CE. It's actually not bad, and it's particularly the sponsors might want to hear this because I think CE going forward is going to look more like how I think it's going to look than as it's been in the past. So here's my premise. And this premise actually I came up with months ago, and Arbo agreed with me, right? So the premise is, for many types of education, the distance between lecturer and learner is irrelevant. And Arbo actually explicitly came out and said that, right? By reclassifying things as synchronous versus asynchronous versus, caring about where the lecturer actually is. So not really a hot take anymore. And so Arbo agrees with me that C delivered over the internet can theoretically be equivalent or superior to in-person learning. And I mentioned way back when Arbo should make available a new type of C designation where this distance stuff really doesn't matter. And they did, and that's what they're going to be discussing in June, how to actually implement something like that.
Mhm.
Here's a hotter take, again, that people aren't going to like, but that I feel like I have to bring up. So it's difficult or impossible to ascertain whether a learner has actually learned anything without some form of assessment, right? So today, people are watching our lectures, and we have no way of knowing whether or not they've learned anything because we're not testing them, right? Because Arbo said we didn't have to, and we follow Arbo's rules. And ultimately, I feel like that's wrong. You need to have some sort of an assessment mechanism to understand if people learned anything. And I don't mean like a big, scary, hard test. Even a small quiz that just covers the very large, overarching points of a talk is enough to show that people were paying attention. As of right now, of course, Arbo doesn't require that. So you can just literally sit in a track all day, play on your phone doing something else and get credit for it. And I personally feel that's not only wrong, it's unsustainable, right? Because CE can't go on forever like this. Because ultimately people are going to ask the question, are people learning anything?
Well, the question then comes up, Adam, if it's synchronous versus non-synchronous, and synchronous is the same whether it be online or live. How is it logistically administrated for a live audience of 500 at a large convention to ascertain?
Absolutely. Well, here's the corollary to this. It's difficult or possible to tell whether or not somebody's actually present and multitasking when you can't see them. So in a live lecture, when you're in front of a speaker, sure, you can doze off, you can read a paper or whatever else, but for the most part, there are social norms that are enforced when you're actually in front of another person, right? There's only a certain range of behaviors that someone's going to engage in sitting in front of a speaker. And we know this, right? We've all been in lecture halls, we've all been to school. We understand this, that for the most part, people are kind of going to pay attention when they're in a classroom setting. Because socially, if you violate those norms, people are going to look at you funny. And so we know that it's at some level, people are pretty much paying attention when they're there in person. But online, the situation is completely different. We can't tell what anyone is doing in any real sense, right? Now, the Vision Council themselves have mentioned in another piece about dry eye, in fact, that 60% of people multitask when they're using computing devices, right? So they might have a CEwire lecture open, but a certain percentage, and it's not a small percentage, are going to be doing something else. Witness the number of people who are watching this thing on a phone. So it's fundamentally different from being in front of someone. And I know people don't like to hear that. And there's always, oh yeah, well I can sleep in a lecture hall just as well as doing stuff online. But the reality is it is different. The number of distractions when you're sitting by yourself is theoretically infinite. And that's a problem. And I acknowledge it's a problem of continuing education online. And I don't want to see state boards come around and say, you know what? I don't know if you guys are learning anything this way. We're going to force you to come back and be in person. But I could see a situation where ultimately that could happen if these sort of loose rules continue.
But again, in person doesn't mean you're listening, and there's no assessment there either, except
No,
that
that's very true, Steve. But the difference is when you're in person, you're not going to engage in the degree of distraction behaviors that you will when you're by yourself. You know it's true.
We've talked about it offline about perhaps all lectures in person as well as online, live, interactive.
Yep.
We'll have maybe a 10-question quiz where the speaker will talk in the order of those questions as they arise, and people will put down their answers. So they're kind of unfortunately forced to learn, which is what
Right.
the object of education is if they don't want to learn. And there'll be easy questions, etc. They'll hand them at the end of it, and it'll be a computerized system where I understand the state's going to have trouble grading these tests. But that would be one way of doing it that makes it very simple. They have to. And yes, a person next to somebody else will say, what's the answer, whatever. That's okay. We just
Yeah.
want them to learn. We don't care if they
Right.
cheat or whatever. You want to learn the subject. It's not like getting an A or B or C.
Now,
So that might be the case.
So that model of taking a quiz, a short quiz, and having the quiz in front of you before the class even starts is the medical model. So when I do medical CE, that's what we do. We have the quizzes in our hand beforehand. We can look at all the questions beforehand, and the questions are actually ordered in the same spot that will appear in the lecture. So you follow the quiz as you're taking the lecture. So it actually acts as a teaching tool. And I don't think Arbo is ever going to implement something like that for in-person learning, because I just don't think they have the wherewithal to do it. I think people would be outraged, right? And they'd, pitchforks and torches and so forth. But I think for online, this is necessary, or something like it. I mean, even something that's even less stringent, but something. You have to do something. This idea of just being able to open up a Zoom and walking away is ridiculous, and it can't last forever. And I think that the state boards are going to figure this out. And so some sort of assessment mechanism has to be put into place.
On a personal level, I deal with the speakers, and I also lecture at all the CEwires. And I'll compose my quiz sometimes way after I've taped the lecture. And I'll just go here and there, thereabouts, and make sure the stuff is in the lecture, but it's all catch as catch can. We've had trouble sometimes in the past with the quizzes were too difficult or the subject matter was not in the lecture. Now it forces the speaker to be a little bit more organized, and if that's the model, and to make the lecture in such a way where the quiz is being generated at the same time, so that problem goes away.
Yep. Yeah, so I don't know what Arbo is going to do at their June meeting, but I can tell you, whether people like it or not, I'm going to advocate for some sort of assessment mechanism. And whether that's a quiz or something similar, there needs to be something that shows that the person was minimally paying attention to the actual content. And not just this press a button if you're still breathing kind of nonsense every 10 minutes like some systems have.
Well, what color is a purple flower?
Something that actually relates to the lecture, because this is what medicine does for the most part, and I think this is what optometry should do too, because if I ran a state board, I would be very nervous about allowing this kind of stuff to go on the way it's been.
Remember, the state boards are there and Arbo is there for the protection of the public. And to protect the public, like I always say, my last day of practice, I didn't practice at all like my first day of practice. So I must have assimilated that knowledge somewhere. And most of it was either reading journals or going to CE lectures.
Yep. So anyway, that's my feeling. It's my hot take. So sorry if people disagree with it, but I'm seeing into the future. We've now issued more credits, online credits here at CEwire than anybody else. And I can see where this is going to go if we're not careful. We already know that 30% of people are taking this thing on their phones or on a tablet. And to me, that does not promote interactivity. And I'm very concerned about what's going to happen in the future. So that's my hot take. Another hot take. And again, the people at Arbo are not going to like this. Unless you have an enforcement mechanism for these rules that has actual teeth, the CE providers are going to ignore rules. And I'm not just saying that, flippantly. We've seen it. Steve, you've taken a lot of CE.
Right.
And you know that a lot of these co-administrators are violating the rules.
Just to give an example, and I don't have to worry about my state board. I have like 250 credits for this biennial. I'll take a CE course and I'll go online and this was for, let's say, an on-demand webinar. I'll take the quiz and not take the course, and it generates a certificate. I never saw anything, but I just want to see how they work in their platform. And so I'm guilty, and don't take me away because I have plenty of credits. But that's the point. That's how some work, and they're not going to be able to, hopefully they'll have enough staff or enough administrators to police this a little bit.
Yeah.
And it's also up to the speakers when they design the quizzes, not to make it a quiz that's going to be very difficult to pass.
Yeah,
Oh.
that's
That's
part,
the whole idea of making it chronological to your lecture.
Yeah, and that's part of course design, right? That'll happen if people understand that this is part of a new requirement. They'll make the lectures, and the quizzes fair. because it's part of their job, so they'll do it. But I'm much more concerned about enforcement.
Sure.
The idea that people can continue flouting the rules while others have to follow them is completely wrong. And as you know, we're rule followers here. The software itself that we have, was expensive, and it's expensive a lot of the time because what we're trying to do is tailor it to Arbo's rules. So for instance, around how many minutes a person has to watch a lecture for, our software monitors in 3 different ways because we want to make sure that it's actually capturing an accurate time. So to have, events or people or CEwire or CE sponsors that are not doing that and just saying, the hell with it, it's fine, to me, it just doesn't sit right. These rules need to be enforced. Now, when I talk to Arbo about it, right, what you'll get sort of the shoulder shrug, well, we don't have enough staff. Well, you need to have enough staff, or you need to have mechanisms in place where these kinds of violations can be reported
or have volunteers taking the courses like you and I and 100 other ODs that just are policing it and as a volunteer basis with no fee.
Yep.
Paul, we've all had professors as we're taking courses live when we went to school who said, this might be on the test. You know what I'm talking about. And that was not wrong. You might want to listen to this. So they can do the same thing during the lecture. So that, again, I'm not concerned with the fact that we're making it easy for people or people are cheating. We're concerned with them just getting that information. So if they know it's on the test, they're going to learn that fact, at least that particular fact. And if they do their course correctly, the 10 or 15 takeaway points will be ingrained in them rather than having to get. Mike Olson talks about the gap between the education and what's really learned. And he's very knowledgeable about it and he's very concerned about it. He thinks there's a tremendous gap.
Right. The idea is that when you have testing in CE, it's not to try to fail people. It's not like being an undergrad where they're trying to separate people on a bell curve to see who's the best. And the idea is just to make sure that people are paying attention, right? And they're absorbing the fundamentals of the material. That's all it's for. People hear quiz and they get upset, right? They immediately get tense. It's not designed to fail people. I've done thousands upon thousands of hours of medical CE. I've never once come close to failing one of those because that's not what the quiz is there for. It's just to make sure you're paying attention at some base level. So anyway, so that's my next hot take, right, is the enforcement of these rules has to happen or else this is all meaningless. So
they don't have the staff. They've got to hire more people and charge us more.
Correct. I've actually asked them to start charging more for a variety of reasons, that as a CE provider, they should be charging us more when we get our lectures approved, in order to actually implement what, these fiats that they're dictating. And or come up with a mechanism that doesn't require as much staff, right? Allow people to report to them when violations are happening, right? I don't see any easy way to report violations.
On the back end, how many reviews do they have to approve the CE Arbo?
I don't know. That's a really good question.
They listen to the whole course, I assume, or at least look at all the slides. So we can get an army of people to do it, and again, enough people will volunteer to do it for free just to be able to attend the lecture.
Yep. So anyway, my take is that they need to start enforcing all of the stuff, and they're. And again, in June, I'm sure they're going to throw tomatoes at me when I go to their meeting, but this is important, right? Why would you even go through the effort of making rules if you're not going to enforce them?
I think they'll love you, Adam, because you're saying things that you can't dispute. It's the CE providers and the sponsors that are going to be having a problem with this, not Arbo itself.
Yeah. So again, I think Arbo needs stronger oversight and easier mechanisms to report noncompliance. I should be, or Steve, not like I'm taking all these CE classes, but you are, Steve. You should be able to, if you see a violation, go to Arbo's website and say, hey, I just attended this event, with this activity ID. This was not done according to the rules.
I reported one today about our lecture. I'm kidding now.
Well, no, even if we screw up and don't follow the rules, of course we should be taken to task, right?
Sure.
And if we do it continuously, they should fire us. They should say, you're going to be suspended until you actually clean up your act. That's how it should be. So yes, I'm all for it. I'm all for rules around this.
And to show how detailed they are, sometimes we'll submit the same course on demand and live interactive one being with the speaker there, one being taking it afterwards. And one course is approved by a reviewer, a second reviewer doesn't approve it, and you have no idea why. It's the same exact thing. So there's some bias in it, or some opinions in whether a course meets the criteria, and then maybe they have to get a little bit more tough.
Yep. So we'll see. We'll see how that goes. So, so here's my ultimate hot take, and this is where people can feel free to disagree with me. But I was going to save this till later, but I'll do it right now because why not? So people aren't going to like this. So my belief is that, and again, we're going to redo this later. If Olson shows up tomorrow, I want to show him this and see what he has to say. But it's my strong belief. And Alan's actually chiming in.
Alan.
Okay, so Alan's is having a little problem with the surveys, and Steve, you might just want to jump into each room and let everyone know surveys are optional. Don't worry about them for right now. We're fixing them.
I'll still talk and do it at the same time. I can multitask. Okay. So the surveys are giving me a little trouble. Okay.
Yeah, the surveys, but don't worry about them because they're optional. So, so in fact, I'm going to actually pause then. If we are, do we have any time right now? Let's see.
Sue's coming on in about 5 minutes.
In about 5 minutes.
Dr. Resnick.
So maybe you can talk to Sue Resnick and I'll address the server issue when she gets here.
Okay. Where am I in? Because people are doing the surveys now because the courses are being completed. That way people won't pull their hair out.
How's the attendance so far?
I got about 700, give or take a few, which is pretty good. Remember, this is the third iteration, so a lot of people have taken all the courses they need, and we're losing the West Coast. The first time we had a couple of thousand, if I remember correctly.
Yep.
So unique ones by the end of this weekend, we'll probably have a couple thousand again, but people come, people go, people have to take only 4 or 5. Remember, we have 60 credits pool, and they can take every weekend 20. So people might have fulfilled their requirements, which is good. But what Adam is saying about this whole monologue about how it's going to change is people are going to have to get their credits in before July 1st because the playing field is going to change. There's going to be a lot less other sponsors and other competition online, and we have to change our platform also. So we'll see what happens. I put it in all the rooms, and maybe you should even disable it for now because we have so much data on the surveys that it's not a requirement.
Yeah. Yep. But yeah, just let people know, and I'm gonna.
Yeah, I'll try to take a survey myself and see what's happening.
No, I can see what's happening to it. So it'll be fixed in a minute. I just need to actually take the time to do it.
Okay. Add in the zeros and ones. Yeah, I've been once the rooms are working, I have not been in them. Okay.
Oh wait, Sue is here, and I'm gonna let her in. And let's see.
Hello.
Hey,
Sue, how's
Dr.
it going?
Resnick.
How's everybody?
Good.
Good. Yep.
Good.
I'm going to take off here to try to fix a little tech problem, but you guys can, as they say, talk amongst yourselves.
We will.
So, what have you been up to? You being from New York, and I'm in New Jersey. I just went into the city 2 days ago to visit my good friend, the dentist, and things seem pretty normal, except for a lot of people in Port Authority having masks on. Afterwards, it was like nothing ever happened.
Yeah, it's been like that in New York for a while. I don't know why there's this kind of rumor that New York has been crazy behind. It's not. It got busy like as soon as pretty quickly. But the thing about New Yorkers is they stay masked, even with the change in the the recommendations. They are very, very careful, very respectful. So they're out and about, doing their thing, but they, I see people walking around on the streets with them on and, 80-degree heat. And I'm thinking, oh my God, how can they do that? But they do.
Mhm.
I don't wear my mask outdoors. I just wear it indoors. But yeah,
When they go on a bus, they're wearing it?
I don't take public transportation, Paul.
I did, Paul, and was about 50% are wearing masks. I'm curious. My friend has a very class dental practice, not as good as your optometric practice, but close on 46th and Fifth Avenue. And he finds that his business is down a little bit because a lot of people are working from home. They live on the island or whatever, and they have a choice, and some just don't want to travel the hour and a half into the city. Are you finding the same thing, or is it pretty much back to normal?
We have been, I don't want to jinx it, knock on Formica.
Mhm.
Everything has been really, really busy.
Great.
Yeah, we are very fortunate. We're in a residential part of the city, so we're not in a
Yeah, no.
commercial district. That's number one. Number two is people are still coming back, and whatever, if they're not, they're seeing me out in the Long Island office.
Right, you have to have a choice. Yeah.
My little Long Island office that could really saved us. I mean, pretty much 75% of patients transferred. We were transferring record cards like, crazy. And now everybody's coming back. So
So it's a new
worked out
normal, yeah.
okay. Yeah.
So tell us about what's your biggest field of interest? You have so many things that you do. You were lecturing about genetics. You were lecturing on orthokeratology, scleral lenses. What's your main interest now? Or do you have 17 of them?
Yeah, I have a lot. So it's interesting, when the one reason I love to do lecturing is because it forces me to actually delve into the science and the academics more than I would if I was just not, seeing patients.
Sure.
So it kind of forces me to stay up on everything. But in terms of, my true clinical interest, it's still specialty contact lenses and myopia management as a whole, Ortho-K being, a good part of it. But we brought in a new associate this year and we deputized him with the myopia management aspect of the practice. So I'm really happy to throw that all to him, and he's doing a great job at getting up and running on it. One of the things, as you know, is that your practice ages with you. So the kiddies are not coming to see me, grandma, but they are, they will. I think he'll attract the younger audience, and so hopefully we'll be able to capture everybody at both ends. So we're trying. One thing about being in Manhattan is very difficult to build a myopia management practice where we are, because we're in a residential, older, I guess, demographic. So
it's also some ethnicity, certain
and it is
groups.
skewed, right? So the lower Manhattan is huge for Ortho-K, and we thought about doing a lot of things in terms of, do we get a satellite practice there? Do we align with somebody there? And we thought, let's stick with what we do now. It's working, and we'll capture what we can, and we'll leave the rest to everybody else. We don't have to be all things to all people, but it's enjoyable to work with kids. So we are trying to build that a bit. Yeah.
Roslyn have more because the suburban practice have more?
Yes. Yeah. So Roslyn has more. We also draw from Western, Nassau, Queens, where there are, is more of an Asian population. But there's certainly an Asian population out on Long Island, Syosset, that area. So we're getting there. It's still, it's lower on the radar than I'd like it to be in terms of, general public knowledge about what this is all about. It's just.
Why do you think the Asians are more accepting of myopia control than any other group?
I'm sorry?
Why would the Asian population?
Oh, well, that's an easy one. So, in Asia, it's very, very popular. And the Asian population has been, geometrically affected by, myopia progression. The rest of the world is getting there, the prediction of, in 2050 by, a ton more people having it. So the Asians are very tuned into this because Singapore, China has been on board for years and years, and that's
Taiwan,
pretty much
Hong
where
Kong,
this all
yeah.
started. So they learn about it from home. It's brought here, and they are very much into orthokeratology. They are not as accepting in my neck of the woods of the soft lens thing and the atropine thing. there's almost a little bit, I think, of a misconception. I've had to sort of undo some myths in that they think that it's better. I guess because the kid doesn't have to wear glasses during the day, so it kind of gets deeper into their acceptance. And it might be better. I think the jury is still out, but if they come in asking for orthokeratology and you tell them, no, your child, let's say the cornea is very, very flat, or, they're just higher than FDA approval. I mean, you certainly can still do it, but you're not going to usually get the same results. So it's sometimes hard to convince them. So what I do in cases like that is I use a combination therapy, usually with some atropine and some orthokeratology.
So about 15 years ago, I think one of my representatives presented from ABB the Paragon CRT lens when we had no idea about peripheral hyperopic defocusing or anything. But he said, it should help myopia. We gave a lecture at a Chinese Saturday school, which was in an area of affluent Asian people, and the floodgates opened.
Yeah.
And they eventually got other ethnicities to participate, but never as much as them. There's other aspects to it which involve sociology. I want to say this delicately. The Asian child will accept putting the lenses in at night and taking them out more so than some other ethnicities. In general, though a 7-year-old will be more regimented and do it, while a 7-year-old other ethnicity might not. Do you agree with that? I'm not saying
that has to do with parental respect and upbringing. Correct. And authority. Those parents are. Look, there was a meme on Facebook the other day of how the parents today treat their children and how the parents, how my parents, would have, and it was just the funniest thing I've ever seen. But I mean, so they're kind of still raised maybe the way, my parents raised me. And it's like, why? Because I said so. It's not like, let's discuss this. So, there is a difference. Absolutely.
And that's thinking we were doing bootstraps. I'm sure you're taking axial length, etc. And and as we all know, we have a whole area where Gary Gerber has offices opening up all over the country. So
right, Treehouse.
It'll take more and more. I think actually the presbyopic drops might help myopia because it kind of shows about refractive errors, and they can be helped in different ways than we traditionally do with glasses and contact lenses. So it'll be interesting going forward. So now, when you do scleral lenses, are you doing them mostly on pathology, or are you now integrating them more into a dry eye regimen, etc.? Because I find that a lot of practices like yours are doing that with a more, let's say, normal, non-pathological patient, or not serious pathological patient, keratoconus, etc., are wearing these, not new, but these devices. Do you find you're doing more and more of that?
Yeah, so the way I do it is the vast majority are still for irregular corneas in our practice. Mm-hmm. The smaller minority will be for, as you said, pathological dry eye, but certain pathologies will do well with it and certain will not. So you can't just kind of lump dry eye. It all depends on the nature of the ocular surface, disease. And so we are. It's just that you have to really do a good differential diagnosis. One of the things is that if they have sort of an immunological issue, Stevens-Johnson's or something like that, where they have no lipid layer and the meibomian glands are kind of defunct, you can put scleral lenses on and you can have that cushion of moisture. But the problem is if they have no oil, the lenses will just film up automatically and they don't stay wet. So, you can wet the inside, but you can't wet the outside. So it's not a slam dunk for sclerals. It all depends on the nature of the dryness.
You have a unique practice. You probably have far more keratocones per unit patient than other offices because you simply get referrals from ODs and I'm sure MDs to fit these devices. Luckily, I think it's getting a little easier for the rank and file OD who's a dabbler, I hate to say it that way, who has to fit a scleral lens because now the support from the manufacturers is far easier and the equipment is far more precise in the fitting of the lenses. I'm curious about you. Do you use yourself or do you use yourself and support sometimes or support a lot, etc.? How have you skewed more towards just sending the data in, getting things designed, or you do designing what bootstraps yourself?
Yeah, so you're talking about empirical versus diagnostic evaluation. Sure. And So I have, I guess I'm sort of on the old-fashioned side
Sure,
of
me
it.
too.
I do everything pretty much diagnostically.
Mhm.
It works for me. I'm fast. I think I'm good at it. I haven't had any complaints yet. That's not to say that empirical isn't better for all the reasons that we lecture that they're better. Certainly if you have a scleral profiler, that's terrific because you can get your haptic, immediately set perfectly. So probably I'm doing a combination of both, but
Right.
I don't OCT every patient. I don't need to do that. I can gauge vault and, the truth is, look, you can look for precision, that there's nothing wrong with that, but if you're 50 microns off, nothing's going to change.
Sure.
My concern, and I'm going to be frank here, is, and I love the fact that the manufacturers are putting so much into this in education, and it's just amazing. And the fact that now more practitioners than ever can manage these corneas because these lenses are so comfortable that there's no anxiety on the part of the practitioner. There's no really extra hand holding. My only concern is that the practitioner be well versed in the management of the underlying corneal disease. It's okay to be able to fit a lens, but unless you know what you're dealing with in terms of the natural progression of the disease or adverse events. So for instance, there was a post on ODs on Facebook the other day where somebody raised the issue of there being a elevated nodule in the center of the cornea, saying, how do I do this? I've got to get the lens like really, really steep in that area, and then it's going to float too high in the periphery. And the answer is no. You want to get a superficial keratectomy in a case like that. That nodule needs to be removed. So you sort of have to know, what you're dealing with. And so my only advice is, before you delve into fitting these complex corneas, just make sure you know what the underlying disease is about and what the ancillary management entails.
Mhm. I want to ask you about genetics a little bit, and specifically the new testing by Avellino. I know you know a great deal about it, probably far more than me. Are you using that at all at this point in time, and how
So in
are you using?
New York, it's not yet, believe it or not, available yet.
I mean, it's
Yeah,
crazy.
so we're still working on that. If it is, nobody's told me. So I am, recommending, if I have a granule dystrophy, I'll certainly send them out to somebody who's going to do it. So I have not, I've worked with ophthalmologists who are running some tests, but yeah, it's a great, so I know about it all on a scientific level. I actually,
Right.
I did a
Lecture,
lecture
yeah.
on it, so I know all about it. It's just that I have not yet been advised by the company that I can actually start, to do it.
That's crazy. Could you
The
send
other
it out
thing
to?
is you have to think about, in keratoconus, so corneal dystrophy, I mean, how many of those you're going to get a year? Not that many, unless you're in a tertiary practice, I would guess. But when it comes to keratoconus, you grapple with, okay, so it's certainly not the same as testing for Avellino's dystrophy. It's not a black and white, it's a risk factor. So, I mean, if you have a 13 or 14-year-old and you have a parent coming in, there's that ethical component. Do you make the parent crazy when they're 13, or you just monitor the patient? I don't think it's going to change. It doesn't change what you're doing. I test. So for every keratoconic adult that comes in, I ask them if they have a kid or a grandchild with it. And I do a complimentary screening on my Pentacam, starting at the age of whatever age they want to bring them in, but typically around 12. And I've gotten 14-year-olds cross-linked. So I believe in catching it really early. So I don't know that I would be doing anything differently if I had a genetic thing, because I'm just making them come in every year to be tested.
And so you're really doing the same thing, except maybe you'll miss it by
Exactly.
a few
Nothing against
months.
Avellino. I think it's great.
Yeah.
And if parents want that information, there's nothing wrong with it. More information is better. And certainly if it comes out low risk, look, you can tell them not to come back for 3 years, but you want to see that child anyway every year, because if they're going to develop myopia, you want to manage that. So I want to see them anyway.
And I know you're very progressive. I know you probably feel the same way as I do. When Epi-on is approved as opposed to Epi-off, you probably will be at the forefront of doing some of these procedures, correct? Hopefully.
Yeah, so we've had a lot of patients do Epi-on off-label, a ton.
Oh, really? Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean,
How did that work?
Yeah, our local ophthalmologists have been doing it either on official trials or under the guise I don't want to, comment. But many have had the epi on. If I had to go back, I could probably do some retrospective studies to see which was more effective. But if I had to tell you off the top of my head, the epi off has been a little bit more effective. I've had to have a couple of people go back for a repeat who have had the epi on.
Kind of similar, analogous to LASIK versus PRK, almost in terms of what
So,
happens.
basically, are the ophthalmologists keeping up with scleral advantages?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, so they are sending, they're like, okay, you got keratoconus, go see doctor this or doctor that. They, as a matter of fact, sclerals are great, but I also still work with other products. Not every one of my cones goes into a scleral. And Dr. Langi Michaud and I are going to have an article coming out in Contact Lens Spectrum in August where we do like a point counterpoint on this. Because from the get-go, I was like, wait a minute, let's not just go hog wild into one modality. Let's not forget that we, and I'm not going to go into the clinical differentials of when I choose what now. That's a whole lecture in and of itself. But yeah, so one of my pet peeves is when the ophthalmologist decides, sends the patient saying, go see Sue Resnick for a scleral. And then they come in and I'm like, no, you don't need a scleral. Right. So I have to politely explain to them that, and usually they're happy because I say, look, you're not that bad. I can correct you with such and such. Let's save the bigger guns. And I give them all the reasons and they're very, very happy, oftentimes not to go into a scleral. So, the mild cones, the ones where it's very central, the ones where they're still corrected to 20 or 40 or better in a spectacle correction. I mean, often you can use a commodity, extended range toric, or, something, a Kerasoft, a Novacone.
Yep, those are good lenses.
So there are options.
One thing I'm finding in my local area, especially with the corneal specialists, that they have ODs working with them. So they're not sending them out, obviously. And these people see a lot of cones because they're seeing them from corneal specialists. I'm sure Steve Sorkin.
Sure, of course, very well.
He's lecturing on something else today, but he works with Ted Pearl, who's an excellent corneal specialist up in Fairfield, New Jersey. And so I think, at least in the corneal specialists, where they wind up anyway from the general ophthalmologist, at least hopefully they will, they'll get some sort of treatment like that with an OD working with an MD, hopefully at some point as partners, not as employees, but
right.
Well, that remains to be seen. Are you finding that also in New York, that they are developing relationships with ODs in their office?
Yeah, so many of them have ODs. So yeah, I mean, that's great. I mean, obviously we would prefer them to send them to us and not have them there.
Sorry.
But no, look, a high tide raises all ships, as they say. So no, it's great. And a lot of the young ODs that are now in these hospital-based practices or in these ophthalmology offices are, they're doing great. Sometimes they will still punt to us if things get a little too quirky. It's a great opportunity. It's a great opportunity for our young ODs to specialize. And
sure,
my hopes is that they'll go and do a residency in cornea contact lens first. I'm kind of
a new OD, no matter how good their education is, their first year is you're bad no matter who you are. But if you go into residency and you do specifically cornea and contact lenses, you should be much more confident than the average.
Yeah, some of them will have had excellent rotations, like our young associate, Dr. Kevin Patrizio. I mean, he worked with Dr. Korb's office and a couple of excellent. So, I mean, to me, that's equivalent. But not everybody has that privilege or that opportunity. So you have to gauge how much experience you had. And I understand why you don't want to do, all the reasons not to, with the debt and anxious to get out there in the real world. But, everybody's, that's why you can go either way. It's just a matter of what, the location and where you're at. And contact lens residencies are very hard to get into. So it's certainly not for everybody.
And the demographics of optometry schools is so different if you go to SUNY or some other really inner city place versus where other schools are located. You're just not going to see that much pathology.
Right. You won't have the population, that you need. It's true.
Sue, I don't know if you saw that little opinion piece I wrote at ODwire. I sent you a link to it. basically my fear is that sclerals now are what the contact lens field was in the 1970s, before soft lenses. That basically right now the fees are very, very good for scleral lenses around the country for optometrists. I can't get a straight answer, however, from anyone. Is there a consistent reimbursement from the medical insurance for it? And my
Yes,
fear is, as it gets easier to fit the scleral lens, the reimbursement is going to drop, as it did with cataract surgery. And then the fees that the optometrists are going to be charging are going to get less. So has that happened as yet?
You're giving Sue a heart attack.
yeah. So I don't know why I'm having trouble. Paul, your volume is very low. I don't know. Steve, are you finding his volume low, or is
A
it just?
little low. What he's
Yeah.
saying is that
Yeah, no, I heard
as it
him, but I'm
gets,
just,
yeah,
it's just, you might
yeah.
want to raise it because other people might have trouble
Or
hearing, but so.
project more. Yeah.
Yeah, so here's the thing about that. So as you know, Paul, we don't participate with third-party managed care. So right now, it's irrelevant to my practice personally, but let me speak to the broader question. The reimbursements vary depending upon, and I've spoke, obviously as a Vision Source administrator as well, I work with a number of practices of all different demographics and subspecialization. And so I'm able to have access to these numbers. But so, if you look at a vision care plan versus a medical plan, it may vary. And right now, the billing and coding can be complex because if it's on the vision care plan, you're going to want to use that, but you can actually bill some of the medical stuff to the medical plans. So doctors are able to sort of maneuver. In terms of they're becoming more ubiquitous and, commoditized, will the reimbursements come down? I'm not sure it's going to happen that quickly. And the reason is this, because my understanding, and I could be wrong, is that the levels of reimbursement are based upon the complexity of the care involved, not necessarily how easy is it to slap a lens on. Because as I alluded to before, you're managing a complex condition. So I don't know that insurance can bring it down. I'm sure they can, and that remains to be seen. But some of these plans now are so low that doctors can't afford to take the reimbursement. They can't even cover their costs on them. And then others are reasonably good. So, I wish I had an answer. I think that's why nobody piped into your thread there, because, nobody knows. It would be nice to have a crystal ball, but I don't think that's going to stop people from fitting them. I think access to care is always better for patients, and we all want to be able to provide these services. My thought would be that if the medical insurances and vision care plans are not going to reimburse you the way you need to, you have
Just
a
don't accept
choice.
them, yeah.
You either drop them or you fit them and accept it. So many doctors are dropping them now for a lot of other reasons. I think there's going to be a regression to the mean at some point. The market will dictate what the pricing is and what the market will bear. So
And then the $24,000 question is basically when PMMA was the popular lens, then rigid gas permeables came in. There was a tendency for patients not to want to move into RGPs, and some that moved from PMMA to RGPs were not very happy. Is there an effort to put RGP people into scleral lenses?
oh yeah, so
Sure.
this is absolutely. I mean, scleral lenses. So I just had a woman the other day come in who'd been a patient of ours for years and years and years, and she's a cone, and she has been miserable for 2 years that her lens is hurt, and she was, ascribing it to everything other than just her decreased tolerance to these lenses. And I spoke to her as much as I could. She kept thinking it was and I tried to change the fit, the design, the this, that. She went to 5 other doctors. That's okay. She comes back to me on Thursday night at 6 o'clock. And she says, I went to 5 other doctors because I didn't believe you, but they all agreed with you. And they said it was just me losing my ability to tolerate these lenses. I said, great. Now it's time to get you into sclerals. And so I said, look, it's 6 o'clock. I normally don't start a fitting because my staff is getting a little cranky. But let's just put some lenses on just to show you what they feel like. And for me to ascertain that I can achieve the proper fit and vision I expect. I put the lenses on her and she looked at me and she said, they're on. So, I mean, she forked over the money so fast that Nils and my office manager didn't know what hit her. So, I mean, the answer about sclerals and RGPs is when they feel the difference in comfort, they sell themselves. It's not the same thing as going from a little lens in one material to a little lens in a different material. It's a whole different animal.
Years ago, when I was in school, we actually flipped scleral lenses. And then we put it to the stone impression with Maury Poster. Remember Maury?
Oh, he was my professor.
Yeah, great teacher and whatever. And they actually felt pretty comfortable in those days with fenestrate. They were comfortable for about an hour, but they were comfortable.
Your cornea started to swell, right? Exactly.
Exactly. But the other thing to address is what Paul was saying, and I think it is true, at least in this field, of myopia control. When I was doing it at the very beginning, I was charging very high fees and getting them. I can't divulge which, so we get arrested by the feds.
Right.
But now that it's perceived as more mainstream and easier, whether it be atropine, multifocal contact lenses, or ortho-K, the fees are coming down. I see in the rank and file OD's office, and I'm upset about that because they're not even treating the multifocal lens as anything different than fitting a presbyopia, which is crazy because there's a lot more management with that, a lot more things that you're going to be doing, assessing axial length, assessing prescription, etc. More. So I don't think it'll happen with scleral lenses as quickly because there's much more technique involved than putting a decentered lens on the eye, or one of the very many lenses that are approved by CooperVision, meaning one, but there'll be other lenses approved in the future, and there'll be glasses, as you know, approved also. But people have to manage their practice correctly, like you do, and have a fee, a global fee for the treatment of myopia, not we're fitting you with a contact lens and our contact lens fee is X. And doctors have to become good businessmen and good practitioners at the same time, and many aren't, at least the former.
Yeah. So we are the opposite. We raised our fees. We thought we were a little low. Yeah. So I just had the privilege of doing a symposium literally 3 days ago in Chicago on behalf of Johnson & Johnson, who's launching their Ability lens. And while we did a lot to talk about that specific lens, the discussion really surrounded practice management mostly. So we were talking about what the different, approaches were. We were sharing, best practices. And so, we tried to sort of, without discussing numbers in particular, we sort of each of us gave how we did it. And, we, in our office, we do use a global fee, but there's an internal breakdown so that if, let's say, the patient, we have to switch to a different modality or whatever, we're able to manipulate some of the numbers. So, yeah, I mean, you have to charge, for your time and for what you're actually including in your management of that first year. Okay. And then the subsequent years, it will change a little bit. And we were talking about what's the elevator talk that you give to the patient. How do you explain it? And we explain, the way I explain it is the first year is the outlay of the considerable fees, because that gives us the basic template for going down the line. And then subsequent years, it's just, it's just, rechecking or routine periodic reevaluations and maybe ordering some new lenses. But the first year incorporates the actual design of the lenses. And so I sort of tell them it's almost like an architect will, charge you for drawing up the plans, whether you buy the house or not. So, they understand that. But yeah, I mean, I don't know that doctors should be, lowering their fees, because the work is the same no matter what. I mean, so maybe if the material costs come down a little bit, which it's not, I don't know why it would be. I don't know why anybody would be charging less this year than last year. especially since inflation has gone up, 6%.
But if
So,
somebody's not doing ortho-K and just doing atropine or multifocals of some sort or approved lenses, they think it's nothing. It's an eye drop, but it really is a lot more. Like you and I both agree with that.
No, it's a medical management. You're going to want to, you want to charge for the expertise. Look, you have to understand about axial length. You have to understand, you're doing more intensive, I think, binocular evaluation. Well, I mean, I don't have to go through this with you. You all know that, but they have to think about all of the things that go into explaining it to just sitting down and discussing it is a couple of hours worth of your time, over the course of the first few months. So that all has to be factored in.
I'm sure you have ancillary staff that helps. Do you sometimes, now the first year, somebody's doing orthokeratology, they're doing well, but perhaps you're seeing they might be progressing a little bit. You then go to a combo approach sometimes? Combo meaning?
Yeah, so it depends on where they started, what their level of myopia was, refractive errors when they started, what the parents are.
Family history,
Yeah, risk factors for progression. I'll usually try to alter the design of the lenses a little bit first to see if I can, change the Jessen factor, change something else related, to see if I can manage it. But if I see 2 years in a row of progression, certainly I will, add atropine.
Be more aggressive.
You also have to, it's so easy to forget, and I'm guilty of this, to make recommendations on modifiable behaviors. How many times I see a patient and they leave the office and I go, oh my God, I forgot to tell the parent to, to get them outdoors, to limit the amount of time on digital, easier said than done, of course.
Nowadays, both with my grandkids and I go to a restaurant, these kids are on their iPads 90% of the time. And they're holding it here, 10 inches from their face, not 24 inches. So it's always great having you.
Yeah.
And,
hey, Sue. I'm back again.
Okay.
Thanks for stepping in there, Steve, because I had to handle some support problems.
More about this than you do.
Yeah, just slightly. I just wanted to mention too, Sue, we actually, as part of our greatest hits here, when we take a break, I'm going to be playing a webinar that I think you did for us about VKC a while ago. So, we're playing some of the classics, I should say, the oldies.
Wow, as long as you're not doing the bloopers, I'll be okay.
Because I was going through, like, we have so much material with you now. It's over these years, it's crazy.
That is still relevant,
I was thinking, I hope that's not a problem.
No, not at all. I mean, you're one of the most valuable assets we have here in the library, because I'm like, all right, I can always pull out a gem here if we need to take a break.
So you said VKC, is that what you said?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm very excited because I'm going to be presenting a poster at the Academy on VKC, on the quality of life of treating VKC. So thank you for that little plug.
Excellent.
And it's always nice to have someone and speak to someone that's still standing. We have a lot of interviews with people that are no longer with us.
Oh, please, I know.
Stop, yeah.
Oh,
I think he's talking about Ted.
On that
note, we'll have a drink at the Academy meeting together.
We'll have a couple.
3 of us, yes.
Definitely. All right, guys, listen, congratulations on another amazing event. I mean, you guys are just, I don't know how you do it, but you do it. And hopefully Coke won't bite you in the you-know-what, and you'll do it again.
Well, we'll find out. I'm going to their meeting in June. So if you don't hear from me after June, you know where to look, right, to find the body. So.
Oh God.
Hung an effigy.
They're becoming so. Well, whatever. I don't want to get into that.
Oh, please, we'll get into it. I mean, I actually have some really vicious stuff, and I have a slide deck and everything talking about.
Yeah. So there's another organization whose name shall not be mentioned, who actually said in front of 3,000 ODs that they might no longer consider doing COPE approved courses and go in a different direction because it's becoming just prohibitive in terms of all the regulations. But anyway, I'm staying out of that.
Discussion for another day.
Yep.
They can do whatever they want, but if states don't like it, that's not a problem.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So it's a mess. But anyway, thanks for being here today. And
anyway, thank you so much. Always a pleasure. Have a great day.
Have a nice
everyone.
weekend and a nice summer.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye. It's always good to take a trip down memory lane.
Yep.
She knows everything about it. Look, she's getting into genetics and getting a little bit out of her comfort zone with
She knows where
contact
the
lenses,
bodies are
etc.
buried.
If people don't know, Paul's practice in New York and Long Island was an iconic practice in the 70s, and Sue joined that practice, I guess, in the 80s, and now she's, I guess, head partner.
Oh yeah, she's
Yeah, so
really runs the show. But
everything Sue is, Paul created.
she's getting stars in now, you know, that or the next generation. So there's third generation starting. So
Mhm.
but you keep
Yeah.
young blood coming, and that's the key to a practice.
Yep.
I was just looking at pictures of when Ted Caslow had died, of his son Jordan, and good-looking guy, by the way. But I realized he's no youngster either now. That's what you mean.
Say it again. I missed what you said.
Jordan is no youngster either now at this point.
No, he's he hit the 60 mark.
Yeah, that's
So
and he was always the young kid.
Yep, absolutely.
Yep.
Amazing.
So before we go on, I just want to apologize to everyone for the survey stuff. So that's all fixed. One of the servers that actually I had set up, part of it had an issue with one of the way the security certificates were installed because it expired. So the way, and this is actually funny, I want to show everyone. Let me actually, because who cares, right? Who's listening, right? So we have a bunch of people still in the lobby, so I'll explain how this all works. So if you look on the site right now, a lot of the stuff looks like it's all running at one place, so that, you know, it's all one, you know, cohesive thing, but it's actually not, right? You're looking at a bunch of different servers that are being served up to you to appear as one thing. They are actually not one thing, right? So ODwire and CEwire actually run on different servers. And the survey software that we used for post-course surveys, which you can see down here, is on a completely different server as well. Up until this year, I'd been using a third party to handle these surveys because, you know, back in the good old days of the internet, you could, you know, a provider would charge you a flat rate to create as many surveys as you wanted to and as many responses as you wanted, and it was easier than setting up our own servers. And then earlier in the year, the provider said, well, we're changing our business model. We're going to charge you on a per response basis. And then I hit the roof. I'm like, so suddenly this went from being a relatively inexpensive service of a few $100 a year or $1,000 or whatever it was, to something that could actually increase in cost with no bounds, where they would charge us on a per response basis. And when you have hundreds of thousands of credits, think about it for a second, and each person decides to respond to the survey, our costs could literally rise without any bounds. So I got angry and I'm like, this is ridiculous. I can run my own survey server. Why not? I've done it before. So I took the time to install survey software. I happened to install this particular piece of software in a, sort of a backwater of our server infrastructure with the server I already had running. Because I didn't want to put it on the same servers that was running ODwire itself, because of all this traffic, I'm like, on a day of a conference, I don't want to have trouble with, you know, too much load. So I put it on one of these servers that was kind of, again, a backwater, and I forgot about the security certificate on it.
Oh, okay.
And it expired in between the last conference that we did and today. And so, and I didn't know, right, until the first hour when people said, hey, how come this thing's... So while you're talking to Sue, I just went in and replaced the certificate. So not a big deal. But again, it's just one of the million details that you have to think about when you're running stuff like this. So, and again, we do it for a lower price because, you know, I could have stayed with that commercial service to run the surveys, but ultimately that cost would have been passed through to the people taking the conference. I didn't want to do that. So,
well, one easy person to talk to is Sue.
Yep.
Something real interesting, off topic but on topic. Somebody wanted a video for somebody's birthday, and I said, let me do it really right. And I went online on the App Store and I downloaded Vimeo. Not realizing I downloaded a version that was like $200 a month. And to get them to delete it, I had to jump through hoops for a whole morning, and legal got involved, etc. But they finally said, no, you made a mistake, fine. I never used the product. But
That's
Vimeo
funny.
is a very complex, a very robust way of doing things with videos.
Yeah, definitely not for the individual, for sure.
No.
But anyway, so that the surveys now work, so no worries about that. People don't have to worry about it, you know, falling apart. So all good. So you know, everything else seems to be working. We have a lot of people in each one of the rooms. I've noticed, you know, hundreds and hundreds of people in each one, and things are going well. Audentio's here watching it, and again, they haven't detected any real problems either. So only issues we've had, people again with sound. This isn't really our problem. It's more of an Apple thing where they don't allow sound on auto-playing videos by default, and that's done obviously to protect people from annoying auto-playing commercials, but it also gets you, stuck when you actually do want to hear the sound by default. But there's a mute button that you can hit to unmute everything. So other than that, that's been it. I mean, it's been a surprisingly calm morning.
I think combination of people having taken our courses before on this platform and actually the support people, the people at the attendance are telling people what to do, refresh, go out, go in, etc. So they're doing all their part.
But even those
Thank
problems,
you very much.
Again, even those problems have been quite limited. Again, this is the third time around with the new software, and every single time we do it, they enhance the experience more and more. So this has become incredibly refined at this point. Most people shouldn't be having problems, and in fact, I should stop running my mouth off because more people are signing up, and as they sign up, I have to let them in. So,
so you should have. And next year we're going to have avatars, and the lectures will be holographic. I don't know if we told you that. Please don't believe that.
Yeah. So the funny thing is, what I could really use is an assistant here, which I don't have. My son keeps getting older and older, and I keep threatening him. I'm like, you're old enough where I should be able to reel you into doing this, and he's like, but I don't want to wake up at 4:30 on a weekend. So,
everything has a price.
I'm like, good point. So getting a teenager awake at that hour is not something I even want to attempt. So.
Okay, so what are we doing now?
So I wanted to bring up a thing on the screen. Oh wait, Gretchen is here. I think I have to admit her to the room though. She's finally back from the farmer's market.
Oh, I can't wait to see what she paid for tomatoes.
So let's see if we can.
Oh, there she is.
She's coming on. So back from the farmer's market.
You look so green and healthy.
Morning. Yes.
Yes.
Well, it was our season opener of the farmer's market today. And so let's see, I got some apples, I got some eggs, some gluten-free peanut butter brownies. My daughter got some banana pudding. She got a big glass growler filled with cold brew that she's going to refill and use again. I got 3 tomato plants, 1 pepper plant, a bunch of thyme, a tiny basil plant, and a tiny rosemary plant. I think that's it. And some other places were sold out of stuff that I wanted. So
And
it
probably
was
less than $50. They're very reasonable.
well, the growler was 20.
Okay.
10 for the growler and then 10 for the fill up. So yeah, it was our season opener, so it was jam packed, which I love to see.
Excellent.
The weather's not great either. Did you buy the eggs or lease them? They're getting so expensive.
No, I bought the eggs.
And by the way, I wanted to just introduce you formally, Gretchen, since you weren't here before. So as everyone knows, this is Gretchen Bailey, and you may have heard of Gretchen in the past from her time as editor-in-chief at Optometry Times, and she's moved on to greener pastures at this point.
I have
with
I joined
RHMM.
RHMM, yeah, or as Zach Denning from Science Based Health called it, he glanced very quickly at what it was, and he thought I went to work for Ronald McDonald House.
Oh my gosh!
So that's a smart joke, Ronald McDonald House. So yeah, I joined there in late September.
Right, and so you're working a little bit more behind the scenes now, right, on that end of publishing. So sort of creating the content that we're all seeing without people actually knowing that you're doing it.
Yeah, more on the client side now, but still creating content, still trying to produce unbiased content, at least from what I do for myself, and a little bit out there for RHMM and our clients, still observing what's going on in the industry, like what's coming up soon at our AOA meeting, at the ARBO meeting prior to that, things happening with Academy, things happening at ARBO, ASCRS, all sorts of stuff. So yeah, yeah, eye care can't get rid of me. It's been way too long.
Too much ingrained.
Yep.
Well, there's been a drop off in optometry Times quality since you left. My opinion.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that. I will say thank you on behalf of me and my hard work, but I'm also really sorry to hear that for readers and for the people who are there trying to put out a quality product. So that's too bad.
Okay. I
It's
don't know if they're at my door now, but
well, so and I want to actually bring up why that is. So Gretchen, I'm putting up on the screen right now. You missed a bunch of stuff this morning, but I get very crabby at 4:30 in the morning, so I start with my hot takes early, because I get to Starbucks. I'm upset to be awake this early, so I
Wait,
unleash
first,
my.
was the Starbucks open in time for you today?
So I was telling everyone the Starbucks was open, but the guy when I got there, he's like, "We're having supply chain issues. There's no breakfast sandwiches." And he looked terrified because he knew he was in for a bad morning. So I just said, sorry, man, I feel for you. And but I got my coffee, which was the important part. So,
Absolutely.
but anyway, so we were talking about a bunch of stuff, and I know that you're hoping to actually attend the Arbo meeting with me as well. And we went through a bunch of what's going on with Arbo, and talking about how they're going to be changing CE. I started talking about, the idea of needing an assessment mechanism for CE, which is something I hope Arbo does. We're going to be talking to them about that because, again, when you're online, what do they say? When you're online, nobody knows that you're a cat. But it's really kind of true that the taking CE online really is different than doing it in person, whether people want to believe it or not. The number of distractions are infinite. And an assessment mechanism of some sort is going to be important. Quizzes is what medicine does. I would like to see Arbo do the same thing for optometry, but we'll find out in June when we're at the meeting. Hopefully they won't have me drawn and quartered when we're there. I also brought up, my other hot take was that Arbo needs to really start enforcing their rules a little bit more strongly because they come up with all these rules. Sue Resnick alluded to it, but the enforcement really hasn't been there. And
Well, then why bother having rules?
Exactly.
I mean, all that shows is that you are an organization with no teeth. And I'm not saying that specifically about Arbo, but about any organization, that if there are laws, kind of like illegal online sales of contact lenses, and these laws are not enforced, then why bother having them? And
Yep.
I know it's a resources problem, but it's really, really frustrating when rules are not followed, because then it just gives open season for everybody. Like, well, if he's not going to do it, then I'm not going to do it.
Yeah, so they got to work this
for
out.
a reason.
Yep, and so and I understand the resource constraint. And again, in June, I'm sure we'll hash it out with them. But they need to have mechanisms, even ones that are, again, you can do things with not a lot of money if you get creative, like the surveys, right? I was just going over how I had to redo a survey server because our vendor decided to charge us up the wazoo. And I'm like, I'm not standing for this, and created my own, right? And with not a lot of money, just my time.
You're also able to do that, but there are solutions out there if people are willing to look. And I think sometimes people say, oh, it's too hard, I'm not going to do it.
Right. The point is there are creative workarounds, and I think that in this case they're going to have to start thinking creatively about how to enforce the rules better. So again, we'll talk more with them in June. Hopefully they'll listen. I'm sure they want to do a good job. But I've worked with everybody at Arbo now, right? I'm constantly in contact with them. I know they want to do a good job. They just need to think creatively about how to do it more effectively. So that's going to be a fun meeting to go to. I'm really looking forward to it.
Absolutely.
My second hot take, which I'm putting up here, which we haven't gone over yet, which is going to get me in trouble with our vendors. And I know we have a bunch of people watching this morning. A lot of them are our vendors. But I think this is really how I feel. So I personally feel that free CE should not be a thing. And I'm going to document my reasons why that is. And it's not just because we charge for CE. I know that, Gretchen, you're probably curling your lip and laughing at this, but this is, even in theory, I don't think that free CE should be a thing. And here's why. So the premise is that nothing of value is actually free, right? You're offloading the costs. And I think eye care practitioners should be sensitive to this. I'm putting this up on the page right now so people can see it, right? How many times have you gone by an eye care place and you've seen the sign that says free eye exam, right? And
you get pissed off.
You get super pissed off. I'm sure everybody does, right? Because there is no such thing as a free eye exam. What's happening is the company that's doing it is obfuscating their business model and their costs to try to fool people into thinking that this is actually free, when we all know it's not, right? Your time is not free. It's the same thing with free CE. It's literally the same thing. When someone's offering free anything, you got to be really careful because it's not really free.
Well, it might also be considered a loss leader, though. I mean, grocery stores do that all the time, that they put things on special every week and they might lose a little bit of money, but it draws you in. And sure, there are a few people who grocery store hop. I mean, my mother-in-law used to be one of them, that she had the time and would go around and buy things that were only on special at grocery stores A, B, C, and D. But most people, all right, forget it. I'm coming here because shrimp's on sale, or the whole wheat bread that I like is on sale, and you're going to do the rest of your shopping. So I'm not trying to poke a hole in your balloon, Adam, but I also know that you need to look, just because it's free, you need to look at quality, and you need to look at where you might be making up that cost elsewhere, to your point that it isn't necessarily free.
Right.
But under the new ARBO rules, Gretchen, the attendee could opt out of giving
yeah, so wait,
information.
before I go over my hot take, then I'll share that with Gretchen because you might have missed it. So one
this
thing,
is part of what we're
yeah,
saying.
so I'm putting it up on the screen. So something that a lot of the vendors are getting really hot under the collar about, which they maybe should or shouldn't. I don't think they should. So ARBO released their new standards for integrity and independence, SII, and these rules are going to be coming into effect July 1st. And just real briefly, I'll show you what these are. Going forward, starting July 1st, you have to get explicit consent from the learners as to how their information is going to be used. And they need to be able to opt out of having any of their data go over for marketing purposes to companies, right?
That's legit. That's legit.
Totally legit. And as part of that, you have to allow them to be able to opt out, and you can't discriminate against them because they did opt out. Meaning, even if they opted out, they still have to be able to take the classes. So I think that's a good thing. I think that's, as a learner, I would say, yeah, that's great. I want to know what's being done with my data, and if I don't want people to have it, well, gosh darn it, I should be able to opt out. So that form is going to have to be on everybody's CE starting on July 1st. So
I like it.
That leads into the free CE. If what a vendor wants is the practitioner's information, email address, practice location, etc., and they're not going to get it, then they won't be as they won't be as want to give the CE because they're not going to get anything out of it.
Right. It's very much like Apple with their phones, where now companies who write apps, you have to sort of be opted in to actually giving out your data. And you saw a lot of the companies who were just siphoning up that data behind people's backs, moaning because they can't do it anymore. And you saw even Facebook, of course, is the biggest offender. Their revenues plunged because of it, and tough, right? I mean, they shouldn't have been harvesting that data in the first place. So I think this rule is going to be good. But going back to my hot take about free CE, free CE is hiding the cost of production from the learners beneath an opaque business model, right? Because it's not really free. And when you do something like that, you're promoting distortions in the market and creating conflicts of interest that cannot ever be resolved. No matter how many rules ARBO creates, there's no way to resolve this conflict of interest. And this goes for other stuff, right? Like Facebook's the classic example, right? It's not free. You're being abused in a sense with what they're doing with your data. You just don't see it. And it's a problem in a lot of other industries. And so if you follow the logic of this, right, C is expensive to produce. Learners will not pay for, quote, free CE, right? So the cost is completely being picked up by a third party, whoever they might be. If ARBO was able to actually remove all conflicts of interest so that the CE provided no marketing advantage to the third party that's paying for it, then that third party would never pay for the production of that CE because it's expensive, right? Today, third parties are still willing to pay for that free CE. Therefore, you can conclude that all conflicts of interest have not been resolved, right? If companies are still willing to pay $50,000 to have, quote, free CE produced, then it's a profitable marketing tool for those companies. They're not doing this altruistically. They're just not.
I'm a little confused. Okay, so you know that I'm all about being transparent with conflict of interest. I'm all about integrity. I understand. So let's be honest. Let's Third parties, we're talking about industry here.
Sure.
We're talking about the Zeisses, the OptiViews, the B&Ls, the J&Js, the Alcons, the everybody's.
Yep.
So let's call them Company X, because I don't want to call out anybody because everybody does it. So Company X is putting on CE, whether it's online, whether it's in person, whatever. And obviously, Alcon, for example, is not going to put on any type of continuing education that talks about the benefit of OCT, because
right.
Alcon does not manufacture OCT equipment. So companies are putting on CE that benefits their products. I think we all know that. I think we all accept that. So talk to me about resolving the conflict of interest part. So I know that education should be fair and balanced. We all know that it isn't necessarily based on who is giving the class, even if disclosures are put up by just human nature. People are going to talk about what they know. And when they get some sort of benefit, like financial, they're going to talk favorably about that. But we try to prevent that. We're not always successful, even sometimes half the time. But be that as it may, talk to me about resolving the conflict of interest.
Right. So ARBO right now has mechanisms to try to resolve this conflict of interest, right? Where they're saying that sponsors can't have undue influence over content, right? They make these sort of decrees that they can't have influence over content, their branding can't be shown, and so on and so forth. Regardless, free CE conferences, and this isn't like, a conference like ours where we have sponsors, of course, and I'll get to them in a minute because I love having them, but they don't make up a big portion of our revenue. If they went away tomorrow, there would still be a CEwire. We could still run it. For free CE, that is not the case because the companies are putting in huge amounts of money. There are these free conferences where sponsors literally pay $40,000 to $50,000, right, to be a quote sponsor. And if they went away, that CE wouldn't exist. And that should tell you something, right? They're not doing it altruistically. They're doing it because it gives them a sales or marketing advantage.
And Gretchen, we choose the speakers based upon topics that we want to have, not based upon their alliances with companies. So there's a disconnect between the virtual exhibit hall and our content.
Right. So our content is actually chosen before the sponsors agree to be sponsors at our conference, which is, I think, another huge difference. We actually book a lot of our lectures with ARBO before sponsor one even says, yeah, we're willing to come on and be a sponsor at your conference. That is
Let me ask you this, though. Do you share your education list with potential sponsors?
So we'll get into that in a second. That's a different kettle of fish. What I'm talking about here is influence over content.
Okay.
And that is the huge issue here, that if you have one company, even if it's called a quote unrestricted grant from a company, I mean, we all live in the real world. Come on. As you said, you're not going to have Alcon giving you an unrestricted grant to talk about OCT technology, right? Well, why is that, right? So there's never really a complete separation with this free CE. And that's the point that we're trying to make, is if you are completely beholden as a publisher, right, to these unrestricted grants to putting on your programs, you are never going to be free from bias. Because if you were 100% free from bias and free to put out whatever content you wanted to, the companies would never agree to do it. Because Alcon would never agree to put on a conference about an OCT, right? You wouldn't have, a company that had nothing to do with, say, low vision, sponsoring a low vision conference. So that's all I'm saying, is that free CE in general should not exist, because if those conflicts were actually fully resolved, these companies wouldn't be doing it, right? It's a circular problem. And because they are still doing it, you know that these conflicts really aren't fully resolved. So
Okay.
What are you suggesting then? That we take, that anyone who's interested in sponsoring CE, that we throw it into a big pot of money and then it gets distributed?
correct. So what I'm saying
Out of that.
What I'm saying is conferences like Vision Expo, which are a little bit different, the vendors are at a complete arm's length from the actual educational side of things, as it's always been, right? You have an exhibit hall, they're paying for their actual commercial content. They're not paying to influence the education, but that's not what we're seeing with free CE online. The actual content is being dictated by whoever is providing those grants.
Okay, so are you talking about free CE online only, not at?
Well, I mean, even at meetings, like society meetings, you kind of see the same thing, right? You'll see these quote unrestricted grants, but miraculously and coincidentally, the lecturers always seem to jibe with what that unrestricted grant, what that company wants to talk about. And I feel like ultimately, this is a problem that can't be resolved. I think if you want to, as you said, have a pot of money that's used however the educators want to use it, that's one thing, but that's not really what's happening. And to me, that's really problematic.
There's one area that you haven't considered, and this is why you're going to be shot down. Before optometric management in the 1970s, all optometric journals were paid for by subscription. The optometric management model gave the optometrist free access to a journal where you got it for free. How many, today, how many of the journals are paid for by optometrists?
But this is what I'm saying. They're not paying for stuff that they should be paying for, because the solution to these conflicts, the solution to the conflicts of interest is just paying directly for the products that you use.
Yeah, but the point is, are you going to be able to take these mega companies that give up? I must get at least six free things coming in the mail every month. It doesn't cost me a cent. Who's paying for that?
So that's a little different story, though, because that stuff that you're getting is commercial by its very nature, right? This isn't continuing education. I'm talking about continuing, these certified continuing education programs, not about the magazines you read in the bathroom, right? So let me just.
And also, Paul, with the major journals, View of Optometry, Optic Management, et cetera, Optometry Times, there are advertisements, but the journal articles are not coincidental to the advertisement. They're usually pretty good articles about information that you want. Would you agree?
An article in there that criticizes their advertisers. I've never seen one.
Yeah.
You haven't read the content that I've produced then.
Yeah, so again, you're relying on the editor to actually be able to stand up and enforce it. Now, obviously, Gretchen, you were a very forceful personality, and I witnessed this firsthand from you, watching the way you've interacted with vendors, and you're very strong about it. Others, maybe not so much. But I just feel like that these problems in continuing education specifically, I don't care about these journals where nothing's accredited, but in this particular case, free CE shouldn't be a thing. People should pay for what they use. And a lot of these problems would resolve themselves, because the alternative is to have publishers and companies that are completely beholden to the sponsors for all of the content, and they will tailor the education that you're seeing to what those sponsors want.
Right.
No matter what rules ARBO puts in place. And again, like I said, we do it opposite. We have sponsors here at the conference, and we love having them, but they don't dictate the content at all. The content's decided before they even come on board, and we do that purposefully. I mean, we start submitting stuff to ARBO, usually around October, right, for the conference. So we do it before there's any sponsors on board. We start getting the content in. When people pay for their own stuff, whether it's in CE or social media or whatever else, it not only removes conflicts of interest, but it removes market distortions, and it allows for price discovery, because you, as a learner, can then decide how much you're actually willing to pay. And the people who are providing the CE are going to start adjusting their prices based on what the market will bear, right? So in theory, you take an economics course and they'll tell you in a competitive marketplace, the cost of CE would reach an equilibrium. And over the long run, learners and producers would have a fair price that they could charge.
Let me ask you this, Adam. Do you happen to know what percentage of CE credits are free versus those paid?
I don't actually, and I wonder if ARBO could tell us. But historically, CE has been paid for, right? When you go to Vision Expo, you're paying. It's not cheap, right?
Mhm.
I don't know how much they
The
charge
meeting
these days.
has registration. And so that's what I'm asking. So at first I was going to say any model where something is free and then you ask people to pay,
Well,
it doesn't work.
It's not free at that point.
But you know what
Yeah.
what I'm saying is in the past, and free is a relative term. I'm talking about paying cash out of pocket.
Mhm.
So look at some online content creators where they are now gated. I mean, a lot of them have gone out of business where it used to be, I mean, when the internet first was invented by Al Gore and there was free content everywhere, and then people figured out like, hey, wait a minute, we can make money off of this. And also it costs money to create this stuff that people want. When people are used to getting something for free, they don't want to pay for it.
Sure.
Out with cash. And that's where these models cropped up, where they're paying for it in different ways. And they have become accepted by people, paying for it with their data, paying for it with their demographics, paying for it with answer this short little quiz, whatever it happens to be. People have decided that that is an acceptable method to paying for something as opposed to cash out of pocket.
Let me ask you this, Gretchen, based on what you just said.
Okay. But if we go with CE in optometry, that's why I want to know how much is actually paid for and how much is free, or I'll say free with quotation marks, because we're paying for it in other ways. So you can have a dinner CE at CECO or insert meeting name here, and the advertiser or the sponsor gets your demographic information, and you might even get a nice steak dinner out of it. But you are paying for it, but not with cash. I would posit, though, that more than 50%, maybe even more than 75% of CE credits that are processed by COPE and therefore ARBO are paid with money, actual real money.
Mhm.
That's
So
that's a really good question. And I think at the meeting in June, we should ask.
Right.
Yeah.
So even though people are used to paying for it. So I was going to argue with you first that people will not pay for it because people won't pay for anything that used to be free, meaning no cash money. However, I think people are used to paying for it. And I think that where you are going to have a problem is with industry. And also too, because we are having a societal change now. Over the past several years, it's gotten more and more important that people know where their data is going. So I think that small change in society that is getting bigger and bigger, I don't think you're going to have as much a problem with optometrists as you will with industry. Although I will say that optometrists, stereotyping here, the vast majority of them don't want to pay for anything cash money if they can get it for free.
Sure.
I have to leave in 4 minutes for my lecture, so
okay, go ahead. Sorry,
no, I do my last positive, and then you could answer after I leave. Is, as you know, Arbor is letting you opt in or opt out of sharing your information. If 95% of the ODs say I don't want my information shared, do you think then free CE in quotes will go by the boards because the company's not getting what they want to get?
Possibly. The problem might resolve itself.
Well, I wonder now, for example, there are many, many ODs on Facebook of various types. Is that right?
Sure.
Yeah, some are girls, some are
Now,
tall, some are short.
others
Yeah.
get that for free, right? You organized one. What did it cost you to organize it?
Well, yeah, doing stuff online, and so, but again, that is free. It's it's free out of pocket. However, their data is being used. That's the bargain that people are making.
And I used to allow on my Facebook page free advertising. I got smart and I started to charge, and I have a lot less advertisers now.
So
Also, too, people may not know that they're paying with some of that stuff unless it is explicitly said to them. Also, too, remember, especially with newer graduates, that people have grown up in this online world, and it may be accepted. It is now accepted that that is information that you share. Some people are comfortable with it, some people aren't, but the world in which our new graduate ODs are growing up in is very different from the world that we grew up in, you and me, Adam, because we're similar in age, and then you, Steve, and then you, Paul. I mean, the world has changed.
Right. However, if you look at what Apple did, where they restricted access to people's data, you're now seeing that a huge percentage of people are opting out. When people are made aware of just how abusive these policies are, they immediately change, right? What they thought was free is actually not free, and when they realize it, they'll make the choice, don't do this with my data. So it's interesting, we'll see what people do in the future. I don't know. But what I do know is that, I don't think this free CE should continue on the way it has, and maybe it won't. You're right. Maybe Arbo's new rules starting in July are going to prevent it. In fact, Sue mentioned that the group that she was with was protesting, right? That, oh, maybe we just won't use COPE anymore or whatever. They are that mad about these rule changes that people's data is, is going to be restricted.
Group?
She wouldn't mention she wouldn't mention it by name. I mean, you want me to guess?
Well, they're not Vision Source?
Yeah, I think it's Vision Source.
Okay, so it's not a group of doctors, it's a group of vendors.
Yeah. So
Okay,
and so I could see why they might be mad, but you know what? People have a right to be able to control what's done with their data. So yeah, this problem may take care of itself, but I'm just saying in general, we have allowed these distortions in the marketplace for too long with a lot of this free stuff, which has created some really terrible incentives for people. And I want to also just mention this because I know our sponsors are listening to us right now. I'm not saying that advertising is bad. Please don't take it that way, because advertising in any healthy marketplace is a good thing, right? It's great to have ads. It's great to be able to learn about new stuff, right? A lot of what we do, our webinars, the TV shows that we do, it's fun, and we learn about new stuff. And it's obviously not real CE, but we're learning about new products that people are selling, and we love actually promoting stuff to show people what's going on in the world, right? I am happy to do infomercials. I love doing it because I get to learn stuff too, and I love gadgets, and I love fun stuff, and I love to learn about new products, right? In all aspects of my life. But what I'm saying is, it shouldn't ever be conflated with actual independent educational efforts. And the sponsors that would not, and the events that would not exist, except for having these large sponsors, should not exist, right? If they don't have that sort of independence, that's all I'm saying.
One thing I think you need to be prepared for, Adam, is that Arbo may hyper focus on what you just mentioned a minute ago, is that it's not quote unquote real CE, because every piece of continuing education content, whether it's sponsored by company X or whether it's put on by the American Academy of Optometry, goes through Arbo's COPE review process. So there's something to, if I were an Arbo board member, I might hear that and take offense at, you're saying that our CE review and approval process is not up to snuff, that it shouldn't matter where something comes from, that if Paul Farkas is giving a lecture on scleral contact lenses, for example, it shouldn't matter whether that lecture is being delivered at Academy or whether it's being delivered at a dinner CE event where company X is paying for that. It should be the exact same material and it would go through the exact same review process.
So Gretchen, I don't think you saw the other part of the SII that's starting on July 1st, which is the other thing that's getting everyone hot under the collar, I think. I'll show you, because that addresses what you just went, you're talking about these dinner meetings. They just created a new rule that you can no longer intermingle non-COPE content with COPE content without a 30-minute buffer around it. So for instance, if you are having one of those, quote, dinners, right, with COPE education, you can't have anything that's non-COPE related within 30 minutes of that lecture. If you're running any sort of non-COPE education, you have to put a huge buffer around it on both sides. which is really interesting to me.
Okay, so what does that mean for some of these smaller meetings where you have a coffee break or a lunchtime break, and then you wander among the exhibitors, and they're usually tabletop, and so you have 2 hours in the morning, and then you have a coffee break, and then what do we all do? We spill out of the big ballroom and we get our coffee and we talk to company A, B, C, D, E, who are there with tabletop. And then 20 minutes later, we go back in, have our second part of the morning of CE. And then, or think about Vision Expo, specifically what they do with their contact lens stuff in the mornings is they'll have a breakfast break or a lunch break. And that is sponsored by insert company here. And then you've got J&J, B&L, and Alcon and CooperVision giving a sponsored talk that covers the lunch. Now that may not be CE, but it is being bookended by Copa
Right,
Cruz.
and so that needs, that has to have at least a half hour before and after whatever COPE stuff you're doing, these gigantic buffers. And somebody actually asked in the meeting that I was at, how do you do that? And they were like, I don't know, just have everyone stand around and talk to each other for a half hour.
And that's where you lose people.
Right, and so they are deadly serious about this because they are also seeing this problem, right? They don't want COPE content intermingled with stuff that is not COPE content. And so they are trying all of these things to try to sort of create this buffer to try to prevent influence on the content. But what I'm saying is no matter what they do, ultimately, if somebody else is paying for the CE, this is going to fail. And I don't know, I mean, I may be wrong, you know, people being able to opt out now of giving out their information may change this entirely. And that's why people are getting so angry with them. But I understand COPE's point of view. What are they supposed to do? They want their CE to be more like medical CE, right? They want to adhere to medical rules, and this is kind of what medicine does. So I understand what they're trying to do here. So it's a frustrating problem for them because they have so many people who are angry with them, but I really get what they're trying to do.
When were these rules enacted?
So they came up with them a couple of months ago, and they are going to be enforced starting July 1st.
So that's not a lot of time for that perfect example of what I just said at Vision Expo, where you have contact lens stuff the very first morning. I mean, it is all morning into early afternoon.
Right.
And that's not a lot of time for meeting planners to retool schedule.
So they chose July 1st, I think, very specifically because it's after the last big meeting. It's after AOA ends, and it's before the next very large one, which I guess would be Expo West. So I think they did that to give a gap. I'm pretty sure that's why they said July 1st.
Interesting.
Yeah. So this is all interesting stuff that's happening behind the scenes that people may be unaware of, and yeah, it's really going to change the way things are done. But I stand by my statement. I think people should pay for their CE, and I think that if they did, and everybody did, I think what will happen is price discovery is going to become a real thing, right? You're not going to see overpriced CE because it's not going to be allowed to exist anymore. And you will still have sponsors for these conferences, but they're going to be kept at an arm's length because it's very different to take $5,000 from a sponsor versus $50,000. And I know that sounds kind of gross, but it's true, right? If you have like one or two large sponsors paying a huge amount of money, their expectations for what they're going to get out of a conference are very different from companies that are spending smaller amounts, necessarily so. If I were a marketing manager at any one of these companies, I would start to get really nervous about laying down a huge amount of money for something that may have no benefit at all.
Food for thought for sure.
Yep.
I think you want to put a very narrow focus, however, that what you're discussing is CE for state board credit.
Correct.
That's specifically what you're arguing.
Correct.
Nothing to do with publications, etc.
Nothing to do with publications, nothing to do with non-CE efforts. I mean, I think advertising is great. I've participated and we've created events that have literally nothing to do with accredited CE. And by their very nature, they are different. than accredited CE conferences. They're not, they're not better or worse. They're better in some ways, worse in others. They're more flexible actually for us in a lot of ways, right? Because we can do things we couldn't do otherwise. But we always very clearly mark what we're doing, right? We always tell people, site sponsor blah, blah, blah is having such and such webinar. We're very clear about it, about what it is that we're doing that's, advertising versus not advertising, right? Versus actual.
And the other is that you have a lot of hands-on steps where you have to handhold every participant with something. Whereas a participant reads a journal, that journal is finished with them.
Right.
But in our case, when people come here, you have to do things afterwards. You have to get them to Arbo for state board credit and deal with them. So it's very different. There's more expenses in running these live things that we do.
No, absolutely. It is costly, but again, if the people who are taking the talks are actually bearing most of the expense, it works better, because we're not beholden to any one company to actually make all this happen, right? It's a better situation for everyone when you understand how much CE should actually cost and the costs that go into it versus burying it all and just saying, oh, this is free. So,
right.
So we'll see what happens. So.
You've always been really transparent, Adam, about things like that this is sponsored, this is not. You have a very different model of thinking than a lot of other folks do. And to be fair, I think we didn't get to this place overnight where people woke up one morning and said, okay, let's do this. It's been incremental change, kind of like, well, how do you boil a frog? That old thing about how do you boil a frog alive? Like you put them in cold water and turn the heat up slowly. Nobody jumped into a pot of boiling water here, that all of these changes have come. And I think, as I mentioned earlier, with all of these societal changes, with being transparent with where data is going, how it's being used, and most importantly, the ability to say, no, I don't want to share that data. Yeah, I see how it's going to be coming to eye care as well.
Yeah, and it's not the vendor's fault, as you mentioned, right?
No.
I think there's some unintended consequences, because I remember 30 years ago, right, when medicine had not no rules, but very, shall we say, loose rules around marketing. Forget CE. Marketing rules were loose. And back then, CE was much more, I don't want to say pure, but you know what I'm saying. Mm-hmm. There was much less of a marketing influence on it because marketers had a really easy way to market to doctors, right? They take you out to dinner and show you some non-educational stuff all about their products, like explicitly, like, doctor, you're going to Ruth's Chris with us. You guys are all going to come. It's going to be great. You're going to watch this thing about our antibiotic. We're going to pay you $500 to do it as well. And you're going to get a spiel all about our product. And that was so distinct from CE itself. But when the rules around marketing medical products tightened up, really tightened up, it's not a surprise that the marketing arms of these companies had to really think creatively about how can we effectively market to our doctors when we now have one hand tied behind our back. And I don't think it should surprise anyone, right? That, oh yeah, education, that's interesting. We can move that direction and try to find ways to work within the educational system, right, as an alternate method to market. And it's not a surprise, and it's not like the people at these pharmaceutical companies who I work with all the time and I like a lot. They're not bad people. They're working within the system that they've been given. And I think it was an unintended consequence of cracking down so hard on these marketing gambits, even things like pens and pads and stuff. I think it unnecessarily pushed a lot of the marketing activity over to the educational side, and I'm not sure that people were ready for it. So anyway,
I totally agree. Yeah, absolutely. Those pharma regs changed a lot of things. God forbid that you have a pen that says J&J on it, because it might prompt you to do to change the way you practice or change what you do with patients. I mean, I'm being a little facetious there, but yeah, I think that it was a big switch. And also too, I think too, that the bigger the company, the harder it is to change.
Yep.
because you aren't able to pivot and do something that you think might work, that there are rules and layers of approval and just red tape. It's just the nature of the beast. Of the bigger the enterprise, the harder it is to make a turn, kind of like rowboat versus cruise ship.
Yep. And again, I don't mind advertising. I love it. In fact, Gretchen, you know this about me. I love going to Vision Expo. I think it's the coolest place to go. I mean, they're obviously a competitor of ours, but still, I love it. I love going and playing with the gadgets. I love seeing everyone. I love these demos, which are obviously not, real education. I love the education side of Vision Expo bores me actually, right? Because you can do that anywhere. You can do it here. The other side, to me, is much more interesting. The marketing side, it's the explicit being able to see what's out there and feel things and see things and get demos, or when we do a webinar, as we do weekly, that to me is fun, right? Getting to experience nakedly and unabashedly a new product, right? There's no stealth, there's no hiding what we're doing. We're going to show you something really fun and interesting that's a new gadget or new drug or new lens, right? So it makes me kind of sad a lot of times that these rules around CE have to be enforced so strongly, but I think we've just reached a place where they do.
I don't think you're wrong, but it will be interesting to see how all of this shakes out and what the reactions are of not only the biggest players, but also the smaller players who might rely on something like this to help drive their messaging.
That's another thing actually that drives me a little bit crazy about free CE is that for the companies that are engaging in it in a real way, it's expensive. And so what ends up happening is the larger companies tend to drive the narratives around that CE because they're the only ones that can afford it, right? You can't set up an entirely free CE program with $5,000, right? So you're never going to get some of the smaller vendors coming in to provide these grants. It's always going to be the larger companies. So some people might say, well, it kind of puts everyone on an even footing, and it does.
Yeah, but also too, let's be real. A bigger company has a lot of other irons in the fire. A bigger company has bigger everything. And should it be fair? I mean, life is not fair. I'm playing devil's advocate here. So should a smaller company have the same ability to do everything that a bigger company does?
In continuing education, absolutely, because that's why I'm saying free CE shouldn't exist. So let's take an example of presbyopia drugs, right? Because this is a new, it's the final frontier, right? We have a bunch of new products coming out. When someone gives a lecture about presbyopia drugs, right, you should be able to learn about all of them without any undue influence at all, right? And what I'm saying is, if you have a large pharmaceutical company that's throwing out these huge unrestricted grants, it makes it much more difficult in the end to have a completely unbiased presentation of a particular drug versus maybe a smaller company who can't afford anything, who has a competing product that may be just as good, but in an educational setting, are they going to get the same amount of time? I don't know. Obviously, marketing-wise, the gorillas are always going to win, right? The big 900-pound gorillas, they have the most money, right? I mean, when you went to CECO and you were walking from the hotel into the lecture, that Xydra banner must have been 100 feet tall. I mean, you remember what I'm talking about, like the thing that, right? So of course, because they have the most money and they're going to do that from a marketing perspective. What I'm saying is, I don't care about that. Marketing's fine, but on the education side, I'd like to see everyone have an even footing.
Yep.
So.
Okay.
Well, that's quite early for a rant from you.
I know. I probably shouldn't have had these hot takes this early in the morning. I'm losing my voice already, but I was just thinking about it a lot with free CE and COPE changing these rules and everyone being so critical of what ARBO is doing. I kind of feel like they're not really seeing the bigger picture about why they're doing it.
Well, and let's not to blame the victim here. Also, too, I don't think ARBO puts its best foot forward in communicating some of this information. And with the exception of a few people who I do know on the Arbo board or who used to be on the Arbo board, Arbo is a pretty quiet entity, and they might prefer it that way. But if we're going to start shining the light of transparency, I think Arbo needs to up its communication game, because they do get thrown under the bus. And I just think that they need to let people know what's going on and be a little more open. And then perhaps they might not get such vitriol from people in the profession. Now, I'm not saying let's have a show of hands and everybody vote, but this is a regulating body there to protect the public. And it is to the profession's benefit that this group is there. And I think if it's kind of like politics on the grand scheme. Like, you can bitch about what Congress or an administration is doing unless you know what's going on. And I'm not saying everybody needs to run for office or to watch the news for 24 hours every day, but you need to be informed. You need to be informed about what changes are coming, what's going to happen. Every college student, for example, should be keeping an eye on what's going on with potential student loan forgiveness.
Right.
So just be informed is what I'm saying. And I think Arbo needs to accept its role in making sure that happens.
So here's the thing, like I put up the standards for integrity and independence again up on the screen. I'm getting the sense that most people had no idea this was going on. If I didn't actually put up that slide and I didn't attend the Arbo meeting that I was invited to, right, because I'm a COPE administrator, most people have no idea that this is happening, right? They literally don't know. All they hear perhaps are companies or speakers complaining, like, oh my gosh, more rules. They don't understand what this is and why it's been implemented. And you're right, I think this is Arbo's problem. They need to communicate this clearly. And if that means doing a webinar at ODwire where we create this content, or me actually reposting what we just spoke about on YouTube and having them, link to it and crow about it, they should. Because most people just don't know about it.
I think that Arbo should, they need to let people know. And there are a variety of ways to do that. I can help them. You can help them. Many other people and entities can help them do that. But I think the fact that it is not really out there and in your face to rank and file ODs is a mistake. And they will get some feedback because they don't want to hear only from COPE administrators. They don't want to hear only from big industry who is sponsoring a lot of education. They want to hear from the doctors who are out there helping the patients that Arbo is trying to protect.
Yep. And ironically, I'm sure if I asked some of our the companies that we work with, they actually wouldn't mind getting these messages out either, right? Because they try to follow the rules too. And as I mentioned, I don't dump on industry, right? I have friends with so many folks and we work with them all the time. They have to work within this framework too. And I think it would be useful for them to communicate this as well to their customers, what this is all about. Because it's, when you just get this sort of free-form grievance where no one really understands what's happening, you just hear grumbling, I don't think that's useful or helpful.
Right. You don't know, you need to know the facts in order to make informed opinions and then to make informed decisions based on those informed opinions.
And by the way, this explicit consent rule, I know that some companies are blanching at it and they're going to their fainting couches and so forth because, oh my God, we're going to get our data. But I think that for the creative company, right, for a company that really cares and wants to get their message out, they're going to find ways, important ways to work past this rule, right? So if you want people to give up their data, you as a company have to now provide something of value, right?
Right.
Make people want to give you their information, right? Come up with something. And again, this is, Gretchen, what we do, right? We can work with companies to try to figure out what it is that people actually want, as opposed to just clandestinely taking their data and sending an e-blast or whatever.
But what if what ODs actually want is CE? What if they have decided that transaction is acceptable to them? You have my data, I get free CE credits.
Yep. So in that case, if that is the case, and I guess we're going to find out one way or the other, it's going to be up to Arbo to really enforce their rules, which goes back to my other rant about rules not being enforced. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. I don't know. I mean, I'm just a cog in this machine, right? What we just try to do here is play by the rules, build systems that work within this framework, and hope for the best. So I'm just telling people what I see. That's kind of what these rants are about, showing people what it is that I've had to deal with for these last several months, and showing people what's coming down the pike that they should be aware of.
It all comes back to transparency and being informed.
Yep. Yeah, and I kind of wonder too with our sponsors how much they realize this is happening. You know, how much they know about July 1st and what's going to be going on.
Right.
So it'll be interesting to see.
For sure.
So actually in the chat room right now, as our rants have been going on, someone asked a question, how do I know if my OE tracker number is in the system? So the system as it stands right now, if you don't have an OE tracker number, there's going to be a message that'll pop up letting you know that that field is blank. What I'll also do, and what I have done in the past, is find all the people with blank OE tracker number fields and send them an email. So again, the new software allows me to do this very easily. The old software was kind of janky about it, to put it mildly, because the systems weren't integrated together. But these are things that I can now do quite easily. So even things like, for instance, this morning, I was able to shoot out and e-blast everyone right before we came on the air. That was kind of a huge, annoying undertaking before, because the list that I have of everyone who was registered wasn't synced up with the software itself, and it involved exporting and importing and 50 separate steps. Not anymore. It's single button, send to these people. So
That's why your new system rocks, Adam.
yeah, so it was tailor-made for this because communicating was so much more difficult before. So yeah, so anyway, don't worry about your OE tracker number. If there's not one in there, I'll let you know. But for this particular person, I'll actually look her up right now because service
Because
with a
she took
smile.
the time to ask.
She asked, right? So I will look it up for her. So, but again,
So
this
while
is
we're having this discussion, I've got this cat under my desk. It is our deaf cat, Pip, and he keeps jumping at things. And if all of a sudden I disappear, it might be because Pip has done something with the cables under my desk. Every now and again, I hear him jump at something and I see wires shaking. So who knows why he's under here. He's on a mission and I don't know what that is. He's just staring at the wall.
that's funny. Do you get the typical keyboard cat thing where you're just trying to do something and they splat right down on top of your keyboard?
Well, yeah, especially when I'm sitting on the couch with my laptop, they like to try and sit on it because it's warm.
Right?
So we've got 3 cats. We've got a little cat. He's our elder cat. He just turned 12. His name is Jake, and he's about 8 pounds. And then we have 2 others who we refer to as the kittens, but they are going to be 3 in next week. They are not biologically related, but one is said deaf cat Pip, and the other is Huck. And they are 13 and 14 pound cats. So when they jump on you, you know it.
Are they the kind of cats too that late at night they decide, you know what, this is a really good time to start running around now at 2 in the morning?
Absolutely. I think that's part of a cat DNA that sometimes they get a little bit rowdy. And they all especially Huck, I will say. Huck has a built-in wristwatch on his paw that he lets you know when it's time for breakfast and time for dinner. So, I mean, God help you if you're late. He is a very talky cat, and he gets more talky around mealtime.
That's funny. So speaking of which, I think what we should probably do is take a break here now because we've been doing this. I've been sitting here since 4:30 in the morning. It's now
Oh my God.
9:30 something. So maybe we should take a little break just for a second. I have a bunch of stuff to show here. We actually had a webinar, a commercial webinar, I will say. See, I'm going to be very explicit. This was a webinar we did for Visionics a couple weeks ago talking about OptoView and their screening OCTs. So Gretchen, I'm sure you're aware, I'll put it up on the screen for those who are not aware, that OptoView was acquired, right? You're aware of this, that the OCT company was acquired by this thing called Luna Technology that is now called Visionics. That's their name. So we got to get it right. And OptoView is a small piece of them that focuses on OCT. So They did a webinar with us a couple weeks ago with Dr. Rodman, who's actually giving a talk at tomorrow, today, I don't even know, I got to look up when her thing is. She's a great speaker. She is like an OCT geek, and she will tell you as much. And she gave a talk all about screening OCTs, which is something that in the early days of OCT, they really couldn't do well because they were very expensive and the devices were complicated. Now, the user interface is easy, the scans are fast, and what it outputs is something that even patients can kind of understand. You can show it to them. And so they have a screening product built into their OCTs now that it's really incredible, and that a lot of practices are actually using literally on all their patients. They're screening everyone with a baseline OCT.
Her Dr. Rodman's class is tomorrow evening starting at 6:30, and it is a 2-hour class, and it is retinal grand round. So you can tune in then to check out that class.
Excellent. So yeah, so she'll be there tomorrow, but we have a webinar of hers right now that we did a couple weeks ago, and I just love to show everyone. We take a little break here and I'll go get a drink. But check it all out. It's about screening OCT and how you can use it in practice. So there's some practical tips about integrating this in your practice. There's a Q&A at the end actually because we had a fairly good audience for this one. There was, I think, about 100 people showed up. Were they
That's
really
pretty good.
For a Wednesday night or whatever? Yeah, it was fantastic. I was amazed that people show up that late at night on a Wednesday, but the content was good, and Julie answered a bunch of questions. So definitely stick around and watch it. It's about an hour long, and we'll be back right after that, and we'll pick it up again. So here we go.
Hey everybody, it's Adam Farkas. Welcome to another ODwire webinar, and thanks for coming out. Before we get started, I just want to go over some ground rules. So if you have any questions as the evening unfolds tonight, feel free to type in a little box on the right side of the screen that says questions. Type in your question and I'll hold it aside. And at the very end of the talk, I'll ask the speaker the questions verbally. So we'll have a little back and forth. Other thing to know, I know that here at ODwire, we were giving away a Starbucks gift card for people who attended tonight. So what I'll be doing is I'll be emailing those out to you tomorrow. So I have your email, so don't worry about that. It'll all go out to you. So with all that said, let's get to the topic of the talk tonight, wellness. So, time really flies. I remember when OCTs were brand new devices, and, back then they were exotic pieces of hardware. The scans were relatively slow. The output was somewhat cryptic. People didn't know what to do with them. And the only patients who were really exposed to it in the beginning were those with frank pathology that you wanted to evaluate further. But what we're seeing now as the tech has improved and availability has improved is that wellness has become a real thing where you can try to detect abnormalities before they're readily apparent to you in your clinical exam. And the latest generation of OCT can also do things like create output that patients can use to help them understand their pathology. And most importantly, doing these sorts of wellness scans can also give you other revenue streams to offset the cost of any OCT that you might implement. So to tell you all about sort of this latest technology, we have an expert, certainly not me. We have Dr. Julie Rodman, who's a professor of optometry at Nova Southeastern University and the chief of the Broward Eye Center, Eye Care Institute in Fort Lauderdale. And of course, her research interests includes OCT and OCT angiography. If you've ever taken CEwire, you know that she's one of our premier speakers at the course, and you may have seen some of her OCT lectures there. So I can't think of a better person to sort of talk to us both about the science of these wellness scans and also the practice management aspect as well. So Julie, thank you so much for being here tonight, and I will turn over control of the slide deck to you right now.
So thank you, Adam. Thank you, ODwire. Thank you for hosting us tonight. I'm excited to be here because for those of you that know me, you know how passionate I am about OCT and OCT angiography. And I've been working with OptiView, which is now under the umbrella of Visionics for many, many years. And I'm very familiar and passionate about their technology in specific. So the topic tonight is really going to be wellness and how we can best integrate or best take care of our patients with this technology. Okay, so I'd like to start off the webinar with this question. Are you ready to take a proactive approach to eye health care? And essentially what this question means is, are you ready to find more disease? Are you ready to utilize your OCT to the highest level, which is what we're going to talk about tonight? And in turn, are you ready to advance the level of care that you're providing in your practices? The fact that you're on here tonight means that the answer should be yes to all of those questions. So, pardon me, let me go back. So why wellness? When this technology was created many, many years ago, the idea, which Adam alluded to, was that this printout or this piece of information that we got from the machine would provide us with a preemptive view of what was happening to the patient before we even saw them. Okay, so we were getting this kind of sneak peek into the health of the eye. And the technician essentially would go, they would take this maybe with a fundus image, and the doctor would look at this printout. So they had, almost like, they're a genie, they know what they're going to see before they even went in. And what this allowed us to do was really to deliver a higher level of care, because as we all know, OCT is outstanding at picking up things that sometimes we miss clinically. The other thing that is very important to optometrists is obviously we need to make a living. And so by using this technology, we're going to pick up on abnormalities that perhaps need further workup. So maybe the patient's going to have to come back to do more advanced OCT testing. Maybe we're going to order OCTA testing. Maybe we're going to bring them back for very specific fundus imaging. So with this test, with this wellness scan, it's going to open the door to many more monetary purposes or monetary value in the practice. So this is essentially one of the printouts. There's different types of printouts from the wellness scan. This one is a printout of just one eye, but there is a way that you can get a bilateral report as well. So I want to walk through what the printout shows so that when I start going through examples, it'll make more sense. So what you're seeing here on the top of the scan are essentially two very large B scans. One is a horizontal scan, one is a vertical scan. And then in the center of the printout, you'll see 7 additional horizontal scans. And really the beauty of this wellness report is that, as we all know, OCT is a dynamic instrument. So to just look at one image is really useless. We need to get a whole myriad of images to make sure that we're not missing anything on the exam. So the top will be the 2B scans, the middle are additional scans that essentially, if you just touch on them, it will blow up the picture and will allow you to visualize that B scan in more detail. On the bottom left, we have a full retinal thickness map. This is measured on a micron scale. So what you're seeing there's a kind of a number line on the right-hand side, which is showing you really a color-coded way of identifying thickness. So we want the patient to be somewhere in that yellowish greenish range, which is essentially normal retinal thickness. And that will obviously vary depending on what the pathology is. In the middle bottom of the scan, you can see how these thickness values compare to the normative database. So if you have a red value, essentially less than 99% of the population is going to have a thickness value of that number. And on the same token, if you have a blue one, that's pretty thin. So this is, again, comparing these thickness values to the population, to the normative database. And I will say that OptiView has a nice population of patients that they looked at when they were creating this normative database. So it's a nice, robust database. On the right-hand side, you can see the GCC analysis. And the GCC analysis is very, very nice because it provides us not only an assessment of retinal health, but also of optic nerve health, because we know that the ganglion cells perfuse the optic nerve head. So this has really been used tremendously now in the analysis of glaucoma and really on picking up on early glaucomatous damage. And then on the bottom, we have just parameters that are going to correlate with that GCC map. So understanding that the retinal ganglion cell thickness of around 85 microns and above is what we're looking at. And then things that fall below that perhaps are falling outside of the normative database, and then we have to become diagnosticians to figure out why that's happening. And I'm also going to go through some specific parameters here that are really owned by OptiView and are spectacular, splendid parameters when we're beginning to understand how to use these scans for OCT, for glaucoma analysis. So what might you uncover? Well, you can uncover a whole myriad of conditions, both retinal, nerve, neurologic, so things like AMD, diabetes, glaucoma, and my favorite, which would be diseases of the vitreomacular interface, specifically because these tend to be much more difficult oftentimes to diagnose on clinical exam alone. So step one in this is realizing really that what we think is a healthy population really may not be. And I think, or I know that one of the questions that is posed to me many times when I talk about OCT is, Julie or Dr. Rodman, I work, in a practice where my patients are healthy and I'm really not seeing very much pathology. And my answer would be that I bet you there is a lot of pathology in your practice that maybe you're missing, because as I said before, OCT is better than I am at picking up things. So I once again pose this question of what would happen for a day if you were to put this technology into your practice? How much pathology would you find in what you think might be a very healthy patient population? So let's start off with this case. This is a patient that comes in with 20/25 vision, and this is the fundus image. And looking at it really grossly, I don't see anything that yells out to me. So let's say this is a healthy patient. They're, let's say 20, let's say they're 40, 45 years old. So they don't have lenticular changes that would be explaining the 20/25 vision, and they're asymptomatic, right? So they have a slightly reduced vision, but yet fundoscopically, really not impressed that there's anything that's yelling out to me. And so this is kind of one of those cases where you say, well, let's grab an OCT, because perhaps there's something that, once again, I'm missing on clinical exam. And I mentioned before that my favorite thing to use any OCT scan on is to detect abnormalities of the vitreoretinal interface, specifically because they're very difficult to pick up on clinical exam. So what you're noticing here is a patient that has a focal form of vitreomacular traction, which we all know can cause very minor, subtle obscurations in vision. This patient also has some outer retinal abnormalities as well. So if you didn't have an OCT and you didn't have a legitimate reason why this healthy 40, 45-year-old was 25, then this might necessitate further evaluation by another doctor. So why look? One thing I tell my students all the time is don't stop in a patient that has this vision that you can't quantify. So don't lose patience if you have a technology that can allow you to get this preemptive look, non-invasive look into the back. So on that note, find a lot more retina disease in your practice. So let's look at some examples of retinal disease that you might find. So this is case study number 1. This is a 57-year-old who comes in really for routine eye exam. And once again, I like to say this is a relatively young patient, right, 57, and they have mild vision reduction. So here's the fundus image, and same thing, no apparent disease. Nerve looks pink and healthy, retinal vasculature looks fairly normal, macula looks fantastic. So what's the problem here? So this is the wellness scan. And let's take a minute to just kind of talk through what we're seeing here. So once again, on the top, you can see that there is a horizontal and vertical B scan. And don't ever just look at one cut. Make sure you're kind of scanning through all of the images. And what you'll notice here is this patient has 2 things going on. They have some interretinal disease, or I should say disease of the vitreomacular interface, which is vitreomacular adhesion. I don't believe that that's the reason why the patient is having reduced vision. Those tend to be asymptomatic. And then the patient has some outer retinal disease as well. So you'll notice some undulations at the level of the RPE, which are essentially drusenoid deposits. And this is a fairly young patient to have drusenoid deposits, and these are so small that we're not picking up on them fundoscopically. You'll notice that the full retinal thickness map is essentially normal. There is some yellow areas there that may look like they're kind of out of the normative values, but this is a fairly normal thickness map. And the ganglion cell complex is normal because our inner retinal, meaning the neurosensory retina, is healthy in this patient. So this gives us a nice example of how this, once again, preemptive analysis of this patient provided us with visualization of the vitreomacular interface in the sense of some vitreomacular adhesion, and also some drusenoid deposition. So this would be a patient that I would recommend bringing back for more advanced testing. And so here we talk about, cost value relationship. You're going to bring the patient back to get perhaps a 21 line raster or a cube scan or something that would allow better visualization of that outer retinal tissue, particularly because they are a young patient. So RPE disease is discovered preemptively, affording the option of early intervention and ultimately improving patient outcome. Case study number 2 is a 67-year-old, also comes in for routine eye exam, complaining of reduced vision and some metamorphopsia in the right eye. And here is the fundus image. And this one's a little more obvious now that we have something clinically significant that's happening here, okay? But let's say that you maybe got the fundus image after you saw the patient, or maybe you were relying specifically on your wellness scan, or maybe you looked at this fundus image and just didn't know what was going on. And I will say that many of my students will look at a picture like this and the differential diagnosis is broad. Maybe they think this is exudate. Maybe they think this is drusen. Maybe they think it's a disorder of the vitreomacular interface. So perhaps many of us would look at this and not be 100% sure what's going on, although we can discern that there is an abnormality. So this is where the OCT wellness scan is going to provide us with integral information, because here you can see that this is not exudate, as the neurosensory retina looks essentially normal, and I'll go back to that in just a minute. And this doesn't look like drusenoid deposition because the outer retina is healthy. So this patient essentially has a very significant epiretinal membrane causing a change in the retinal thickness. That doesn't mean that the neurosensory retina is unhealthy. It means that this epiretinal membrane is causing some changes to the retinal anatomy. So you'll appreciate that on the lower left, the full retinal thickness map correlates with this. So you can see that there is yellow, there is this bright yellow because there is retinal swelling as a response to the contractile forces of the epiretinal membrane. And the ganglion cell complex also looks abnormal, meaning it is thicker than normal. The micron thickness there is red because of the contractile force, once again, of the ERM. So really nice example of a patient that has a presentation that may look consistent with many different etiologies, and this drives home the diagnosis for you. Here's another great example of a 67-year-old white female who comes in asymptomatic. And if I give you a second to kind of look at the photos there, hopefully you'll appreciate that there's something wrong with one of the eyes, and maybe you won't appreciate it, but most importantly, whether you do or don't appreciate that there's an abnormality, fundus photos are taken and we're going to follow up with a B scan or an OCT scan. So I highlighted on the left there the abnormality, and certainly now that I'm kind of highlighting it for you, you can see that there is this kind of greenish grayish area temporally to the macular area. And once again, if you're not sure that what that was, or maybe you didn't appreciate it, this wellness scan is going to say, doc, look, there is something wrong with this patient. And so you'll see on top here, this is a bilateral report, so it looks a little bit different than the report that I showed initially, but you can see that the right eye does not look like the left eye. The left eye has a nice foveal pit, and all of the layers look pretty nice. On the right eye, you can see that there is a elevation centrally. There's some hyperreflective material in the outer retinal space living above the RPE. And so this is a patient that we suspect may have a choroidal neovascular membrane. So really nice example of, number one, maybe we missed it on clinical exam, maybe we missed it on the photo, but the OCT is tapping us on the back and identifying a very significant problem that this patient has. The retinal thickness map is kind of suggesting, or not suggesting, but it's driving home that point that there is a retinal thickness problem correlating with that possible choroidal neovascular membrane. And you can see that the left eye, the values are much more normative in that green range. Another nice example of retinal disease, 70-year-old with long-standing visual reduction, particular changes with no new visual complaints. So you're suspecting, you're going to go in and this patient is going to have a normal exam. And this is the fundus image. I will say it again, it looks pretty unremarkable to me. Macula looks nice. Optic nerve head really pink and healthy, might be a little on the larger side, but essentially a fairly normal fundus image. And here is the OCT. And really, second to vitreomacular disease, which I prefaced by saying is one of my favorites, this is my second favorite thing to find on OCT, because I'm always so blown away when it's not so clinically apparent, and then I get an OCT and I see central serous. So this is idiopathic central serous chorioretinopathy. And maybe now when I blow the image up on the left, you can appreciate that there looks like there might be some elevation there. But God, if you were looking at the fundus image in an asymptomatic patient with essentially normal vision for their age, is this something that you would see? If you had done the wellness scan preemptively as part of, let's say, their screening, you would have picked it up. Okay, and this would be a patient that we would want to bring back, or perhaps even on that day, due to the acute nature of the presentation, get some more images and thus charge an additional fee for the additional images that we're going to do. You can also see the thickness numbers on the bottom left are a little bit outside the normative range. You can see how it compares to the normative database on the bottom of the image. And once again, the ganglion cell complex is a little abnormal as the neurosensory retina is elevated due to this, this detached area. Another one here, 74-year-old with a long-standing history of dry AMD. This is a smoker, and I always find this entertaining that they tell me, Dr. Rodman, I don't smoke very much, but they smoke 3 packs a day, and that's always quite entertaining, because maybe at one point in time they were smoking 10 packs a day, who knows? But given this history, maybe we're thinking that something is going to appear clinically. And why I'm including this is because I want to show how these scans could really help us track patients as well. So I gave a lot of examples of really kind of presentations that we're seeing that day. But what about if we had a patient that we were following? A patient that we saw in 2009, the patient knew to have AMD. You can see on the clinical exam, again, top left, that this patient has drusen, they have RPE, pigmentary abnormality, which puts them in the intermediate stage of AMD. On the right is the 2010 photo. It take a lot to notice that the drusen deposits are getting larger. They're still pigmentary deposits. Those are not going to go. And then in 2011, you know, to me, it does look like it's continuing to progress. But what if you wanted to get a quantitative assessment, right? What if you didn't want to just eyeball this, but you actually wanted to have a quantitative way of assessing the size of the drusen, the amount of pigment deposition that there was? In AMD, drusen size is critical. Pigmentary changes are critical. So sometimes it's not enough just to or the photo. So the OCT has the ability to show you these trends over time, and it'll automatically monitor the images from visit to visit. So here you can see that we have, you know, the scan from 2012 on the top. We have the scan from 2013 on the bottom, and it shows you exactly parallel those locations on the retina. So you can appreciate how specific areas of drusen are changing over time. And something that, you know, drusen, you can definitely see that there's some elevation and enlargement both in height and width of the drusen. There actually also is an abnormality affecting kind of the interval between the photoreceptor integrity line and the RPE. And this is an area where there may be the development of some type of carotid neovascular membrane. So perhaps that might be something that we couldn't see just on clinical exam. And this trend analysis is really essential to monitoring these patients and checking for the progression of disease. I just spent, you know, a little bit of time talking about all these retina conditions, and diabetes obviously goes into the category of retina, but there's some new terminology that really relies on the use of OCT when you're managing diabetes. So this is a patient that has what we used to call clinically significant macular edema. And I always found it such an arduous task to memorize the definition of clinically significant macular edema. And so ophthalmological community was brilliant in coming up with this new term, which really relied more on the use of OCT, macular edema. So we call macular edema now either center involving or non-center involving diabetic macular edema, which is really much easier to remember and understand than memorizing the definition of CSME. And you do need an OCT, you need B scans, you need thickness maps to make this determination. And it's super important to understand center involving or non-center, really determine, number one, the management of the patient, and ultimately what the visual prognosis is going to be. So here's a patient that, you look at and it looks like the patient has some background mild diabetic retinopathy, maybe one larger dot and blot heme superior. This is a patient that's 20/20. And, before the advent of OCT, this would be a patient that I might be back in, let's say, 8 months. Nothing that is yelling out to me that this patient has control of their diabetes. However, we get an OCT scan and you're not surprised that we're missing something. So we're seeing here that this patient has some diabetic macular edema. And, based on the old definition of CSME, we would have to see some thickening, some exudate, and it's really just not apparent on the fundus image. However, there is something going on the OCT wellness scan. And if we look at the thickness map, on the bottom, on the left-hand side, you can see that some of those parameters are definitely elevated. And looking at that center 1 millimeter subfield that says 357 is certainly out of the normative range. It's being identified as red in color. That would really indicate that this is a center involving diabetic macular edema. And that's difficult to really appreciate on the clinical exam or on the fundus exam. So having these OCT images, having a retinal thickness map is essential if you're trying to determine whether these are center. First of all, if there's even diabetic macular edema, and then if there is it center involving or non-center involving? So once again, I kind of show, because I can't believe it when I look at it, that this patient does have diabetic macular edema. And looking at that thickness map, particularly at that 1 millimeter central subfield, is going to help us to make the determination on whether that macular edema is center or non-center involving. And then glaucoma, I spent a lot of time talking about retina. Don't forget glaucoma and the the mean deviation would on visual acuity. How does this they have a which patient progress in their glaucoma. And this is also keeping in mind that because GCC can also correlate with retinal disease, we have to make sure that we are ruling out corresponding retinal disease that might be causing an abnormal GCC. So in the absence of retinal disease, and we're looking specifically at optic nerve head disease, these are pretty powerful numbers. So just to kind of put this into play, this is an example of a patient that, you know, we run the test on because they're cupped, okay? So almost like the patient I just showed you. And looking at the parameters in that left eye, if you scroll all the way down to the GCC analysis, you can see that the fovea is yellow. If you don't know how to do this, you're always welcome to correction. On that note, this is a patient so you can see the that these patients have. So using these measurements is extremely helpful. And with co-managing with refractive surgeons, these are tools that are extremely useful. And then I line up that little caliper on the arrow right at the limbus. And what you'll see there is that, at least on the top scan there, you'll see the cornea on top, and you'll see the ciliary body band is that bumpy area on the bottom. And when we measure the angle, we're going to place our caliper right into the divot there, into that triangular space. And this machine will automatically measure the angle for you. On the OptiView, anything below 15 degrees is an includable angle. So the closer that corneal interface is to the ciliary body band, the narrower the angle is. And you can see on the right-hand side what a narrow angle would look like. So this is really a fantastic utilization. There are tons of patients that can't fit into the slit lamp. Maybe they're not able to due to arthritis, or maybe there's weight limitations, but this is a great way to utilize this technology in a patient that perhaps you can't do gonioscopy on. It's also a really great provocative test. So if you measure the same patient in under light and then dim conditions, you can test how close this patient is to going into angle closure in a dim environment. So this is a patient that we did on the top in light, under light conditions, and you can already see that the angle is extremely narrow. That interface between the corneal endothelium and the ciliary body band is extremely narrow. This is barely, probably 5-7 degrees. But look at what happens down here under dark conditions. That angle almost becomes completely occluded. So this is a fantastic test to do in-house. It doesn't require any compression gonioscopy to really test and see what's going to happen, and it almost a proper test to see what happens in a dark setting. And really the last part of this webinar, and we'll open it up to questions, is to learn to implement angio wellness. And so for those of you that are not familiar with OCT angiography is providing a new dimension to our analysis of patients using OCT in a non-invasive way. So we know that OCT provides structural information. So using this will allow us to look at the retina, not only of the retina, but also of the optic nerve. Kind of to go back on how we started this presentation, the wellness map is allowing us information about the retina and the optic nerve. And so the angio wellness exam is taking the wellness exam to the next level. It's putting together structural information that our normal wellness exam provided and adding on the angio piece. So you're getting this kind of screening information at both levels, structural and functional. So When we look at essentially the angio wellness printout, which I'm going to show you in just a minute, there's two things that we focus on. We focus on the vascular supply surrounding the optic nerve head. So you can see the images on the top are what we call the radial peripapillary capillary vascular network. So the nerve is in the middle, and this angio scan is showing us on a percent saturation scale how healthy the vascular supply is surrounding the optic nerve head. We want that area right around the nerve to be yellowish orangish. That means there's a very high vascular supply. As you move further out from the optic nerve head, you can see how the colors become darker, because that's normal. As you move away from the nerve, there's less vascularity. And when you're looking at glaucoma, we're looking at the papillomacular bundle. So the papillo piece of that is the radial peripapillary capillary vessel network. The macular piece of it is the bottom images. That is the retinal piece, showing you really the fovea, which is that kind of navy area in the middle, and the vascular supply in that paramacular area. So once again, you want the fovea is going to be navy because there's no vascularity there, and the area around fovea is going to be a nice warm color. In order to really look at diseases like glaucoma, you have to look at not only the optic nerve head or the radial peripapillary capillary network, but also the vascular supply, the macular vascular supply, which we call the superficial vascular complex. So you'll notice that the wellness scans are going to give you printouts of both of these structures, because that's extremely important in the analysis of these patients. So it's a phenomenal addition to the wellness scan, the wellness report that we spent the beginning of this talk talking about, because now it's integrating the vascular supply as well in a non-invasive way. So you can see on the left side what a normal, as I showed you on the previous slide, normal radial peripapillary capillary network would look like, both on the disc, and then the superficial capillary plexus of the retina would look like underneath it. Both of them really, really nice perfusion, nice warm colors. You'll appreciate here that as we start to delve into glaucoma, the color scale, the vessel density, the saturation, whatever you want to call it, is beginning to change. So those warm colors are beginning to turn more into the navies, darker greens, because there is a less robust vascular supply feeding into the optic nerve and that papillomacular bundle. So in moderate glaucoma, you can see it's blue, and then look at how navy and how we kind of get depleted of the vascular supply in advanced glaucoma. And patients that have wedge defects will manifest wedge defects that are blue. It'll readily identify areas of ischemia or poor vascular supply in areas where there is RNFL defects or RNFL defects. So let's put this into play here. If you have a 45-year-old African-American female here, she has an A1C of 7, and we know that an A1C of 4 to 6 is really where we want to be. She's been diabetic for 10 years, and she tells me that she has excellent blood sugar. And you can see fundoscopically that she really looks really good. You know, she may have 1 or 2 little microaneurysms, putting her in the mild NPDR category, and her OCTB scan looks essentially normal. So if we were to do a wellness scan on this patient without angio, I'm anticipating that most of the parameters would be normal on this patient. However, what it doesn't take into account is what's happening at that subclinical level. What is the vascular supply to this patient? After all, her A1C is elevated, and she's been diabetic for 10 years. And we know that the longer the patient has diabetes, the more prone they are to developing retinopathy. But yet this patient, at least from the clinical perspective or the structural perspective, looks very clean. So here is what an angio wellness report looks like. So you can see on the top there are our B scans, which we're not expecting to see anything because she really doesn't have anything going on clinically, at least on fundus exam. You can see that her GCC maps look healthy. here's a patient that's normal. I'd like to kind of show you side by side what this patient, what the angio of a normal patient would look like next to the angio of this patient that I showed you. So this is our patient, and let's look at them side by side. So here's the patient. On the top is normal, and on the bottom is this patient. And what you'll appreciate is that those retinal vessel density numbers are certainly not as robust. There's a lot more navy in the images. There's not as dense of a capillary network. And so what this is adding to the picture here is that you might have thought that this patient was doing really well. You might have dismissed them and told them to come back in a year based on really a very normal B scan and really normal clinical appearance. However, having the wellness piece on or having the angio wellness piece onto the wellness map or onto the wellness report is providing another dimension or another piece of information, showing us here that this patient is probably going to go on to develop retinopathy due to the ischemic situation that's happening at that vascular level. So I think, Adam, we can open this up to questions if there are any. I know there was a lot of information, and I'm happy to go over anything that anyone may have.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Julie. That was a really incredible overview of the wellness scans and what you can do with it. I actually learned a lot that I did not know, and I thought I knew a bunch, but I was wrong. So thank you for that. So let me actually bring up people's questions. Remember, you can ask a question by clicking on the question box and typing in your question there, and I will ask. And let me pull out my question box here, and I can see what people have asked. And so let's see. So practice management question, I guess this is a good one to start off with. So in your own experience, do you do these wellness scans on every patient that comes through your door or a subset of them?
Well, what I will answer is, I'm in a different setting because I'm in an academic setting, but the practices that are doing the best using this technology are offering it as part of a package. So what they'll do is they will offer a wellness scan with, let's say, a fundus image, and say to the patient, this comes in a bundle and charge X amount of dollars, and they'll do it on every single patient. And that's really the idea behind this, is that you want to capture this information preemptively to provide as much information to you before you even see the patient. So ideally, yes, you would do it on every patient as part of essentially this package or this screening exam that you offer to your patients.
Right. Question here, this is again another practice management question. Those images of the angle that you showed, are those billable as gonio or as an anterior segment photo or in some way?
Yeah, so I mean, I would code it as an OCT. I mean, I know when you do it, you can code, OCT retina, OCT optic nerve, and there is actually a way of coding just general OCT. So I would say yes, I would certainly code, I would certainly bill it and charge it. I would have to find the exact ICD-10 code or whatever it is for you, and I'm certainly happy to do that. I don't know it off the top of my head, but yes, any procedure you do on OCT is billable. OCTA is not a separate billable procedure, so doing OCTA has to be billed just with as part of the OCT scan, but you can certainly do charge for an anterior segment OCT.
Right. And another practice management question, do you have some sort of a script that you give to staff to use, when you want to give patients a wellness scan? How do you actually do that, talk to the patient about it?
Yeah, I mean, it's really telling them that this technology is going to allow us to get much more information than we would get just on clinical exam alone. It's almost like when you go to the dentist and they get an x-ray. It's giving information that perhaps the dentist can't see just by looking at your mouth. So it really provides, a maximum level of care that, most practices aren't offering. So you're setting yourself to a different level or a different standard than perhaps your colleagues. But that's the way I would say it, that we want to provide this level of care that's going to allow us to see or give us much more information than we're going to get just on clinical exam alone.
Right. A question here regarding the very last case that you presented. Question is, when would you see the patient back and repeat the angio, and what would you recommend the patient do other than sort of the obvious?
Yeah, that's a great question. I'm asked that a lot because, you code and you make your clinical decisions based on your fundus examination, maybe on your OCT. So, we would say to that patient, well, you have mild NPDR, and then you go and you do angiography, and it opens up a whole nother group of questions. And so how do you kind of change your management? So if you were going to see the patient back in a year, I probably would see them back sooner, but the most important part is the communication, not only with the patient, but with the internist, because, you might have initially said, Mr. Jones, you're doing fantastic. Your fundus image looks fantastic. I don't see anything, very little signs, but the truth is he's not doing as fantastic as we thought he was. And so I think that the most important part is the education to the patient and the internist. So my answer is, I would see them before the year alongside changes or modifications in behavior, right? It's not going to make a difference if the patient's going to continue doing what they're doing, because they're just going to keep going downhill, but hopefully modifying their behavior and then seeing them back sooner.
Right. Yeah, because that's a follow-up question that someone had here. If you have a diabetic patient where you're starting to notice these changes, do you actually adjust your recall schedule?
Yes. And showing the patient, these color-coded images are very easy to understand. And, telling a patient warm colors versus cold colors is actually much easier for them to understand than an OCTB scan. So showing them these, vessel density maps is actually very powerful. And there is a way to look at vessel density over time as well.
Right. Interesting question here. What's the minimum practical age for someone to get a scan? This person said they find fundus photos are really challenging when you get someone below, say, age of 8 because of fixation issues.
Yeah, I don't see that many kids, and so it's not the best person to ask. But obviously, you try to get it on as many patients as you can. If you can't, you can't. I think that pediatrics are hard. That's a very hard population. Sometimes the Optos is actually the easiest way to get a fundus image on those patients. It's difficult. And my answer is you try the best you can.
Right. Yep. And let's see. Oh, question here. I guess this is more of a practical question. So when we take OCT angles, sometimes we have difficulty getting to the limbus. I think you said to ask the patient to look towards the nose for the temporal angle and then away for the nasal angle. Is that correct?
That is correct. That's going to flatten out the corneal plane. What I find is that if you have the patient look straight ahead, it is often very difficult to get a great image on the limbus. I find I get obscuration. So having the patient look sideways is extremely helpful. Remember to make sure to illuminate the eye with there's like a little light, obviously, that comes with the unit. Make sure you're illuminating the eye very well, and have the patient stay as still as they can. Moving around is hard because then you hit the iris. So these things are also all patient dependent. So I agree with you. It's not always the easiest thing to do in the world, but you can get a nice, even if they're moving, you can get a pretty good assessment of the chamber depth. So.
Right. Someone made an observation here that some insurers like Blue Cross Blue Shield don't pay for anterior segment OCT, only gonio. So I guess that begs the question, sort of, different insurers do handle things differently. I suppose once you start doing this, you'll get a very good sense of which ones do what.
Yeah, you know what? I haven't. I don't do my own billing. I'm in an academic, setting, but I've never had an issue billing an anterior segment OCT. Maybe we're just it's under a general code. I'm not sure if the way you code it makes a difference. I could find out how we're doing it, but I know that you can charge for anterior segment OCT, because if you're doing a corneal scan, you're certainly not going to charge the same way, and you're not going to code the same way you would for a retinal OCT. So I could find out that answer if anybody wants to email me, and I can get back to them. But there is a way to code it properly and get paid. But yeah, Maybe it depends on the insurance. I'm not 100% sure.
Yep. So a question here: how long does a wellness scan take with or without the angiography component?
Seconds. It's really, really fast. It's super easy. All of that information just comes from one click. Literally. If you're adding the angio piece, maybe another 15, 20 seconds. It's very, very fast.
Right. Someone made a follow-up comment. It's true about the billing. Some insurance companies consider anterior seg experimental, in quotes. If you get the patient to sign ABN, you can bill the patient if denied. Okay.
There you go. Thank you.
So let me see. So, and if someone asks, I'm sorry if you mentioned this already, but when I see abnormal macular thickness, I often do not see anything on the individual slices. So what are your differentials, or what do you do for follow-up care in that case?
It's a great question. I will say that, remember that the colors are correlating with the normative database that OptiView used when they created the normative database. So if your patient doesn't fall directly within the normative database, their colors might be off. And so the most important thing is to understand how to look at the B scans and get good B scans, good quality, and look for abnormalities on the B scan. And the other thing I would say is that look for the bilaterality. So if you have a patient that has refractive errors that are fairly similar, their OCT thicknesses should be fairly similar on the thickness map. So if you have, like I showed you an example of a patient that had, one eye was green, the other eye had kind of, some blue, some red, that might be a warning sign, because the thicknesses in a patient that has the same refractive, almost the same refractor, should be fairly the same. So keep in mind that those colors are only a gauge as compared to the normative database that OptView use. That doesn't mean that your patient's abnormal. That is a question that I get consistently, is people send me images because the colors are off. Having abnormal colors doesn't mean that the scan is abnormal. So you have to use everything together to make a good clinical decision.
Right. And question here, at the top of each one of the scans, there was a little meter that said good. It was in green on your scans. How often is that not green? And how often do you actually have to repeat the scans?
Yeah, I will say most of the time it is green. If you get, the brighter the reflectivity of the image, the more white the image is, the better the quality. So if you're looking at an image, and this is true of any B scan, if you're looking at the image and it looks washed out, then it's hard to analyze it. And so, you don't even really need to look at the scan quality or the color. You can tell yourself if you're looking at it and it's washed out and it has a lot of obscuration, then obviously that's not a good scan and you need to repeat it. But I'm going to tell you the truth, with regular OCT scans, most of the time, it's not that hard to get a good quality scan. OCT angiography is more challenging. But OCT, if you keep artificial tears near the machine, usually you can get a pretty good scan on a patient.
Right. And we have time for one more question here. This one I bet you're not going to know the answer to. So the question is, do you get a sense of how much clinics actually charge for a wellness scan?
Yeah, that's a hard one. I can give you a ballpark, but again, it's not just the wellness scan. Usually they do wellness with a photo, and it's probably anywhere from 50 to 100 for both. That's what I've heard. Again, we don't do that at the university, so I'm not a great person to ask, but it really is up to you. Depends on the area you're in. It depends on how much, what the economic situation is where you are. But the package deal, it seems to be the way that most private practices are going and how they're banging it in with this, how they're really making coin on this.
Right. So I guess they'd want to ask the folks at Visionics,
Yeah.
maybe for further information. And in fact, by the way, in case anyone out there who's, you're all still watching, you're going to get a follow-up email from the system. If you have any questions for us or for Visionics or whatever, please just shoot, reply to that email and I'll get a copy of it and I can pass it on to the right person for you. And somebody else also asked, is this going to be archived? And the answer is yes. This should be up on ODwire sometime. Not exactly sure how quickly I can get this up, but if you go to ODwire.org, that's where this video archive should live, and you can also continue asking questions there. So hopefully we can continue the conversation a little bit. So Julie, thank you so much for taking the time tonight to do this. I think everybody learned a lot. My
pleasure. Happy to do it. If anyone has any questions specifically for me, I don't know, Adam, if I'm allowed to share my email, but I'm happy to if there's specific.
Sure. Yeah, it's up to you.
Okay. So it's the best email is Dr. Julianne, Dr. JULIEANNE @gmail.com. Happy to answer any specific questions anybody ever has. Really, my goal is to make this technology as user-friendly as possible, and I'm happy to do that any way that I can.
Excellent. So, and again, if you missed that, you're going to get a follow-up email from me. Just reply to me and I'll forward it on to Julie. So we will make sure you get it one way or the other. So thanks again, Julie. Thanks again, everyone, for showing up. And I hope everyone has a great rest of their evening.
And we are back on the air.
Movie over.
Hey, guys.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're back. Let me turn this off. So you guys were talking about ailments while we were away?
Yeah, you can throw in your shoulder now. Throw out your shoulder.
Oh my God, I don't even want to talk about my shoulder. I just want to actually rip it off my body. But
Wait, what happened to your shoulder?
Oh, it's just a rotator cuff thing. It's really annoying. It's getting old sucks. What can I say?
He's got shots in it, steroids.
Yeah. So
anyway, I've been patrolling the lectures, things going smoothly. It's weird. Some people, they were in the lobby saying it's not playing. I go in and the lectures are playing. I don't know what they're doing. So I just said, go in, refresh or whatever. And I guess it worked. I didn't see anybody.
Yeah.
I think people are hesitant to refresh because they're afraid that
They
You'll get
sh-
kicked out of the class or something?
yeah, but you know what? It's like we've said before, Audencio made such a stable platform that when you refresh, it's it's
Right.
no trouble.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, refreshing is like in this platform, it's not going to hurt anything. So if I,
But you don't know that.
right, I mean,
They don't know, yeah.
yeah, so we got to let people know that, if you just hit refresh, because as Steve discovered, this thing will leave you logged in for months at a time. Like literally, he left it open since February. He opened it, he
Yeah,
left the
I
tab
never
running,
closed the tab.
and it,
Wait, you didn't reboot your machine in that amount of time?
Well, yeah, I've gone from New Jersey to Florida, but when I call up my browser, all the tabs are still there.
Okay, so you
Same
weren't
tab.
actually logged in. You
But I didn't
refreshed.
log out of Chrome. I kept all my tabs that were
Okay.
there, and when
right?
when I just rebooted my computer, all those tabs come up again.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. So, and if you've ever used ODwire, of course, as you'll notice, the sessions on it run forever. So, most people forget how to log in because they're permanently logged in. Or they forget their password. Seriously, I mean, people literally have sessions running for years. And CEwire is the same deal, where you're using the same credentials to log into it. So you can just let this thing run for a long, long time. So that's why we did it. I mean, that's one of the reasons that we moved platforms, right? So this idea of stability. The thing that I was not expecting, truly not expecting when we started this, is that 30% of people would attempt this on their cell phone or on their iPad. Like
While they're driving.
while they're driving, right? Like that I truly was not prepared for. So, yeah, one of those things, I guess.
And now we're midday, and we have about 900 some odd people in the 3 rooms. So that's a lot of people for the 3rd iteration.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely.
And let's pull up the schedule here. Maybe people can take a look and see what's what. So what are we up to here? What time is it? Where am I?
It is 1:42 Eastern time. So we are in, let's see, we've got Clark Chang and Bill Tulo from 1:15 to 2:15 talking about keratoconus. We've got Tan Mai talking about myopia management. And then we've got Richard Whitland talking about oral medications and ocular side effects.
Yep. And
I did ask Bill again in the room, Adam, if he wants to talk. He hasn't got back to me, and he is there. So
okay, great. Yeah. So
I think there's going to be a whole lot of us yapping.
probably. And as I've noted here, the next hour, we mentioned we lost a couple of speakers for this go around. I think 3 of them total, and a couple of them happen to be right here. So at between 2:20 and 3:20 Eastern, your choice is Art Epstein or Art Epstein. So everyone can file into room 1 and and listen to Art.
I might have to go there.
Yeah. Or
Art slipped you $100 to make him the only class on at that time.
Right.
See,
so yeah, and by the way, people can always come into this lobby, right, if they want to, and see us if they have nothing else to do, or go take a break and do something, like get up off your butt, which is what you really should do. That's what I just did, actually. Went for a little walk because this gets to be a bit much.
Yeah. Okay, 2:20. I'll say a little Art. If you know what I mean.
And taking a look at the afternoon schedule, I'm just pulling it up here. That really is very similar to what it's been the other 2 times. Nothing's really changed. So you can get a sense of what it looks like here. Same old, same old.
And we go a little bit later. So we've got one class going till 8:45 tonight. We've got Murray Fingerette and Mike Shaglazian from 7:45 to 8:45 Eastern.
Yeah.
On glaucoma.
They asked for it, I think.
Yeah, so that's the thing, right? I try to accommodate all the people and their time restrictions and everything else. And what ends up happening, and you can see it on the second day, is that occasionally you get one that slips really late. Like Joe is going to 9:30 tomorrow, but he asked for it. This is what he wanted.
Yeah.
So.
And are those classes well attended on the last 2 times we've gone through this?
They are, actually. People do stick around. Probably a lot of West Coast people, I would imagine, because it's not, that late if you're on the West Coast. And then this one was actually moved. This one in track 3 that's going to be late tomorrow night. That one had to be moved because Dr. Syed had to move it. So her lecture was in the morning, and now it's bringing up the rear. So it'll be interesting to see what that does to attendance.
I don't know what Joe and James Pinelli do, but you've seen their advertisements for their seminars in Europe, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
But literally, it's every month they're there, and I mean, it's great. I'd like to do it once. The only trouble I have to get my wife to want to go to one of those things. I have to get up at 6:30. What they do is they have the see at like 6:30 in the morning, and then you're done by 8:39, and you can have your regular day. So it's like you're doing today. Get up early and then have fun.
Oh, I'm not going to have fun after this, though.
Well, I will. I might do it next year.
I'm going to take a nap. So, yeah, no, their thing definitely looks good, and it's interesting. I wonder how things have been going with the pandemic and everything else. If they're getting
I'm
similar
sure
numbers.
this year they're doing well, but last year was closed.
Yeah.
They couldn't do it.
Yeah.
But people are trying to get out there, and I'd like to do a Sicily, Greece. Have you ever been to those places? They're great. Southern Italy, all of the Greek islands and stuff. It's beautiful.
Yep.
Food is great. It's the catch of the day.
And so looking out here, it looks like nobody's having any tech support problems. People are making this really boring on us.
Yes,
We're
that's
having very, very few bad things happen to people, which I guess is a good thing. One thing that I can give away too, since we have a few people here in the chat still, the Audentio folks, because the first two times we did this was the first real, scale rollout of this thing where we had a ton of people. We had their entire engineering staff standing by for the whole thing. So multiple folks from the company were here standing by waiting to see if, the whole thing would, but it's worked fine. And so this time around, they have a much smaller staff here with us today. And the engineers, I think one of them's in Europe now. He's on vacation. The other one, I think, is also on vacation doing something else. He's not here today. So we have a much smaller staff from Audentio. So I think our confidence in the software has gotten to the place where we're not really worried about, knock wood, not really worried about anything really technical going wrong. The support requests we're getting are mostly sort of administrative problems. The only technical problem we had this morning was my fault, actually. It was an expired certificate on an ancient server that I have running that I completely overlooked. That was it.
And Audentio, listen to me. Now that we've done this, you've proven you could do it for other platforms, so you owe us big time.
So, well, I think we were good guinea pigs for each other. I think we were a good fit, and they definitely held up their end of the bargain. The software has been remarkably stable. So kudos to them.
Yep. And like I was telling Gretchen before you came on, Adam, there's a lot more people. I was at the end of Tammy's lecture, probably 60, 70 saying, great lecture, thank you, thank you, thank you. Never happened last year, let's say. It just was, they mailed it in people. People really are enjoying it.
Yeah, I think the lectures this year were good too. People really did a great job. I pushed our speakers much harder this year, and they all responded. I made them do things they might not be comfortable with in terms of the way their presentations looked. So, usually people just send us whatever, but this year, I said I want everything in high def. So you can see on the screen, I'm not sure if it's obvious, but you can see even sort of on my scaled screen that you can see it's much clearer than in past years.
And the audio is very consistent. It's
right.
Not a problem once they get the audio on.
Right, and so the audio is consistent too because I took all the lectures and I normalized it to the same loudness across lectures.
That's important.
Yeah. So, because in the past, right, people would hand you everything, right, all different levels, and naturally, that's just the way it works, right? You turn on your mic, you hit record, and it just does it. But I know that people wanted something a little smoother this year, so I just made everybody hit a similar level so they weren't constantly diving for their volume controls.
Not to mention specific speakers, but some were low talkers.
Right. So actually, I didn't just normalize the audio, I compressed it too. So the highs and the lows in each lecture are smoothed out, so they're very similar to each other. So even if you have someone who's kind of a low talker, or like, let's say you have if you have a two-speaker thing like with Bill Tulo here and Clark Chang, sometimes people will record their mics at different levels, and that drives people batty, right? Because there's no way you can actually get the level correct because one's always going to be lower than the other. So I normalized that audio so that everybody's mic was similar to each other. So
be real interesting if Arbo changes the rules and we do go to a real, maybe live one track, one day thing where the speakers are live, doing something almost like a wet lab with the people attending. That is a possibility, audience, for the future.
Right. So like in Nora, we did actually three three tracks at the same time with each one of those three tracks had three speakers sharing a single PowerPoint. And each of the three speakers were at different places. So effectively we had 9 speakers, live speakers going simultaneously in 3 separate tracks.
But they were in control of the PowerPoint and they could say anything in real time. So if there was something new that happened, in fact, I've been requested to give a lecture next year on updates with the presbyopic drops, because everything I said is about what's to come, and people like that. There were a couple of things that I put in. This is what's great. In the chat room, I put in some of the new data that I got from companies that was different from my slides, because things happened differently since December when I first recorded it. And people can do that now.
Yep.
Yeah, given this type of technology and this platform, you're able to update it and communicate that information with the attendees right then and there, and it's coming from the speaker. So I think it's fabulous.
So one thing that I wish people would make more use of, and it's probably my fault actually for not doing a better job pushing and marketing, are the discussion threads that exist for every single lecture here. So for instance, if you don't want to get involved in the chat right now with Bill Tulo, but you want to nag him later, all you have to do is click on lecture discussion thread, right?
Yep.
And this is his thread for the conference, and there's Clark too, and you can just type in whatever here.
If you go to mine, Adam, you'll actually see that I did get a question. We had a back and forth question.
Right, so a couple of people did it here too with Clark.
Yeah.
I wish more people would take advantage of this, because that's true interactivity. This is going to live forever.
And that dies after the first couple hours.
Yep.
I think, yeah, you need to pimp that out more, because sometimes people either A, don't know, or B, they forget, because there's so much other information coming at people that unless they are reminded on a regular basis, they're going to forget about it.
Yep.
Also, Adam has instituted an anonymous posting on ODwire. Could they do in those threads also?
Yeah, so anonymous posting is actually kind of interesting. So the way anonymous posting works on ODwire, for the morbidly curious, is you type in a message, a subject and a body, and it doesn't automatically get posted. So this is one of those solutions where technology is a bad solution, because I didn't want to allow people to post anonymously and start posting like nonsense, right? Like rumors and slander and insanity. So when someone fills out an anonymous post, what happens is the identifying markers of it are stripped, and then an email gets sent to me and Paul, and it says, hey, doofuses, anonymous message incoming, and it's got the body of the thing. And so we then take that message, because it's been stripped of all identifying information, we take that message and repost it for the person in the appropriate thread. So if they're responding to a specific thread, we just tell them put the thread name here, so we'll know where to put your anonymous post. So
the good thing is, if somebody's shy, they can post something. If it's an idiot question, it's not such an idiot question if you don't know who they are.
Yeah, I mean, so it's shyness, or like if there's a financial matter that's sensitive, right? If you're selling your practice, you don't necessarily want to give up where you are or who you are. You can put it in here if you're getting audited, for instance. That's another really good use of this. So, yep. And again, we don't mind taking the time to actually take those anonymous posts and repost them. So people are starting to use the facility again. It went away for many months because, to be honest, like when we rolled out the CEwire software, we had to upgrade ODwire to accommodate it. And the anonymous posting feature was written by hand before by me. And when we updated ODwire to the new platform, I just didn't have time to rewrite it. And I was so consumed with CEwire, I would just put it on the back burner until last month. So that's why it just came back now.
I know that sometimes there is a bit of concern around appropriate use of anonymous posting, that sometimes it's very valid that people want to ask a very sensitive question, such as about financials, or throw out a scenario and don't want to identify for fear of reprisal. But in other cases, sometimes people are just being difficult and want to be provocative and throw out some things like that, and without having their name attached.
Right, and that's why those never get through. You know, people still occasionally try to send them to us, and we just laugh. I look at it and I'm like, yeah, that's not going. So, because I don't want like a rumor mill, right? I don't like when people do that, when they try to call an organization out without any concrete evidence. I tell people if they have concrete evidence of something going on, feel free. We'll post it here, but like, don't just kind of rant and rave. So yeah, anonymous posting is back. I hope people really start to use it some more again. And again, my apologies for keeping that offline for a while. The upgrade of ODwire to accommodate CEwire was, excuse me, massive. You can't even really tell because this looks so much like old ODwire. The software running underneath it, completely new. And that happened last October, I guess?
Yeah.
In preparation for CEwire being rolled out. So everything underneath was actually totally new.
In some ways, that's a good metric. If you have rebuilt everything and it's completely new, but users barely notice anything and it physically looks the same, then in many ways that is a successful transition, that people don't know that something major happened behind the scenes because there was no disruption.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah, people yell at me when things change too much, so we're really careful not to make it change that much.
Change is bad, change is hard.
I upgraded to Windows 11 and I didn't like the way certain things were, and you could change the start button back to Windows 10s, which I did.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what you mean. Yeah.
Yep. The other thing, of
But
course,
if you go with a Mac, then you never have that problem.
Yes, but Windows Stars will do that.
I think the other thing too that I haven't really advertised, and I probably should, see again, I'm a terrible marketer. As part of the rollout of the new ODwire, the mobile apps are available again as well. So in the app stores, the dedicated mobile apps for ODwire. So if you don't want to have to use mobile Safari or whatever web browser you use on your phone, the apps are back and they work. And they have things like push notifications. So if you're in a conversation, you get a push notification, you can just click on it and go right back to the spot where you can respond. So those were, again, disabled for a while, and now they're back. So, and I can actually thank Audentio for that. Those are the version of those mobile apps are highly customized for ODwire, but written by the folks at Audentio. So.
It's amazing.
Yep.
Do we have anybody who, let me look at the schedule today.
It's really quiet for another hour or so, I think.
Yeah. And I did ask some speakers, both Clark and Bill declined. So
yeah, that's okay.
they were.
I mean, what's shocking here is that we have like 500, I was just in Bill's room before, like 400 or 500 people in there, and nobody's here complaining. Nobody's having like a meltdown. It's really kind of shocking and gratifying and surprising. Really
You
surprising.
put yourself out of a job, Adam.
Yeah, thank God. What I'm doing here is actually I'm just constantly watching to see if more people register. Because I have to manually let them in when they register if they're not already an ODwire member. So for people who've registered for the conference, you'll see there's this whole workflow involved where it checks if you're not an ODwire member, you first have to get an ODwire account, then you register for the conference. And it's that extra step that I have to validate before they can actually get in anywhere. So that's why I'm constantly looking down, making sure that we don't have any new registrants, because I don't want to leave people hanging, if they've registered.
Are you validating that each new registrant is actually an OD?
Funny story about that. I barely have to, because when they register and they register for the conference at the same time, they give me their OE tracker number. I don't have to validate anything. It's right there. I'm like, oh, I should do this all the time. But not everyone has an OE tracker number. But most people who register for the conference, like 98% or something, have one.
Right.
And most young ODs have one too, and they know it. So, yeah.
The only problems you have is Florida, which doesn't require it because they do their own thing. And if they apply to be on ODwire, they're not going to, maybe they will, maybe they won't.
I mean, I would encourage everybody, even if you're from Florida, to get an OE tracker number. It's just the way
makes your life easier.
It's free, and it just makes your life easier, because at the very worst, you'll at least have a backup database where all these CE providers are sending your credits. So why wouldn't you do it?
And you might want to go to a national lecture someplace in the expos or academy, etc.
Yep.
Well, we've got about 15 minutes till the end of our classes, and maybe we'll see more people coming in then. And then we've got only the one class starting at 2:20, and then we're back to 3 at 3:25. So we're just.
Is that art? Because I have to stop in an arts class. So I'll be back and forth. I'll have this on also. So
Okay.
I'm not going to be.
And we might take another break in a little bit. So we have a couple of interviews coming up today, but again, it's very sparse. The only reason that we're here really is just to, make sure everyone's doing okay out there, make sure that there's no problems.
I also think it's a busy time that there's a lot of college graduations happening now. I
Yep.
know there was one person, I forget who I talked to, who had someone graduating. So I think it's great that this third iteration of CEwire 2020 is happening well in time before any rules change with ARBO at the end of June. But we're also getting into dicey time with, Mother's Day was last weekend, college
Right.
graduation, high school graduation, all sorts of things starting because the weather is kind of getting back out there.
Right. So that was the problem, actually. We couldn't do it last weekend, obviously, because of Mother's Day. I can't do it next weekend because it's Meredith's birthday. So that's like a verboten time to schedule something, right?
As it should be.
There's
She
certain
should rightfully
days,
tell
right?
you.
Like you don't do it on her birthday, you don't do it on Halloween. Like there's
Right.
just certain days you don't do. And
Super Bowl weekend.
Super Bowl weekend, right? We try to avoid major conferences, right? Like Expo and so forth. So,
Yeah.
this
So
is a
you're
challenge.
limited.
Yeah, but we wanted to get it in before the rules change back, obviously. And but it's shocking how many people are actually here. I'm really surprised.
Yep. And the week after would be Memorial Day also, so then you're really getting into
Right.
trouble. No,
Yep.
people will be away. We're going to Legoland, my whole family, like 18 of us. What do you call it? June 3rd through June 6th. That's up in Goshen, about an hour and a half drive from here. That should be fun.
Good luck.
Wow.
Good luck.
I have never been to Legoland. I didn't know that there was one in New York.
There isn't. It's not that far. It's well attended, and it should be good weather. There's water parks. It's not just Legos. There's a whole bunch of other things, and they charge you for it. They rip you off, but it's not as bad
Well,
as
everybody
Disney.
does. I'm looking it up now. to see
Goshen,
where
New
it
York.
is.
Goshen.
Where's Goshen?
It's a little bit north of like Rockland County, so
I'm trying to find out where it is.
you're fine.
Let's see, where is
Probably
it?
from you, it would be probably a 2.5 hour drive. I
Yeah, so
guess.
go to the city, Gretchen, and then go straight up.
That's where I'm seeing that now. Yeah. Well, my child is a bit too old for Legoland, but that doesn't mean that she wouldn't like it.
How old is she?
25.
Well, when she has kids, she won't be too old.
If she has kids, I don't know that she will. Maybe, maybe not. Oh, okay. I just go up to Scranton and hang a right. That's
Yeah,
where it is.
exactly.
It's
You
west,
go across.
so-
Yep.
So that's
It's
What's that?
east.
Yep.
Yeah.
east. Is that what road is that? 539 in Scranton?
84. It looks like it's right off of 84.
84, yeah. We used to go, my daughter went to Syracuse, the other one went to Cornell for a year, and that was that we went through Scranton all the time, going west and north.
So you'll have to give me a report that I didn't
Sure.
realize that there was a Legoland this close to us. I knew there was one in California, but I didn't know anywhere else.
Yeah, so what does it look? Looks like 2.5 hours for you?
Something like that. Actually, let me try it now.
Just-
Directions.
It's all fast roads, so it might not be that bad. And all of them have COVID now, so it's perfect timing. My whole family down south is COVID because they'll be over it. They'll be vaccinated and diseased, so they'll be protected a little bit more.
You're right, 2.5 hours.
It's not all that bad. It's quicker than getting to Washington or Boston.
That's true. Yeah. So I don't know. I might have to check that out. We're going to
I'll give
be
you-
heading to Gettysburg again in a couple of weeks. In fact, it may even be that weekend because my husband Troy is taking some lessons on trap shooting. So
really?
there's some big nationally ranked guy that he's getting a couple of lessons, and then there's a place not far from us where he likes to go.
Mhm.
So, and I guess he's trying to get some of his new hobbies up to speed. So he has something to do next year at this time.
Is he retiring or just?
Yeah, it's December 31st.
Oh, congratulations.
I don't know, he might be dead by this time next year.
Well, by your hand?
Yes, yes,
That's a good idea.
that's
Well,
very
guys,
clearly by my hand.
I think what we should do then is we could take another break because, like, literally, I'm just astounded and amazed. Let me just quickly run through our sponsors
You built
again.
it too good. By next year, we're going to be playing racquetball outside.
Yeah, this is
pickleball.
This is crazy.
Well,
So
Adam, we might want to wait until after arts class starts at 2:20 to make sure that nothing.
Well, I'm going to go look at arts class.
yeah, so
I'll
so
be
why
there.
don't we for just a minute?
We've
I'll
got
put
10
up.
minutes till it starts.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so I'll
okay,
just put up our little sponsor list to remind everyone. Thank you to our sponsors. They're out there listening, by the way. I got some texts about my little hot takes, my manifesto before. So
Oh, you ran.
Oh, really?
oh yeah,
And
our sponsors
good,
heard
bad,
it loud and
indifferent?
clear. So actually good. You know, they appreciated what I was saying and they look forward to having us guide them through the changes. So again, as you were saying before, Gretchen, and I agree with, Arbo needs to get a little more vocal about what it is that they're doing so everyone can understand what's happening.
Yeah, especially these intermediate small companies. They don't really have a staff. The big ones, the Johnson & Johnsons, the Alcons, the Allergans, et cetera, the world will know some of this, but the little smaller ones aren't going to know it. They still run conferences.
Yep.
Regeneron, people like that.
Yep. So yeah, they appreciate any help that we can give them, and we'll do our best. To be honest with you, I've never been this on top of Arbo before in terms of following everything this closely like I have this past year, but going to the meeting I think is going to just take it to the next level because to me, so many of these people don't have any faces. Like I deal with literally their entire staff. I've only met a handful of them. I've never actually met a lot of the nuts and bolts people at Arbo personally, so this is going to be the first time.
Make it to the room.
So,
Are you running through the sponsors, Adam? Or I don't know if you're doing it individually like you've done in
sure.
the past. No pressure. I just didn't know if that's what you wanted to do.
I'll just do it really quickly, and then we can take another break once Art's thing gets underway. Because, yeah, it's just so quiet today. Anyway, so Visionics, again, this was formerly known as Luno Technology, because they themselves changed their branding because they've acquired so many different companies. So now they're sort of the one-stop shop for instrumentation across everything, right? The missing piece they didn't have before was OCT, and lo and behold, they acquired OptiView. So OptiView is now a brand to Visionics. And I think everybody probably just saw that little webinar we did about screening OCT, which was really cool. So definitely check out their stuff. I'm not sure about this 0% financing deal. I'll have to ask them again if they're still running it with interest rates going up and everything else. If they are running it, that's a really good deal. So, across all of their brands, having 0% financing is really great. And MacuHealth, we're going to be speaking with the folks at MacuHealth later today about their brand new product for floaters. And I'll be honest with you, when I first heard of this, I'm like, come on. Really? Really?
Well, there
So
are
what does it do?
there are surgeons that treat it now with laser, and
Yeah.
It's just breaking up the clumps of cells.
So for the
Right.
most part, though, most ODs when they see it, they give you the shoulder shrug emoji because there's not much you can do. However, this new supplement apparently does work, and they've done clinical studies of it. In fact, I think John Nolan, one of the speakers we have here at the conference this morning, the guy who led the thing off, I think he's one of the people who's been studying it. But we'll have Dr. Jim Stringham here this afternoon to tell us a little bit about the science and
Okay.
what this is all about. Because, if you have no other alternatives, something that's at least been shown to work in the first clinical studies that they've done would be great. Although a little bird told me that supply issues are going to be tough in the beginning. So if people want it, they're going to have to pounce on it and open their account with it quickly.
Okay.
And I'm not just saying that, for marketing reasons. I'm saying it for reality reasons. It's a new product and they're just ramping up their production.
I'll get Dr. Nolan next year to speak a little bit about it as it gets more into fruition.
Yep. And so they have deals running. Again, check out their discussion forum with all of their information. Oculus, equipment manufacturer we all know and love, the Pentacam, Keratograph 5M. Again, check them out. A lot of the lectures you'll see today about scleral lenses use the Pentacam to actually create those sclerals. So it's an incredible piece of equipment. So give that a shout. Lac Rivera, makers of punctal plugs and other stuff. And you can see some of that other stuff up on the screen. They have deals specifically for CEwire folks, and I'm going to send out e-blasts to everyone again, reminding them of the deals. Again, sending out e-blasts is pretty easy right now. It's funny, of course, I guess in the future when people opt out of these communications, we're going to have to, obviously respect it and not send these things out if people don't want to hear about it. So that's a minor hitch, but for the software, it's actually not that hard. So no big deal. And Vision Equipment Inc., that's Leo Hadley's company with refurbished equipment. Check out his thread and see what's going on with him today and whatever kind of stuff he's got in stock. CCOP USA buying group, we're going to be talking to Brent from CCOP very soon at 3:30 Eastern time to see what's going on with them. So they're a buying group, and they have deals going on for CEwire folks. Maybe we can talk to Brent a little bit more about the company itself. And again, they're big in Europe, and they're just kind of getting their US presence together right now. So check them out. Innova Systems, so makers of devices that can detect defects in color vision, right, which can portend terrible things. And so they can give you warning about these color vision defects long before you see other clinical signs, which is why they're so useful. They're running a deal right now on their instruments, and you can see it right there, specials for CEwire folks. Again, I'm going to be following up with e-blasts to everybody, reminding folks of these deals so you can take advantage of them. Arctic Medical Laboratories, makers of diagnostic genetic test to see what kind of supplements people should take for AMD. Because there's certain genetic markers that people have that can tell you whether or not they'll do well with certain kinds of supplementation or whether you should steer clear. And so hopefully we'll be able to speak with them this weekend too. So check them out. And that's about it for our sponsors. So keeping it
Adam,
light.
are there any new sponsors for this go-round of CEwire?
So there was going to be one new one, and they, because as you identified earlier, it's spring break for a lot of people, they couldn't get their materials in time. So they yesterday said, gosh, you know what, we're going to have to just pass. But they're signed up actually for the next year's conference as well. And they're going to be doing a bunch of stuff on ODwire as well. So we'll have announcements about them too coming up. So
Sponsors don't realize, Gretchen, the hoops after you jump through, the bureaucracy, the ability to get a course online, COPE numbers, quizzes, things like that. They just think the day before they can get something in.
Right, so that's always a problem, right? People want everything at the last minute. They don't realize the preparation and planning that something like this takes.
Right.
So that's an issue. So, but we'll, next year, we'll talk about it again. We spoke a lot today about corporate interest and sponsorship in CE conferences, and obviously we appreciate all of our sponsors. But I think they kind of realize, I think, what CEwire is about, right? Where the conference itself is not really about the sponsors. Obviously, we market the products to the folks who attend the conference, and people are responsive and they look at the stuff. But people, when they come to the event, it's all about the education. And a lot of the stuff that happens with the sponsors happens afterwards, right? We'll send out e-blasts for them. We'll do these interviews and repost them, things like that. So I think we're a little bit different than other events maybe, where the advertisers take center stage. And I think it's a pretty conscious decision on our part to make it that way. So, hopefully the sponsors find value in it. Again, it's easier to get away with doing something like that when you're not charging sponsors a fortune to be part of the event.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Sponsors have been part of they've been the focus. It's been an added value service.
Exactly, and having the sponsors around for me is just a lot of fun because I love hearing about their products. To me, it's more amusing to have them here, and I hope other people find it that way too. But the idea was never to have them be sort of a central part of the event. So.
Okay, 5 minutes ago.
Because that's the thing. It's funny because I try to temper the sponsors' expectations because you see so many things online with these virtual exhibit halls, right? Where they do everything they can to try to push people to go into these exhibit halls, but not realizing like we have 60 credit hours on offer here in a very limited time window. So a lot of people at the conference itself are doing whatever they can to push their hours through. They're not even listening to us, right? they're in the classrooms. And so that's why for our sponsors, what we like to try to do is just offer these ancillary things around the event, right? Because this conference is going to keep running till August, and I'm going to keep sending e-blasts out and talking about them on ODwire and so forth, just to try to give them extra value, even though obviously we don't charge our sponsors that much.
But the exhibit hall is still open. People just click on links to talk to whoever they want to if they're
Sure.
interested in
Yep.
whatever.
Yeah, but again, I'm finding, and I think a lot of other people are finding too, that virtual exhibit halls, it's literally just not the same, right?
Mhm.
It's not the same as being there in person and being able to touch stuff. So my feeling with this year, and I don't know how the sponsors feel, is involving them in alternate ways, not trying to mimic sort of the in-person experience in a virtual way, which doesn't really seem to resonate with people, especially when people are panicking trying to get their credits in, but instead trying to interact with the sponsors in a different way, before the show and after the show and around the show, as opposed to just, really trying to push during the event. I think also limiting the number of sponsors that we have is personally for me an incredibly useful thing, because there's a tendency, if you really run up the number of sponsors that you have, is to not give them the attention that they deserve individually. So I kind of like having it smaller like this.
Especially the smaller companies that get dominated by the bigger ones.
Right. So, I mean, you can actually just see by the kinds of sponsors that we have, we don't, tend to have overlap in terms of the, companies fighting with each other. They all kind of occupy different niches and, sort of intentional. So.
Okay, I think Paul has left the building.
Yeah, looks like it. That's okay, because we're going to go on a break here in a few minutes. We just want to wait until Art Epstein's lecture starts, which should actually be quite soon, right? So
It's 4 minutes. I'll go there. I always like to say hello to Art, and I'll be there to help him out.
Yep, and I'll probably go in there too. And I'm going to keep, in the, see, somebody just registered. So like, as I keep saying, like I have to be on top of watching when people register to make sure that I can validate their account so they can get into the conference. So I'm going to keep doing that even while we're not on air. So for instance, this person registered 3 minutes ago while I was blabbing.
Wow.
Okay, so now I just got him in. So
well, what's your estimate? How many registered from, let's say, 9:15 this morning?
You know what? I haven't counted, but during the break I will. I'll actually take an accurate count for you. It's a frantic thing when I see people register. I just start, hammering, admit.
I bet you was that 20, 30, 40, 50 though.
Yeah, it's a fair number. It's a fair number. Yeah. I always wonder what the rationale is for waiting to the last minute like that. Most people don't do it that way. They come in earlier, which is great because especially, again, with the new software this year, I keep harping on the new software. People are probably sick of it. But with this new software, you can actually come into the conference long before it's actually started, like months before. So you can test your computer out way in advance. And as you discovered, Steve, you leave the tab open, it's open. So people can literally get set up months in advance and not worry, will my computer work the day of, which is one huge advantage of the software.
Probably it's just as stable if they have a tab open in a browser or on a tablet.
Yep. And it looks like Art's lecture is going to start here in a minute. I have it up on the screen, actually.
I'm going to go meander over to it also. Art Epstein.
You're going to pop in? Make sure everybody's...
Yeah, Steve's going to pop in and watch so we can make sure that...
Art doesn't start speaking Spanish.
Well, we do have a comment. Adam, would you like to comment about transcripts?
Oh, yes, transcripts.
So we have somebody asking, should I be concerned that only the first class shows on his transcript when he's on lecture 4? So some of that is just time to cycle through.
Exactly.
I actually went to my transcript, Adam, and I was being buffered. In other words, this was just a circle turning. I never got it.
Really?
And then eventually it came on, like it went back and forth. So it was a little bit, probably 1,000 people looking at the transcript at the same time. So the bandwidth for that tab might be challenged.
And also the number of people who are here taking classes, it just takes the database a bit to cycle through to update everyone. So it will eventually be there. The system knows that you're in the class, so be patient and it will absolutely show up.
Yep.
And if in a day or two you don't see it, then absolutely pop Adam a message.
Yep. And so we're on top of it. So yeah, we're watching and making sure that everything's going okay.
And I'm in arts class, and I said hello to him, and there's 454 people in this class,
Excellent.
and that's before it started. I think people are sick of Adam's face before the lectures.
Yes, I know, my thing that I do over and over. But it's still funny. I still get questions. I'm like, didn't you see the message the first 40 times? Oh, yeah, I guess I wasn't paying attention. People are tuning me out. So what I have to do next year is do different ones each time, right? So kind of like Delta Airlines does with their, the flotation device and nonsense, the message before the flight. They have a bunch of different ones so people don't zone out. Yeah, so it's starting.
It's
Yeah, look at
counting
that.
down, I see. Yeah,
Started
I've popped in
automatically
here
for
a
me,
moment
so
as well.
I can hear it. Somebody's sound is on.
That was mine.
Oh,
It
that was
wasn't
yours?
muting all the
I
way.
thought it
Now,
was
now
mine.
it's fit. Now
But
I
there it
have
is.
it.
Now we're up to 500.
There you go. So look at that. People are filing into this room.
I said hello to Art. He always messages me back.
So it's interesting. Now there I am again giving my message.
Mhm.
Ah, humbug. Sick of looking at myself, but there it is. So that's my message on the screen about how to receive credits and reminding people to watch the entire lecture. But next year I'll do multiple different ones just so people don't get bored of it.
People have asked me if they listen to this 10 times, could they apply for 1 credit of practice management?
Cute. But yeah, people zone out of this. It's interesting.
We're still
You
at
can see the-
500 people.
You see the counter upper right-hand corner?
Yep.
Yeah, I said we're still at 500, and that's a lot of people. That's fabulous.
Yeah.
On
I
a
don't wanna
beautiful
leave-
Saturday in May.
Yep.
I'm sure if we went into the other rooms, I'll go there now very quickly.
There's nothing else.
Oh, that's why there's a line in this.
Right. So people are all filing into this one because in the other tracks there's nothing right now, or they're taking a break. So
Depending on if they've gotten this class already from one of the last
right.
2 iterations of CEwire.
Correct. And in fact, this lecture has been incredibly popular. So many people probably have taken it already, and now they're just going to take a break.
Yep.
Oh yeah. All right, cool. Well, it looks like things are going okay. I am going to, I guess, put on one of our awesome old shows for the next
And
hour.
I'll stay here to
and-
help Art out.
And then we have an interview. So I'll do, I mentioned to Sue that she had a VKC webinar. I'm going to put that on because it's a fun topic, something that not too many people are familiar with, that there's actually drugs now to treat this, and we can show people what that's all about. So I'll put it on, and we'll be back in an hour to do another interview. So see you guys, I guess, in a bit.
Thanks.
Hey
Bye.
everybody, it's Adam Farkas. Welcome to another ODwire webinar. Thanks for coming out tonight. And tonight we got a good one for you here. It's a little bit different. We were actually just chatting before we came on the air here, just about how different tonight's talk is. So a focus on vernal keratoconjunctivitis, a case-based discussion. And so we're really excited to do this one today because it is so different. And it's focusing on a topic that we just haven't really spoken much about before. So I think it's going to be a great review for everyone else. Before I introduce our speakers, I just want to remind everyone on the right side of your screen, you should see a box that says questions. And as we're going through tonight, feel free to type into that box and I'll take your questions and hold them aside until the end of the presentation, and then we'll let the speakers have a go at it and we'll answer the questions that way. So with that said, let me get the slides going here and introduce our 2 speakers tonight. So tonight we have for you Claire Halloran of East Coast Eye Care in Newfoundland, Canada, and Susan Resnick of Drs. Farkas, Castillo, Resnick and Associates in New York. And I think most of you here tonight are familiar with our 2 speakers. So these are are prominent educators and authors, and you've seen them lecture on optometric topics, very wide-ranging, from contact lenses to dry eye and all sorts of medical optometry. So I can't think of two better folks to give you the tonight, and they're going to take you through some discussions of the disease process and some cases. So it's going to be really a lot of fun. So why don't I push myself out of the way here and turn to.
Great, Adam, thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here with Dr. Halloran. We're going to share this discussion. She's going to be leading us through the specific case of keratoconjunctivitis experience and some of the treatment modalities and challenges. I'm going to kick it off with leading our talk on a review of the epidemiology of this very rare but sight-threatening condition. And I'm going to delve a little bit into the clinical signs and symptoms, as well as the pathogenesis. Okay, I just want to see if I can, there we go. Okay, so as I said, this is sight-threatening allergic ocular disease, and it's a really severe form of allergic conjunctivitis. You can see here with the slide on the right, that's an averted lid, and that's typical of the large that you will see in patients suffering from this disease. We're going to go into a little bit more about that in just a few minutes. But in whom do we see these conditions? Basically, it is most prominent and prevalent in male children. The onset is younger than 10 years of age in most of the cases. Runs a course of about 4 to 7 years, which is very interesting. It almost makes sense. In fact, it's 3 to 4 times greater in males younger than 20, but over 20, there's a leveling off of about a 1-to-1 ratio. And because the disease remits sometime after puberty, in addition to the gender predilection, there is some thought that hormones may play a role, but we really don't have a whole lot of information about that yet, and the prognostic data there are scarce. So let's just take a look at the global aspects of this disease. We can see that VKC is very, very rare. It accounts for only 1% of the disease. And the key demographics show that the prevalence is Africa than the northern continent. It's more prevalent in arid climates, dry, windy climates, and we don't yet have prevalence data for South America. So you can see here in North America, and it's going to be only about 1 out of 10,000 people you're going to see this in. What's interesting about this is that there is a relationship of genetics, but also environmental and gene-environment interactions. So there are actually 3 arms that control and contribute to the prevalence and pathogenesis of this disease. So what are those 3 arms? Well, we have environmental factors. We know that show that there can be environmental percentage, which again would kind of fit with the ocular manifestations given the tissue similarities. These are mucous membrane tissues, and so we can see that the medical history and the family history we're dealing with mostly upper respiratory aspects, asthma, rhinitis. We can get some dermatologic aspects as well, like eczema and urticaria, which is itching. But again, it's mostly upper respiratory comorbidities in addition to the ocular. And again, in the arid climates, you can have sun, dust, winds, and other factors. So as we now think about the tissue seasonal allergic conjunctivitis. And this is supported by the high prevalence of personal or family history of atopy. What's interesting is that Bonini and others have almost 50% of VKC patients are negative for the above IgE-related factors. So we now know that this disease is actually based not just on a humoral response, but on a cell-mediated response as well. T helper cells of the type 2 variety, which are driven and shown to be central to VKC. And so we can see that it's a multifactorial disease, both with IgE and Th2 mediated. Here you can see the arms of these immunologic responses. So you have your B cells, which are your cellular response, and then your humoral response being your eosinophils. So you have all of the mediators that we're familiar with classical allergic conjunctivitis, but you also have some cellular reactive species there as well. So what actually happens in the disease course? If we have a patient with this, what do we expect to see at the beginning, as the disease progresses, and then later on? So in the beginning, it could be very, very difficult to diagnose, and Dr. Halloran's going to go into that because of the fact that there are so many similarities with seasonal conjunctivitis. I mean, we can look at this eye on the left and go, okay, I mean, I've seen people walking around New York City. You know, there's itching, there's erythema, phimosis, edema. You can, you can touch an animal you're allergic to and, rub your eye, and this is what it'll look like. But the thing is that this is not an acute, short-acting thing. This is a disease which is unremitting, aggressive, and progressive. So days to months later, you're going to see reappearance of initial symptoms, but you're going to start to see more serious sequelae where you're going to get disruption of the ocular surface. And then months to years later, we're going to talk about some very serious effects that occur later on in the later stages of the disease with continued inflammation and true ocular surface damage. And it's that damage which then has the visual consequences, which is why we consider this a sight-threatening disease. So the disease can present in actually two different ways, but often, or there can be a crossover or a combination. So here in North America, we're more likely to see this cobblestone papilla on the superior conch. You can see, you can't miss this. Another reason, and if I have said it in any of my contact lens or anterior segment lectures, please avert lids on every visit, no matter who you're seeing and what age. It is just so important, but particularly in children that present with symptoms of seasonal allergic conjunctivitis. So even though we already talked about the fact that this was more common in children in the sub-Saharan Africa, we have a global world now. These people are traveling, and in addition, what we also see, because of the genetic component, we can have children of populations that are born here, who are still predisposed to this condition. So evert, and take a look and make sure you don't see this. More commonly seen in Africa and West India is the limbal variety, where you actually get a broad, thickened, almost like gelatinous appearance around the limbus. It's rather marked. It can be subtle at the beginning, but that is what you're going to look at. It can almost have the appearance of the beginning of a limbal stem cell deficiency type thing, but that would be unusual because that's rare in children. So what are you thinking? You're thinking some sort of immune or IgE-mediated response. So that brings us to these children. And, we all have empathy for adults who have diseases and later onset diseases. But when something like this affects younger children, I think it really kind of more tugs at our clinical heartstrings. These kids are miserable. They're itching, they're photophobic, they're burning, they're tearing. Some of them have to walk around in these dark glasses, their eyes are red, there's mucus. It really does have quite an impact on their ocular well-being, their ocular health, and also their quality of life. So it can affect everything a child wants to do. And, particularly because it is more prevalent in the warmer climates and the warmer times of the year. These are the times when kids want to have more fun. And this is really something that interferes with the fun. You know, swimming, sports, meeting friends, playing outdoors. It can affect visual performance for kids that suffer year-round and who live in these warmer climates. So, you know, much like asthmatic children, I liken this condition to that, where those children are very limited. Well, this is, you know, very similar in its quality of life impact. Let's talk a little bit now about the more visually related aspects of this disease. So it kind of runs the gamut, as I mentioned before. You can start off with just, you know, a punctate epithelial keratitis. You know, and if you see a mild keratitis, you kind of might just sort of blow it off and say, gee, the kid might have been rubbing their eyes, or they got sunscreen in their eyes. It can present like any mild surface inflammation that you might see. Certainly, if you're seeing a contact lens wearer, we see these all the time. But you know, you have to kind of relate it to the age, and again, flipping the lids and looking at the limbus to make the differential diagnosis. If you start to see filaments, I think all of us would be on a higher alert for something, you know, more of a disease process going on. Shield ulcers occur when those papilla under that top lid become very, very prominent and actually start to erode into the cornea, dig in, and you'll actually start to see a translucent base, much like the picture here. And it's called a shield ulcer because it has that shape of a shield. It could look opaque, yellow, white. Eventually it becomes elevated and it will start to scar, but it can continue to rub down, erode, and scar. So these kids are in pain, plus the fact that obviously it can affect the vision. Then other aspects you can see would be keratoconus, which makes sense from two perspectives in my mind. One is that we associate keratoconus with atopy, as most of you know. But the other thing is, what else is keratoconus associated with? Rubbing, right? So these kids are constantly rubbing. So we don't know, is it a chicken or an egg thing? We all know to caution our patients our allergic patients against rubbing their eyes, especially our young patients, because there is a relationship. And again, you can see limbal stem cell deficiency, and eventually, because that limbal response in the limbal arcade, the vascular response is so great, you will start to see vessels filling up, either micropannus or 360-degree neo. The other thing that you can see is something called the pseudogerontoxin. And this actually looks like a patch of arcus senilis. It's usually located in one quadrant, but it's very prominent. And that is demonic in this disease. It shows that the limbus has really been affected. And again, remember, the limbus is where all of the vascular and immune cells reside. So what are the frequency of these complications? You know, these kids that go on to develop this corneal scarring. Well, we can see that corneal scarring is the most frequent complication that gives visual impairment. The good news is that most of the time it's mild, but it can be severe. And that occupies the largest percentage of visual impairment. What's interesting, though, the next most frequent thing, which is keratoconus, leads to the most severe visual impairment. And I think most of us can understand why, because along with the potential for these shield ulcers, you also have the ectasia. So again, corneal scarring and keratoconus are the two most contributing factors to visual impairment. So I'm going to just summarize now. We've learned that it's a severe form of both humoral and cellular responses. It occurs in predominantly male children younger than 10. It is year-round. There can be times when it's exacerbated. The symptoms are incredibly disabling. Mucus discharge, tearing, redness, itching, foreign body sensation, pain. Complications can run from, amblyopia, which is almost really a pseudo-amblyopia. Corneal ulceration, perforation would be really rare, but it can happen. There can be glaucoma. That would be secondary to corticosteroid use. And it definitely has, unfortunately, on children, a very negative impact on quality of life, social and educational outcomes. So I'm going to turn this over now to Dr. Halloran, who's going to take us through some of the challenges of diagnosis, as well as teaching us how to treat this condition. Dr. Halloran.
Dr. Resnick. Right, let's see. Okay, so as Dr. Resnick mentioned, I'm going to take us through looking at diagnosis of VKC in a patient, as well as taking through a case that was a really good learning experience for myself and other doctors in my practice, and ended up working very well with lining up with some of the challenges that are present when dealing with VKC. So to kick it off, we're going to chat about this patient, talking about the first time that she ever came into our practice, which was back in March of 2016. She was 12 at the time. And she came just for basically a regular eye exam. She'd been having trouble seeing the smartboard in the classroom, but it did happen to mention, oh, yes, I have severe eye allergies in the summer months. And she was, at that time, just diagnosed with simple myopia and seasonal allergies. And I think at that point, really had never tried anything on her eyes. She just took oral medications. But over the course of the next 3 years, she was seeking care in our practice, basically May through August, every single year. Watery, itching eyes, discharge from the eyes, hyperemia, all of those things Dr. Resnick just mentioned, including the papillae as well. Treatments were pretty standard for any allergy at that time. Cold compresses daily, lid scrubs if the lids were involved. Sometimes we were using Cataday or something of that nature. Artificial tears, of course. There had been a course of loteprednol. Again, a short course trying to take care of some of that inflammation that was present. And often we were recommending that she also take antihistamine, or she was already taking those on her own. Fast forward to July of 2019, she's now 15, and came in unable to wear. She had been a contact lens wearer up to that point, not for very long. However, I do remember her coming in and saying, I really can't wear the contacts now. I think we did her in the fall, and now it was summer months. Eyes were itching, not relieved by her drops that she'd been given. She was seeing well still at that point. Her optometry readings were always good. However, on this visit, noticed that there was significant anus, and as well as she was getting that limbal involvement and upper lid papillae, GPC, as well as the lower lid papillae. So similar to that image, there is not her eye, but very similar to that presentation when she arrived at that visit. So looking at the clinical features of all ocular allergies, I mean, we already talked about this with Dr. Resnick mentioning that VKC does have some specific things about it, but across the board, all of the allergies are very similar to one another. However, it's that GPC, and then when we start to get that limbal involvement, that VKC comes more to mind. And always at the back of our mind, need to think about VKC because of the visual involvement that may come from that. So constant erosions on the cornea, ulceration, plaque involvement, things like that, then we need to be worried about where is this going to go, especially where it's occurring in childhood. We need to be sure that we're recognizing it if it's happening and treating it appropriately. This scale is not specific to VKC. There really aren't scales specific to VKC, which is one of the clinical challenges. However, you can use a scale like the Oxford scale to gauge severity in terms of what are the chances that we're going to get this limbal involvement, what are the chances that we're going to have visual change in this patient, and you would use vital dyes to determine where you're at in the grand scheme of things with this scale. Bonini, who is a ophthalmologist or a professor based out of Italy, has done a lot of work in VKC specifically, in a lot of allergy, and did come up with kind of a mild, moderate, severe, very severe rating scale for VKC. You first have to recognize that you're dealing with VKC before you're going to place it in one of these categories. And if you look at mild VKC, occasional short-lived symptoms, mild conj involvement, papillary reaction, a little bit no corneal involvement. I mean, that's just going to get labeled by most clinicians as allergy because it's just present as such. Moving into the more moderate, severe, very severe, then you're looking at more issues at the actual corneal surface, and that might be when the light bulb starts to go off. Again, inverting the lids, and I'm so glad that Dr. Rosick mentioned that. I had that in my notes to say, make sure that we talk about inverting lids. It's one of the most important things we can do for all of our patients, but in terms of any chance of diagnosing VKC, going to lids. This was a study that was done just looking at which risk factors equal the chance of poor visual outcome, because again, VKC does have that potential for vision and irreversible visual change. But of course, if the more severe disease we're seeing, the more chance that we're going to have more visual outcomes, call it corneal ulceration, the limbal involvement. Once we get to these points, we're much more likely to see that patient at risk of visual impairment from the disease process. Okay, so our challenges with VKC, often these patients are suffering for a very long period of time. So even if we think back to that patient, and that patient's going to come up again now and shortly, it was a 3-year time span between the first time we saw her and over a period of 3 years, we were diagnosing and treating ocular allergy before maybe we were seeing clinical signs or thinking VKC for that patient. There's a big overlap between.
And Claire, could I just stop you for a second? Your audio is cutting out a bit. If you could just please, I don't know, maybe get closer to the laptop, or
Sure.
I don't know if that'll help, but we can give it a shot.
Okay, give it a go.
All right, thanks.
Okay, no problem. Just chime in if that's still an issue. Okay, so back to challenges with our VKC. So, what we're dealing with here is a disease process that is very much like other ocular allergy, and so there's a large overlap between the symptoms and signs of VKC and other allergic kind of diseases. No two patients are alike when it comes to VKC presentation for patient to patient, and there's really no standard diagnostic criteria coming to mind all the time. Like, oh, I see that, it must be VKC, because when they're mild in the disease, it's looking like other things, and it's not necessarily at the forefront of our mind. Is that going to change tomorrow in your practice? Maybe not, but looking back through the years of a certain patient, if you're lucky to track a patient for a number of years, you may start to see these signs coming out. And so it definitely should be something that is in the back of your mind when you have a child with a fairly severe disease or allergic process occurring. So we're back to this case now. And again, the July visit, she's 15, she's complaining more so about the contact lenses not being comfortable. A little bit concerned about that. It was at this visit that I started to recognize the patterns that had been occurring over the last number of years. Again, it was the clinical sign of seeing that trantostods and the limbal involvement that caused that light bulb to start to go off, and realize, oh, this patient likely has VKC. Of course, she was ticking a lot of boxes in the unlikely category. So she was female, she's 15 at this point. I live in Newfoundland in Canada. It's not subtropical here. So all of these things weren't necessarily lining up. However, if any of you listening are in rural practice, you can't throw anything out the window because anything could walk in your door. Not saying that that doesn't happen in urban centers either. Of course it does, but when you're one of the only gigs in town, anything could really show up at any time. And it might be a one-off event, but it happens. And again, back to this, our challenges here. We have a patient, okay, now we recognize there's VKC maybe, but there's no gold standard treatment for VKC necessarily. There's, a lot of the first line treatments are palliative. We had already tried a lot of those with this patient. And so, we had tried that short course of steroids a long time ago. And then after this appointment, had introduced stronger steroids in order to control the disease. She really just was so uncomfortable. I think I remember saying to her at that visit, this is a significant problem for you. She's one of those patients, doesn't necessarily complain a lot, just sort of says, oh yeah, I have really bad allergies. Once you see limbal involvement like that, this patient is suffering and has been suffering every summer. It just becomes their norm. And it was only at that point that I realized, oh, I have not been serving this patient probably in the best way possible. And so if we go back to that Bonini scale, now looking at the different treatment options that we have depending on severity of disease, again, at that mild stage, you're looking at avoiding anything that causes the allergies, which can be a challenge in the summer months when all the kid wants to do is be outside, and that's what's causing your disease process. Lubricants, antihistamines, mast cell stabilizers, the pretty standard across the board allergy type treatments. Once you get into that moderate, that's when you might look at posting a steroid. Maybe if it was long-standing or multiple years of it is ongoing, to think about an immunomodulatory medication at that point. Once we get Canada, we don't have the ophthalmic. Have something more compounded. Of course, once we get to the very severe disease where the cornea is very involved and the lids are extremely involved, then that's when you really need to involve surgical options, most likely. So, of course, preventative measures, non-pharm strategies, when early in the disease, you're going to educate the patients about what's going on, why they're feeling this way, what's causing this. So, teaching that patient about how allergies occur and why they occur, and what we can do to avoid exacerbating the issues. So, avoiding rubbing and touching the eyes, avoiding being out in that pollution, around the plants and flowers that are causing these problems, around the pets that may be causing problems. And then talking about like washing of the pillowcases and washing the face and hands and hair, using things to protect their eyes, visors, goggles, hats, and then symptom relief, not, cold compresses, preservative tears. So at the end of the day, that's kind of what we're going to start with a lot of the patients, especially mild disease. Then, of course, we move into adding into topical steroids, mast cell stabilizers, antihistamines as well, which could be really helpful like this. However, there are side effects to be considered, especially when it comes to steroid use. So I have found, and we will find that most of these patients will get a lot of relief using a corticosteroid. However, sometimes this disease also isn't there all year round. And so some of the patients will self-medicate or keep steroids on hand. I find this happen a lot, is they still have a little bit left in their bottle and they'll get a refill or something, and then they'll be using it randomly when the eyes are bothering them, and their eyes tend to flare up really easily. And so you do have to be cautious when using topical steroids in these patients and make sure they're aware of some of the side effects that may occur. Because again, these are sometimes become young adults and they're just sort of dosing what's needed, and sure that they're aware and that we're not prescribing bottles of steroids, or maybe considering other options that have available. So I know in pediatric ophthalmology, they had been compounding cyclosporin to different concentrations for this specific disease. However, recently, FDA approval of a VKC treatment of 0.1% cationic emulsion has been granted for VKC specific treatment. Okay, here we are, back to my patient case. So we've decided now that this patient's likely been suffering from VKC for an extended period of time. Discontinue the contact lens wear, of course. We did continue with Pepatidate, and then I did start her on Predestin 1% 4 times a day for a week to see if. So you can see now the date is January 2021. So this past January, this patient presented to me. This was the first time that I had seen this patient since 2019. And again, the pandemic had a lot to do with that. So she returned really for a routine exam and mentioned that she'd been able to get some refills on the Predestin over the last year during allergy season. Via like a phone call telemed with the doctor and sort of mentioned, oh, I need some more of this drop, and I can't.
Yeah, and Claire, could I just have you stop for 1 second? Your audio is cutting out again. If you could just move closer and just kind of, there you go, as close as you can get, because you're cutting out there a bit. Okay, sorry about that.
I'm just going to get real intimate here.
Yeah,
okay.
Great.
Okay. Okay, so yeah, basically what's happened is this patient disappeared for an extended period of time, mostly because of the pandemic and inability to get into see. Was able to get some refills on her Predestin from her family physician. She did find that that was always working well for her eyes. When I saw her, she was still seeing well. Her tonometry was good. However, I happened to notice that she did have some cataract in each eye. So again, this patient's quite young. And then we chat more, and yes, there was definitely increased use of the steroid. And I come to state that most likely we're seeing these cataracts from steroid use that she's seen over the last year. So we did a follow-up in 3 months because this was January. She actually wasn't suffering from much in terms of the allergy at that point. She typically would start to see the allergy occur in April, May month. So I said, let's follow up in 3 months, no steroids, and we'll consider a treatment without the steroids at that time. So at that appointment, I did prescribe her Acacia, which is a cyclosporin 0.1% solution. So cationic emulsion. Here you can see that a study was done that has led to FDA approval of this medication. It's very effective in improving the corneal staining. It's effective in lowering use of other rescue medications like steroids, and significant improvements in ECPs symptoms and the quality of life of those patients. And we have found that in this patient. So we've been able to go without the steroids and still have the relief. There we can see that we started on that March to October, and that we will annually use that medication until she's no longer suffering from it. However, she's fairly old at this point and still does suffer from significant allergy, and so likely continue to use this. So in summary, we need to obviously chat with these patients about avoiding any allergic triggers and planning lifestyle. You know, easier said than done when you're talking about a kid who has a short summer to enjoy, but then we want to really consider therapeutic options and approaches based on the disease severity and personalize it to the patient. And a multi-pronged approach, pharmacological approach, is needed, so there's no single medication that's able to treat all aspects of EKC. However, now we do have a treatment that's specific for EKC that should certainly be considered earlier on in the disease process instead of having to use more of the severe or likely to cause complications like steroids. So knowledge and understanding of the benefits and limitations on the use of the various therapies available imperative to successful use. And I believe that statement. All right, so now Dr. Resnick's back. Hopefully you can hear me. Doesn't matter how many checks we do, it's still in the moment decides that it doesn't want to work. So there we go. All right, so I'm going to bring up that slide about all right, so we're just going to do a little discussion now about some of our goals with EKC and how we're really, it's not only to improve quality of life, but also prevent those long-term complications, right, that we are certainly need to be concerned about when it comes to these patients. Luckily, my patient, you know, we did see that limbo involvement, but never got to the point where I was worried about her corneal health. Kind of jump on it, and because she had been complaining, and we had gotten the steroids involved, you know, we were able to kind of avoid that. But now we have that new added complication of the steroids, or steroid-induced cataracts, I should say. So that was an interesting case, and I was so happy to have something that I could switch to that I felt confident in, you know?
Yeah. So, I mean, I think about this, and, you know, again, because it has so much similarity to seasonal conjunctivitis, some of the therapies we use for that are really good first line as well. So getting cold compresses, limiting that vascular response, putting artificial tears in the refrigerator. Claire, I would wonder, what's your opinion on sending these, because we want to also control the environmental factors, do you send these children out to allergists for testing just to see what they specifically could avoid? Do you co-manage with an interdisciplinary team with allergists? Because I know there are so many like monoclonal antibody type drugs now that actually reduce the eosinophilic reaction. We know that that's only present in about 50% of these patients, but if it's 1 out of 2, I think if it's something, if there is a high eosinophil level, are we looking to get them on some non-steroidal oral medications as well as the Vercasia?
I think that that's a really important thing to consider because, you know, I know where I'm currently located, it can sometimes be challenging to get in to see an allergist in a timely fashion. And so often we are still trying to manage the disease as much as possible. I mean, here I from personal experience know that it can take about 6-7 months to get in to see an allergist, you know? So I think it's a good thing to consider for sure. And I do think because there are ways that we can specifically target certain things, and knowing, okay, I am definitely allergic to these things, and that's what's really driving this, then we can truly avoid the triggers, because a lot of the time it's a lot of guesswork, right? But if we can take away some of that guesswork, I think definitely that multi-pronged approach and as specific as we can get it makes sense.
What do you think about using, if you know, and it did get to the point where they had, the papilla was so great and starting to cause a shield ulcer, would you consider using a contact lens as a bandage kind of thing, or preventative in terms of corneal erosion?
I think in theory that could certainly work, provided maybe the lids were in a state where they could handle it.
Right.
Because even my patient, that I don't know if I mentioned, but they were daily contact lenses that she'd been using, and still we couldn't deal with it.
Right.
And so, you know, I think maybe if there was a significant ulceration, or maybe we would consider an amniotic membrane or something in that situation, right? To try to like,
Yeah.
and then maybe a scleral, I don't know, but like we would have to really look at what's going on with those.
And then also,
lids, right? How thick they are, and
if there's limbal involvement, or there's any aspect of potential limbal stem cell deficiency,
yeah,
I would be cautious about a scleral, but certainly,
yeah,
you know, maybe during the day a bandage lens of some sort. But again, we would hope now with rickettsia, which again, just to repeat what Claire said, this is a brand new compound of cyclosporin. It's in a base that makes it highly permeable into the tissues. It's a 0.1%, and the cationic emulsion makes it much more compatible with the ocular surface. So the good news about this is that this is actually approved specifically for the use for VKC. So it's so nice to have things that aren't off-label anymore, although obviously we rely on off-label a lot in optometric and ophthalmologic care. But when something's approved, I think it gives us all a greater degree of confidence in the drug. We saw the results of the testing. The long-term results were excellent. The study included 2 different concentrations, and they were able to determine the amount that worked in the majority of people without having too much or too little. So that's the beauty of having an FDA-approved drug, that we know that we had these randomized control studies. So I know that, you know, again, I don't see a lot of it here in New York City, but with populations now on the move, it really, you know, as I said before, we're a global medical environment now. So I do see a lot of immigrant children, and there is a genetic component. It's not always about being in their own backyard. It can be right in our backyard. And, you know, hey, if it could be in Newfoundland, it can be in New York City.
right. That was my thing. I said, hey, if it's here, it's anywhere. You know, and like I said, like being in a rural practice where I don't have a lot of access to ophthalmology, and my patients definitely don't have easy access, then they sometimes just end up in your chair. And so that's where it becomes like having the good standard practice of flipping the lids and making sure you're going through those checks in your mind of, okay, it's checking a few of these boxes. Maybe they're not checking all these other boxes for a typical patient with it, but they do have some of those clinical signs.
Right.
And so, you know, and I think ours was a good learning case where we realized later what we were dealing with, and been treating with kind of mild symptoms. And I think a lot of us would treat the way we did, you know, the mild symptoms. I mean, that's still the way you're supposed to treat someone with VKC. It's just recognizing that, you know, talking about that third bullet there, you know, scheduling those visits before that offending time of year. If you know you're hearing from patients, it's every, you know, May, June, or, you know, April, May, depending on, you know, climate and whatever. You know, if you know that that's the offending time of year, to try to be proactive and see those patients, you know, mid-March or something like that. I know a pediatric ophthalmologist in Canada says, oh yeah, you see those patients at the Ides of March, because he is getting ready for that impending time when he's going to be struggling with that.
So because I believe in the one column or one airway feature of these
Right.
atopic diseases, from the lungs to the nose to the eyes. I often have these children just using plain saline sprays in their noses
Sure.
without the offending, because what goes down can also go up.
Flush.
So
Yeah.
well, we have a lot of nice sort of home palliative remedies, but again, that's symptomatic. But for the true control of immunopathogenic disease, the cyclosporin is the key.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. So, I mean, I never mentioned, but yes, we've had it approved in Canada for a little bit longer. So that's why I have had the opportunity to use
Excellent.
it. So, yeah, it's been super helpful. And yeah, always just that little bit of peace of mind that, that we're using something that's specific for VKC in that situation.
Great.
So yeah, Adam, I don't know if there's questions for us.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Well, thanks, guys. Let me pull up some questions here and get going. You know, I'm sure there's a million here that we can try to answer here. So, the first question, I guess, I'll ask you guys a more general one. So, you know, right out in the beginning, you guys spoke about how the symptoms are fairly non-specific, right? This could be like the Great Pretender. It can look like a bunch of stuff. So for the doctor who maybe hasn't been on the lookout before and will be on the lookout now, what sort of diagnostic testing might you do when you have the patient in the chair?
So flipping the lids, looking at the lids, that we can't state enough. So yeah, I'm so glad when Sue said it, I was like, yes, and over here. So, you know, that's really, really key, because if you're seeing the papillae involvement on the top lids, as well as bottom lids, you know, that's significant, like something's happening in that eye. So we need to recognize it. And I find for myself, I'm a little more concerned if I see it on top lid than if I pull down and see a little bumpiness at the bottom. I don't know. That's kind of how I feel.
The other thing I would add, Adam, which is not typical of your garden variety seasonal allergic conjunctivitis, is to use diagnostic dyes, because you don't, I'll use the word, almost never see corneal or conjunctival staining with seasonal allergic conjunctivitis, but you will see it with this due to those papilla. And also due to the inflammatory response. So you also have to look at the limbus very carefully. So we're used to seeing chemosis and injection of the conjunctiva, but you have to also look at the limbal vessels that are deeper into the cornea. If those are starting to dilate, I'm then concerned that there's a greater immune response occurring. So exactly what Claire said, flip the lids first, look for papilla follicles, and then you want to use your fluorescein staining, as well as a careful inspection of the limbus.
Yeah, bump that mag up. You've got to really look at that limbus, what's happening.
Yep. And after you've made the diagnosis, if you have a patient who's kind of mild, right? So some of the cases that you showed us are pretty severe, right? In your slides. But if you have a patient who's mild and you've made the diagnosis properly, what would you do for treatment?
So I think I would still start fairly palliatively, but I'm going to be on that person a little bit more. You know, I'm going to be making sure I pre-appoint that person, maybe do a check-in phone call, maybe even if they're coming to see me early spring, starting to see some, I'm going to book them out a couple of weeks out or a month out and sort of see what's happening here. Are these treatments working? So I think it's about, you're still going to use those palliative sort of treatments, so the cold compresses, the like cold tears, avoiding the allergens, maybe starting the allergist process, get them seen to. What do you think, Steve?
Yeah, I would start with mast cell stabilizer antihistamine combinations right away. As Claire said, you move the treatment regimen, you want to narrow it, you want to get, you know, you want to almost treat a level 0 with a level 1 treatment, because you want to get on top of it. Once this cascade starts rolling, it can kind of get out of hand very, very quickly. So I would, you know, just as Claire said, start with the palliative stuff, the preventative stuff, but get them on a mast cell stabilizer antihistamine. What's interesting, a lot of the first and second generation mast cell stabilizers actually work better than some of the newer ones for this, which is kind of an interesting thing. We don't know why, but that's maybe because it has more stabilization effect than antihistamine effect. So you're getting it earlier in the cascade. And I wouldn't let this get too out of control because cyclosporin is such, I'll use the word safe drop. I wouldn't hesitate to put somebody on it, very, very early in the treatment process.
Yep, absolutely. And you mentioned that this can spiral out of control. This is a really good question that someone had. So when you have the patient in the chair, how do you educate them about this, right? Because they're thinking, oh, I have an allergy, who cares, right? But this can be vision threatening. And this is probably something they've never heard of, right? I'm sure many ODs actually probably don't think about this at first either. So how do you actually get that across to the patient that this is really something not to mess around with?
Well,
I think, yeah, and I was going to say, I think by telling them that that you have a concern, that you are monitoring this for a purpose. I think, again, by maybe pre-appointing them out or stating like how important it is that they follow up care with you, they'll recognize like, oh, this is not just my garden variety allergy, or, you can say to them, it's not everybody suffers from allergy like you do. And this is unique to you, and you need to make sure that this doesn't spiral out of control, because it could.
Yeah, I would, if, look, it's a child and you have the parent. So you want to talk to the child first and the parent as well. And I would explain to the child that, a caution against rubbing, that is key, because that's what breaks the membranes of those mast cells. So no rubbing. If they feel the urge to itch, get a drop in. So anytime they want to itch, put a drop. But to let them know that if it gets out of control, they may not be able to go to this, go swimming or play basketball or spend as much time on the computer. You want to kind of bring it home to what they like to do and tell them it may interrupt their pleasurable activities. So that's how I always work with children. To the parent, I would do exactly what Claire says and say, make sure you bring Johnny in 2 weeks. I need to look at him, and maybe show a picture of one of these slides of what that inside of the lid could look like if we didn't treat this aggressively.
Right. And question here, a more complicated case, patient wearing contact lenses. So how do you deal with this? And what kind of lens do you try to push them to if they're going to try to keep wearing their lenses?
So a daily contact lens for sure.
Right, it has to be a daily. You want to work with a lens that doesn't move too much, because understand that those papilla are going to cause that lens to jump. So you're going to fit it a little tighter so that it protects the cornea and doesn't rub. There are some people that, not so much now with the newer lenses, but some of the silicone hydrogel lenses can be a little bit less appropriate for these. So oftentimes I will stick with a HEMA-based lens or a very low modulus lens for these patients. The other thing,
just for the stiffness, yeah.
Because you want a really thin edge. You don't want any mechanical irritation to those lids. The other thing I would say, and here's where I would go off label, I would have no qualms about using their drops during the day with those lenses on. As a matter of fact, I would advocate it. Those lenses can act as a reservoir for the medication, which would not be the worst thing in the world. I am not concerned about being thrown away. I'm more concerned about getting the drops in and having the kids see during the day. Of course, I would prefer them to wear their glasses, but the way you phrased the question, Adam, that would be my answer.
Yeah, I thought about this a lot. I was thinking about that, actually. I'm glad it came up, because especially in the day and age of myopia control and how much we're thinking about that and doing that nowadays. Luckily, a lot of those lenses that are coming out are daily lenses, and so it lends itself to that. But yeah, it could be an interesting cover.
Right, and in terms of compliance, right, it becomes that much more important if they're wearing a daily disposable. Will you actually cut down the number of lenses you prescribe to make sure that this patient's being compliant with it?
Yes.
Good question. Would I do that? I don't know. I mean, it might be a good idea depending on the patient.
They're going to get them if they're going to get them anyway,
Right.
That's a whole other topic.
Right,
Yeah.
right. So question, we mentioned now that we do finally have approved treatments for this. And I guess the question is, we're talking, obviously Santen sponsored this today, the availability of the drugs. So maybe, we have an international approach here tonight, right? We have Canada and the US. So maybe you guys can speak to that a little bit.
So the drug will be available. It has been approved. It's not available yet. We are anxiously awaiting it. I know Claire has had the privilege of working with it. I have not, but that's I have my shelf dusted off for it.
Yeah, ours got approved just before pandemic life, and really I've only using it clinically for 6 months or so. But yeah, I mean it's been available here for a while, and I think it's going to just be a lovely tool in our toolbox that we can pull from across the board, right?
Yep. And so I guess the important thing, if people really want to learn more, talk to the folks at Santen about it directly,
Right.
And they can probably, get you up to speed way more than we can, I would imagine. All right, cool. And so those are just some of the biggest questions. One clinical question that actually a clinical question or more of a comment. So it's common in Middle East countries, VKC or VCK. But the question is the glaucoma from the long-term use of topical steroids. So what do you do? And is this going to be a thing that people are going to have to deal with in this particular case, especially because they're kids, right? I mean, the nature of this disease is that it can sort of smolder for a while.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely in the practice where I would be checking that tonometry, and you noticed on my case, tonometry was always something that was being checked because steroids had been involved fairly early on in her treatment, even in loteprednol, but then later as prednisolone. And so I think we need to monitor that, and if you are seeing steroid response in terms of increase in IOP, then that's really another reason why it's great that we have more options where we don't have to use a topical steroid, and that might be where we need to involve, more oral treatments and be more specific about treating specifically which allergies we're dealing with.
So if you discontinue the topical steroids, Adam, the pressure will come down. Look, you're going to have to use them pulse dose, but the good news about some of the softer steroids now, the ester base versus the ketone, is that you really don't get an IOP response. You can be on loteprednol for months, honestly, and I've had patients on it, and you have to check, but usually there's no response. If there is a response, you almost have a little bit of a benefit to tell the patient that they may be more prone to glaucoma when they get older. We know that there's a relationship, but it rarely would interrupt the treatment of these patients because hopefully they're just doing it on pulse dosing. You never want to give a refill, so they're not holding these bottles and self-prescribing, and you're keeping close tabs. If the pressure were to go very high, I would have no qualms about putting them on a glaucoma drop concomitantly if I needed to.
Really? Okay. And I guess, again, compliance is really the huge issue here, right? And keeping on top of these patients, probably even more so than you would most others.
Right.
Great. Okay. So I think that probably wraps it up because we're running out of time here, but I want to forward the slide here if I can. And, I want to obviously thank both of you for being here today. This was really great. It was fantastic doing something a little bit different, right? Learning about stuff that we usually don't get to hear about. So this was fantastic. But I'd also like to actually put up a slide here to show folks if they want to learn more. The folks from Santen are actually here tonight. And Stephen, are you there?
I am, Adam. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you perfectly. So, thanks so much for being here. And I put up a slide. Hopefully everyone can see it right now. You folks are going to be at the Academy meeting, right?
We will indeed. As a matter of fact, first of all, I want to thank you for the opportunity tonight, and thank you to Dr. Halloran, Dr. Resnick. Incredible mastery of the material, and thank Claire for sharing your experience. You're right. It has been available since November of 19 in Canada. And Dr. Resnick is correct. It is approved in the U.S. and you manage that very well. We want to make sure the product's going to be available when someone wants to write that prescription. So we will communicate that. It's not quite out there yet, some wonderful coverage of some questions that we have got in Canada. I've been privileged to support that. Contact lens were an exclusion, by the way, in the Vectis trial that you shared, Claire. So I enjoyed that discussion. And particularly this patient, we know that we are very much focused on this patient caregiver focused materials to help with things like compliance. Why is it important to get your doses in? And so those things are in the works too. But yeah, particularly Adam, what you mentioned, we do want to share more on this, and in particular 2 activities. So on November 3rd at the Academy meeting, we're going to have a lunch symposium where I think we're going to share a little bit more data from the pivotal Vectis study. Dr. Resnick, I think you'll be there with us, yeah. And Dr. Halloran couldn't travel quite yet, but we will miss her. And then sometime over that period, we will have to introduce Santon, our work in the front of the eye, particularly in VKC, and also our other therapeutic areas, what we call our scientific open house. This will be an opportunity. This is a medical invitation to meet with some of our high-level medical leaders, indeed from the globe. And so keep your eyes open for that. There'll be some invitations coming out. Again, Adam, thank you for wonderful moderation. Doctors Haller and Resnick, thank you so much.
Great.
Sure.
Well, thank you, Stephen. And again, hopefully we'll see everybody out in Boston. It's going to be great to see everyone in person again after a couple of years where we're all kind of just zoomed out.
Okay, guys, and we are back. Let me unmute everybody else here. And hopefully everybody's here. Okay, guys, you around?
Yep.
Yeah, we're not live, are we?
We are live.
Yep.
What's up, Gretchen? Are you ready to curse?
No.
No, I was just talking about something else. No worries.
Oh,
Yeah.
I
We
missed
feel
all
that.
of it. So you were muted before to me. So you were muted to everyone else. So
I don't think cursing is as big of a problem now.
No,
No.
I'd say not.
It's
You just cracked something. What did you crack?
LaCroix.
Oh, I thought it was going to be like a Red Bull or something.
nah. He wants to go to sleep after this, not stay up.
Yeah. Well,
I will say I had a tiny little doze on the couch during our break.
Nice. I don't blame you.
I was working, but my wife is upstairs going through papers and stuff. She found such cool stuff that we put away from, many years ago to our kids or whatever. And real cool things that you won't care about. Here's one thing, a ticket to a game opening day at Yankee Stadium. And I actually caught a baseball during this game. I have it on my mantle, and this is the game I got the ticket from. I got it on. So little things
cool.
like that.
So maybe you can have the ball mounted and put the ticket in there too.
The ball is mounted, so I'll do something. I'll put the ticket on top of something, and this is just another one. But a lot of cool things. So, apology letters our kids wrote when they were like 8, 9 years old. Our grandkids are going to kick out of that. Mommy was the same as me, I guess.
That's funny.
That's funny. Did we lose Paul?
I think so. I'm not sure what he's up to. I can see that his video's off. So
Well, maybe he's taking care of your mom.
yeah, could be. Could very well be doing something useful. So yeah.
I'm doing this because I'm itching. This is like May is my worst allergy month. I got pills. I've got Pataday in my eyes, and it's finally stopping.
Oh, I had a horrible allergy attack earlier. 2 of them this week. It was, yeah, it's been bad. Well, yeah, you're right where I am. So
yes, and once the rain comes, the pollen comes down and inundates us.
Is it raining where you are right now?
Drizzling. It's not a great day.
It's a nap kind of day.
Yes.
It feels like we're living in Portland, Adam.
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, it's if you were living in Portland, you would basically have the repeat of that day for 6 months. So be grateful.
That would be hard.
Yeah.
You don't have to water the lawn or the plants, though.
That's true. Yeah, it's always green
That's
here.
why it's so green. I mean, it is. I remember when I was out there in January. I mean, it's green all the time and it doesn't get that cold, but I mean, that's the payoff of all the horrible rain. I mean, you get the green, but you have to go through that drizzle to get there.
Right. Yeah, and you've never seen allergy season like an allergy season here where everything is just yellow. The whole world is yellow. You can just see it in the air and
I mean, pollen?
on your car. Yeah, I mean, it's
You're
everywhere.
listening to a little bit of Coldplay out there?
Oh, meanwhile, I just got a message here. So I should have been doing tech support, right?
Uh-oh.
Probably a good thing to do. So let me actually look here. So people just talking about credits and so forth. So if you just finished a lecture, you can't expect that the credits are going to appear immediately. They take a few minutes, right? Because we have hundreds or thousands of people that it has to cycle through. So what you have to do is just wait a few minutes and then come back and then check to see what your credit thing status is.
Yeah.
And you can go to the transcript center, which is probably the best place to do it, in my opinion anyway. Like I know we have that little page inside of the live lecture. Let me actually show people what I'm talking about. So inside of the live lecture, there's a thing that shows you sort of the status of your credits. But I like to use on ODwire the certificate center. If you go to CEwire2022.com and click on certificates, even after the conference is long over, that's the best way to get them. And you can actually get a whole list of the ones that you've attended. So that's how I do it.
And especially if they're looking on their phone, I'm still buffering some for a few seconds till I get it on a computer. So they're going to be slower with their connections on phones and tablets.
Yeah. Yep. Well, let me,
And by the way, I'm getting no credits for things that I just keep on. Do you understand what that means? That the software is working correctly?
Yep.
That's good.
Because I've already got those credits from last time.
Right. So
Right.
you can't get
Yeah,
them
so
twice.
that does mean that it's working. No double dipping here at CEwire.
Or triple dipping.
Yep. So, and again, if anything's broken, you can always come into the lobby and ask, or you could just shoot us an email at support@CEwire2022.com and we'll go check. I have access to all of the logs. So some of the very few problems that we're having, when someone says, oh, this really didn't work, or I got credits for 3 classes and not 4, we're able to go back and look and see exactly what happened. There was one case today where someone's connection was unstable. And I can tell that because I have the logs of what was actually happening and that their computer was desperately trying over and over again to make connections. So I could see they were trying, their computer was trying, they could connect for a few minutes, they dropped their connection, they would come back, they may have been able to buffer the video, so it didn't stop totally. So in that case, we usually err on the side of giving people credit because they were there, they were doing their best. And in many cases, even though it's showing that shows that the connection was dropped, they were able to buffer enough video in between the drops so that the video stayed continuous. So in that case, sometimes the system will look like it's working properly for you, but your computer is working overtime to try to actually maintain that connection. So we have entire logs. So we keep everything. We log everything. So nothing has disappeared here. So I have full access to what actually happened. We had another case where someone didn't get credit, but they actually didn't deserve to get credit because they were watching 2 things at once, which you can't do. So that kind of stuff happens. So, yep.
Hey,
Anyway.
Paul.
Hello. I just failed at making my wife lunch.
Ah,
But you bailed or failed?
Yeah, I failed.
Is she starving?
I thought you might want minestrone soup, and I put fresh Parmesan cheese in. And the comment was, "Did you taste this before you gave it to me?"
That sounds good though. What? Too much Parmesan?
Yeah, I
So-
grated Parmesan.
so what'd you do? You obviously couldn't take it out once it was in. Did you make her something else?
Crackers, so she ate crackers. I was going to bring her an ice cream for dessert, so maybe her lunch is going to be an ice cream cone pop. What can I do?
Do we have a interview coming up now?
We do. Hopefully he'll arrive. Brent from CCOP should be here. Hopefully he will make it. I'm actually just looking over my shoulder to see if I need to let him in. I don't see him so far.
Okay.
So hopefully
Well,
he'll.
like you say, pretty boring day because of the fact that there's no problems. It's a good boring day.
Yeah, no, I mean this is the kind of day we want, with so very few issues. And again, some of the corner cases, these strange issues, are having to do with people's not being able to connect. And Brent is now trying to call me, which I'm not sure why.
Did you send him the Zoom link? I'm sure you did.
His associate did yesterday, but I will resend it anyway.
Okay, he'll be here. All the rooms are attended, and again,
Yeah, in
about
the meanwhile, we're on, we've got a full house here. We've got Jamie Falco talking about dry eye therapeutics beyond artificial tears, and Scott Barnett talking about what pediatricians know about eye disease. And then we've got, oh, and I always mangle this poor guy's name, Pinakin
DeVay. Yep.
DeVay,
Yep.
talking about diagnostic benefit beyond OCT, cone contrast testing. So we've got a full house there, 3 different classes to pick from.
Yep.
Did Art Epstein have a full house?
he did. He had 528 at the end because there was no other lectures and only 1 or 2 questions, and he'll be able to answer one. I answered the other, so he was fine.
Good.
Yep. And we're just waiting for Brent to log in here. He'll be here momentarily, so all good. So there's the schedule again. Things are going well.
Oh, well, we've got someone saying that he's having trouble getting into the dry eye class. So I would say refresh your browser.
Yeah, I was in
and
there,
try
no
again.
problem. That's room 1. I'll see what's happening there, but I was there.
Yeah, I'm actually in there too right now. It works fine. So just refresh. Tell them to do a refresh.
Yeah.
I think that you're absolutely right that there's this fear that a lot of people have if they refresh the screen that something awful is going to happen, and it's just not the case.
In fact, when I went in now, Adam, I got the old dry eye lecture from Art, and I refreshed, and I got the new one, which is they're in 10 minutes in, so they should still get credits. Just refresh that little 3/4 circle on the upper left corner of the browser.
You know, I see the system message that pops up, and I think there are too many words there. I think people aren't reading it. I think we should just have the system message say, problem, ? Refresh your browser.
Yeah.
Because people aren't reading what it is. And there isn't that much there, but if you're panicking because you think you're not getting credit for your class, then I understand you're not reading everything.
It's funny, yeah, because sometimes people, you're right, they panic, or sometimes they ignore stuff in general. You know, like the beginning of each video where I give my little spiel. I'm amazed when people email me asking questions about how long does it take for the credits to post. It's like you've seen it 30 times now, but people just, you know, sometimes
It's become part of the furniture. Nobody really pays attention.
They zone out, so totally get it. And oh, whoop! I think I see Brent here. Hey, Brent, are you there?
Brent, mute your browser.
We can't hear you. Mute.
No, I think he was muted because of the background noise. So, Brent, turn the volume down on your browser, and then you can unmute Zoom.
I think I'm good.
There you go.
Good.
Welcome.
How's it going?
Yeah, Adam, for whatever reason, I did not have the Zoom link. So
crazy.
That's what I was trying to text.
You're very quick on the draw, though. I have to say, I sent it to you, and seconds later you were in. So
at least try. At least try. So
there we go.
Let me readjust the camera so that we can see more of my bald spots.
Well, you have to turn around.
So Brent, how's it all going?
Everything's going great. It's good to see everyone again.
Yeah.
How's everyone enjoying their Saturday? And hopefully it's been fairly challenge-free in terms of software for the day.
I mean, it's been actually quite smooth. You know, every time we do this, it gets easier and easier. It's almost been boring, dare I say. There hasn't been any
You just screwed us, Adam. You never say boring.
Knock wood.
Now we're in for it.
But yeah, no, it's been great so far. So yeah, no complaints whatsoever. So what have you been up to these past couple months?
What did you say? I missed the last part.
What have you been up to these past couple months? You know, the last time we spoke, I guess, was in March.
We've been busy. I actually just came back, got back late last night from Long Island, New York. We had a little event there with some of the frame sponsors and be able to invite some people out. We're trying to do happy hours all across the country. And we have basically 20 happy hour events that are going on, just engaging with some of our members and potential prospects. Since we were talked last, we also did Vision Expo East, which was fun. So we had about a 20-foot booth there, and also had drinks and we're serving beer and wine and all that stuff. We're helping to sponsor an organization called Techify, which was trying to help people level up in terms of their technology implementations, which is really aligned with our interests, because we're trying to help independents work smarter a lot of times and be able to have a better quality of life. And sometimes by implementing some of the latest technology things, whether it's marketing or automatic campaign scheduling, like some of the software that we have, it enables people to just set, point, click, schedule stuff, and then they can be hands off and they don't have to worry about it as much. So we're doing those sorts of things. We've brought on a couple more vendors as well. We have Johnson & Johnson is one of our vendor partners, where people can buy direct through us and basically get Johnson & Johnson pricing. But we also still have great vendors like on the contact lens side with ABB Optical Group, as well as eDoctor, and we're in the process of adding WVA as well. And then with respect to our lab structures, we still have independent labs like Lucerne and even like iCraft up in Minnesota, and then also Esler Labs are part of the mix. And we brought on VSP Optics, and so people can actually get some decent deals with VSP Optics, and coupled with Marchand, they actually get extra rebates, $3 to $5 back per frame through some of the deal structures that we have. Now, I know not everyone loves VSP. So the nice thing about us is we're not owned by Esler, we're not owned by VSP. We don't have any investors that are Wall Street investors or anything like that. So it gives us the autonomy to really seek out the best of things for the independents, as well as leveraging the best of what some of these big verticals actually have in the industry as a whole. And in addition to that, we're layering in even more service offerings. We ran across this one service offering that is a friggin' no-brainer. We have one where people can keep their credit card processor, they can keep their equipment, keep all the stuff. And we have a company who's partnered with all the processors behind the scenes to negotiate some best-in-class rates. And so all they have to do is say yes, and we found that they save between $100 and $500 a month. So wow. It's like free money, right? And so it's fun actually identifying some of this stuff and getting the word out there that we have these things available for free to our practice members, and with our membership, as Adam, as you know, there's no cost to join. So it's a free membership, no like long-term commitment or anything like that. And so even if someone's doing $1 worth of business with us, they're able to partake of a lot of these different things.
Right. And I put it up on the screen. I don't know if you can see it or everyone can see it. This is what you're talking about, right? With this company.
Exactly.
So they actually go through the misery of trying to get the better rates for you, so you don't have to do it.
Yeah, they've already pre-negotiated all this stuff on the back end on a lot of them, and so really someone just says yep, and then they'll be able to get savings in a very short order of anywhere from $100 to $500 a month. And really, there's nothing that they have to really do. They don't have to change their equipment. They don't have to change a merchant account. Nothing. So that one's kind of fun. I like that. And when we were at Expo, we were talking about it, and people are like, nah, that's like too good to be true. There's got to be some catch, right? And people are like very leery and suspect. I'm like, no, there's no catch. It's just easy.
Yeah, right? I mean, essentially what they're doing is they're doing the work that you could do if you wanted to, but would be absolutely miserable, right? Because the transaction processing companies are constantly changing their rates and everything else. So for you to stay on top of it would be awful.
Yep. Yeah. And that's a lot of what we do. That's why people end up are coming to groups, and groups have been around for a long time, but I think there's a little bit of a resurgence because as they're trying to compete with the Costco's of the world, the Walmarts of the world, and the Warby Parkers, they're looking at, hey, how can I make myself more competitive? And so if they're doing a SWOT analysis on their business, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, there's a lot of threats out there. And some of the strengths is banding together as a group, and also taking a look at the opportunities. And if these groups like ours, where we've gone and fought to negotiate some best-in-class deals that you can't get the same kind of deal structure anywhere on a bunch of the different deals that we have. And so we've actually gone through that pain of doing that with more than 150 vendors and service offerings to be able to pull stuff and be able to provide it, that a doctor who's trying to take care of this patient and optician who are like just focused on getting a great pair of frames that fit their customer, right? They don't have time to sit there and go through 150 different vendors and negotiate the best in class deals. And that's where I think there is a lot of people leaning towards joining groups and being part of that nowadays.
Absolutely.
And do you allow people to join your group and be a member of another alliance also?
Yeah, exactly. And I think in the industry, people are trying to maximize the best, and there's several groups that they have like strict deal structures. I know I remember with Vision Source when I was helping to support them at my former job. They leaned in with Alcon and Cooper, and so you could only get certain discounts and rates through Vision Source if you just did Alcon and Cooper. And they had kicked out J&J from their organization, I think last year. And then they were saying, all right, now you got to lean in with Alcon and Cooper and do that business through CLX. And in doing that, they end up getting certain discounts. Well, if you like J&J and you like B&L, right, then you may end up wanting to join someone else or go direct on some of those fronts too, right? And so different groups play different things like that. I can tell you, we enable people to take B&L, Alcon, but we actually have really good deals structure in place with Cooper and J&J nowadays. And some of that applies for just going direct or actually working through the distributors. I'm still a fan of a lot of the distributors that are out there because I think they can bring some good value. It basically serves as an inventory buffer for a lot of the manufacturers that manufacturers may not have the SKUs as deep sometimes as some of these distributors that are out there. So it enables people to be able to take care of the patients in a faster way sometimes.
We're just saying, Brett, really creates an ethical problem for some doctors. They'll say, oh, I think this company might be better for you this year. And they keep on switching people from one company to another for no other reason than they're getting a better deal. Not that the lens is better or anything like that.
Yeah. And that's where, what we've been busy doing is trying to be a one-stop shop for our members as well. And as part of that, we did a bunch of focus group and market research and studies, and we really leaned in to see, all right, what are the problems in this space? What are the average eye doctor or the average optician, what are they dealing with? And so typically it came down to challenges with people, whether it's through trying to find people or recruit them or training or what are the benefits? How do I do that? And then challenges with their growth. How do I do marketing? I don't really even have a website up, or I don't know about social media or any of that stuff. That's newfangled stuff that I want to deal with, or I've gotten along this long without it. And so I'm okay with not having it. And then also challenges with really grow profit, right? And making sure that they're getting the best discounts and deals and things like that credit card processing program. We also have another one that's a complete practice review. I was just talking to someone about it earlier this week, and we partner with a company. They basically do a comprehensive practice review, and they literally find thousands of dollars on medical billing and coding and ways to strengthen how people are really optimizing the insurance side of the business so that they can put more dollars to their bottom line. And so we're looking at all those type of methodologies. One of my favorite, though, is we now have a free online training and education software. And so that free platform, we have some proprietary content out there. We call it Optical 101. And so now when you're having staffing challenges, you can actually go and hire a sunshine personality from a Starbucks or from a McDonald's or a Chick-fil-A or something like that. Bring them in and sit them down to do this little mini certification course on Optical 101, which is basically the basics about, hey, how do you, everything that they kind of need to know about the optical industry and get them up to speed pretty quickly. And so that's a fun one that we end up layering out there, and we're providing that for free as well to all our members. And so there's no cost to join us and no cost for any of this stuff. We just ask that they do a little bit of business through us. So we're getting some traction.
I'm curious about, for a while, J&J seemed to be going straight to the public. I think there's some new management there now, and it appears that they're looking to make nice to the professions again. Have you noticed any difference with J&J when you're dealing with them?
They've been decent in all the discussions we've had. They've been good strategic partners. They are, I think, if anything, they are trying to build the relationships with groups like ours and really try to make sure that they're leveraging that relationship with the practice. And so they have several programs in play for practices, and some of them people can qualify through our group. Others, they actually don't even qualify through our group because it's such a rich deal that J&J does that you have to almost go straight to J&J on some of them. But that is something that's out there for practices, right? If someone's really wanting to lean in with J&J, that's out there. There's also other programs that if someone is following the normal bell curve where it's, whatever, 30% Alcon, 20-something% Cooper, 11% B&L, and almost 40% J&J, they follow that normal bell curve and they commit to keep on growing, then they actually have some pretty healthy rebate programs that they have for the practices. And so I don't really see them bypassing. Globally, J&J doesn't necessarily have distributors. And so they end up going direct to the practices, through the practices, like over in Japan, over in Asia, and in Europe. And so US market's a little bit different because I think they're caring about the practice. They're not necessarily jumping and skipping the practice because it's all about the fits for them. It's all about fitting the patients, and they want to be aligned with the doctors is what I've found for the most part.
Good.
Right. So, you mentioned the happy hours before. I just want to show everyone, I'll put it up on the screen. You actually have a list, right? People can actually sign up for this. You have it's a whole tour here. It's like like you're going on tour, so you can actually just go right to your website and pick a date, and wow, you're going to be pretty busy.
All right, I'm checking to see if there's any in my area.
I'm looking at myself also. Yeah.
I am pretty busy. I can tell you, I'm attending almost all of these myself.
Oh my gosh!
In addition to some of our other people, we have several in Puerto Rico that we're doing. If anyone wants to take a beach trip to Puerto Rico, so we have those that are going on. The other thing, what were you saying, Doc?
We're in Long Island, were you?
I was out in Westbury.
Oh, nice area, yeah.
Right at the Roosevelt Island or Roosevelt Field Mall, and we had it at a private room at a Maggiano's, and it was nice, right? And just the thing about the happy hours, it's we're bringing out some frame vendors, we're bringing out some sponsors. People are able to hear the latest, what's going on in the industry. Hey, maybe take a look at some frame selections, maybe add some frames to their portfolio, but then they're also getting some deals. And so our sponsors are bringing deals to these events, and we're bringing some deals to the events. So in addition to just free drinks and free appetizers, practices can actually use these as almost like a fun opportunity for their staff. We're allowing them to bring their key staff.
That's great.
And so it's a freebie, kind of a staff incentive. That it doesn't cost them anything, and say, hey, Jan, hey, Steve, let's all go and get some drinks and get some appetizers together and be able to talk industry shop for a little bit. And so that's something that we've kind of restructured these. We were doing more sit down formal dinners, and nowadays it's more of a trying to inject some conviviality into it and really invite more people because we want it to be a fun event.
Yep.
Well, you've got October 13th in Philly. And Steve, are you in Boca?
I am in New Jersey now, but when is it in Boca?
Boca is 11/3.
I will be there then.
There you go. We can represent.
Yes. And I have a couple of other ODs that I can bring.
That'd be great. I'd love that. And look, even if someone doesn't want to join our group, I would just want to have people there, right? And I believe, hopefully I'm not offensive to anyone, but I feel like the independent eye care professional in some ways is an endangered species, so to speak. And I look at it as a parallel up against independent pharmacy. And if everyone could think, there's not too many independent pharmacists that are left. But if you rewind the clock 30, 40 years ago, there was a ton, right? There was independent pharmacists all over the place, but now all the retail chains have taken that over. And we at CECOP here are really committed to make sure that independent optometry and independent eye care survives and thrives. And so by us all banding together, whether they're a member of our group or not, I want us to be able to talk shop and say, hey, what's working for you? What's not working for you? And so we can get the peers together to be able to talk about things so that they can continue to make progress. And we find it comes down to two things, really. It's, hey, are they enjoying their lives? Are they having a decent quality of life? And are they making enough money? And so if people are making enough money and they're enjoying their life, then they're going to stay with it. But if either of those two variables get sabotaged, then they're going to be antsy and they're going to think, man, is it time to get out of independent optometry and independent eye care and sell to some private equity company or do something different? And we've even seen a phenomena where some of the baby boomers, they've actually haven't really done the right succession planning, where they brought in an associate and then helped do a transition to that associate over time. And we've seen various different practices that said, you know what, I'm done, I'm retiring, and they just close their doors. And so then that location just goes dark forever, right? Without any continued existence or continue to go. And so we really want to help be a coach and a mentor and a guide to some of the people as to how they're planning their succession planning, what they're doing in some of those arenas, and be able to help give guidance. Because a lot of practices, they don't necessarily know, hey, how do I value my business? And is it a multiple of revenue or is it a multiple of EBITDA? And what is EBITDA, right? And what's a good multiple? And they hear about people buying up practices, but when they become part of a group like ours, we have a lot of that inner knowledge that we can help guide them and be mentors to them as well. So there's a lot of transition stuff that's going on in the space, and we have a little tagline with CECOP USA: an independent is never alone. They're not alone because we're here to really help them out.
I like it.
That is really, really good.
Yeah, thank you. So really, we really want to be here just to support people along the way and be helpful. And even if we don't have an economic deal structure with an entity and someone's, for example, Optify is one that I don't have a deal in place or anything where we get any economics out of it. But if someone's trying to sell frames online, well, I know Optify is one of the vendors that's out there. So I would say, hey, might want to check Optify out and see what they're doing if that makes it easy for you and you're really passionate about selling your frames online. So there's a lot of different places like that in the industry where we get to play matchmaker, whether it benefits us economically or benefits our members economically or not. I think ultimately we're trying to help the industry.
So how can somebody say no to you when other organizations charge a little or a lot, as you know, and you've mentioned one or two of them? How could they possibly say no?
I count it as laws of inertia, right? If an object is at rest, so if my phone is right here, it's going to stay right there until it's acted on by an outside force, right? And really, when someone is frazzled running their practice and they are busy and they got everything going on, they're okay a lot of times just staying with what they have, or if they're not with a group, they just stay with it because that requires effort. It requires some change. It requires research and so forth. And so a lot of what we do is raise the awareness on some of these things. And that raising the awareness is that force that helps bring people to the conclusion that, hey, maybe they should try something different. They should lean in with someone like us. I mean, what I love, one of our things here, I don't know if you can see it, but we have a guarantee for anyone who is a new member of ours. We're going to show them within their first 6 months ways to put an extra $10,000 in profit on their bottom line, or we will pay them $1,000. So for a free opportunity for no membership fee and a chance to get, $1,000, there's a lot of opportunity here that we can do. And even with a guarantee like that, people are still kind of complacent and sometimes stay exactly doing what they're doing. And so part of what we're doing with these engagement dinners and joining you all and and trying to be a part of creating conversations are really helping, whether it's with our group or another group or people buying direct, challenging everyone to think differently, right? How do we evolve? How do we stay on the forefront of what we need to do so that we can increase our happy factor and increase our financial standing of the different practices out there? And so that's ultimately what it comes back to, is helping to be an advocate, band together with a lot of the people in the industry and even other groups that are out there. There's a lot of people that are doing a bunch of great things as well.
So Brent, if you're saying if we don't hit that magic goal for you, you'll pay them $1,000. What do you say to doctors who say, okay, you told me there's no catch. How can you do this for me?
In terms of what's the financial situation and how do we?
Right. How can you afford to do this for us? How can you afford to make that guarantee?
Yeah. And so where we make economics a lot of times is we will end up negotiating various things through the manufacturers or distributor or administration fees, where they help fund our organization and end up leveraging some prompt pay discounts and some other stuff like that. Those things end up, we can live off of that aspect of the business so that we can provide great discounts and great deal opportunities. And so we're not charging a membership fee because we're not making as much money as a lot of people are out there, but we're content with doing what we're doing because in some ways there's a little bit of altruistic aspect to it. And even with our group, there may be some situation where maybe someone gets 1% less of a discount through us than they might with someone else, but they're going to get all this extra free stuff and all the extra support that they may end up not getting elsewhere. So really, if we look at a comprehensive analysis, almost hands down, we end up, really faring well up against every competitor up there, against a lot of the direct purchasing opportunities. And it may not be an exact match for every single person as well. Someone may have, through their own efforts or because they have such huge volume, they negotiated some sweetheart deal with a vendor many years ago, and maybe that's a better deal than we can do. Well, in that case, I say, all right, then you go ahead and keep buying that one direct. But let's take a look at the other vendors that might be make sense, right? And so we don't force it. It's not all or nothing. What makes sense makes sense.
I think also too, with no membership fee, I can see how an optometrist might think, wow, this is just too good to be true, that there's no membership fee. You're guaranteeing you're going to save me money. I can still participate with other programs or groups or plans that I have. And yeah, I mean, it sounds like fabulous opportunities to work with you, but I can also understand why they might say, okay, there's got to be a catch. I know he said there's no catch, but there's got to be a catch. That's why
we're trying to get the word out here a little bit. One other thing I wanted to kind of touch base on, because I think there's a little bit of shifts in perception sometimes. If you look like Marchand, there's a lot of these groups or frame vendors that are charging. You basically have to do a minimum level of volume. So with Marchand, you have to spend $1,800 a month before they'll give someone any discount. So you get zero discount all the way up to $1,800 a month. And once you do $1,800 a month, then they'll give you a decent discount. But there's a lot of practices out there, they're not spending $1,800 a month. So that means they get zero discount all the way up to $1,800. So they can come through our group and they actually get, once they hit the second tier level, which is our star level member, they actually get 18% discount on a bunch of stuff, and then 8% discount on the higher end things. And then on top of that, we actually give a 1% rebate on frames that come back. So they get to 19 and 9, plus there's an extra half point of growth and rewards dollars that comes a part of it. So we get pretty close to what someone would get at 20 and 10 once they actually hit the $1,800 threshold. And that same phenomena that's happening, a lot of the manufacturers are moving away from giving any discount until people are hitting minimum volume thresholds. Now, I know for a fact that Luxottica is doing the same thing. And so I encourage people to look, if they're buying Luxottica direct, make sure you look at your billing, because this has been a shift that unless you, for a specific frame brand, you have to spend $5,000 a year on that frame brand before you get any discount. And that's Costa, and that's the cheapest one. The next one up is $8,000 a year before you get any discount. But you can come to a group like ours, and what we're putting into place is making sure people get a discount from $1. And so that's another thing that is a benefit of being a part of a group like ours, because they do get the discount as from $1, and we leverage all the volume buying power that we have within our group. And our group in particular, we're the only global group that exists. And so we actually have a footprint that spans not only in CECOP USA here, but also CECOP in Europe, CECOP Brazil, CECOP Italy, France, and Portugal, and just a ton of places all over. So we have about 8,000 members around the world. And so we have collectively about $1 billion worth of volume buying power that we can then bring to those manufacturers, and we sit and have those good conversations with a lot of the main vendors that are out there. That if I'm just one doctor in Cape Girardeau, Missouri, I'm not going to have that same kind of clout going and trying to negotiate things.
Yep, got it.
Absolutely.
So excellent. So I guess I just want to remind everyone then about how to get in touch with you, right? Which is the most important thing. And I think what we'll also do is send out an e-blast. Hopefully, maybe in the next week or so, we could actually start inviting people to the happy hour. So, because I think that this would be a really important thing, especially because people aren't really back at full steam traveling yet. Being able to go something that's actually local to them is probably going to be a good thing. So maybe we can get the word out that way too. But to meet up with you guys, or to just join or get more information, right? Just click on the Join Now button on your site.
Yeah, that's it.
And that should do it, right?
And Adam, I had one more that we just rolled out in Vision Expo. We're creating a plan where if someone leans in with a few different vendors, then they're going and hit certain thresholds. Those vendors are going to release dollars that is going to help cover a trip that we're going to have. It's an education and a fun experience trip. And we call it the CECOP experience. And so in 2023, we're going to actually have a trip to Costa Rica. And so any practice out there that had never been to Costa Rica, any of the doctors or owners that are out there hadn't been to Costa Rica, they can participate with this CECOP experience that we're building. And so we're going to end up having a good time and bringing together the community. Over in Europe, they do this quite frequently. They do the CECOP experience. They've actually chartered an entire cruise ship before. They've gone to the Canary Islands, to Iceland, and they get all these people together having fun. And so that's part of what we're doing too, is trying to create some fun, starting it out with the happy hours, but definitely have a nice, awesome trip to Costa Rica planned in latter half of 2023. And we're enabling our practices to be able to achieve some milestones, to be able to get it paid for, which is going to be fun.
I'll be happy to come on that trip with you.
All right, let's do it.
All right. Well, Brent, thank you so much for showing up here again today. And again, hopefully we'll get the message out for you. We'll send out an e-blast. We'll let everyone know about this. And, I really hope you get some traction in the coming months, because it sounds like you put together a really great program.
Hey, thanks a lot, my friend. And
Very
great seeing
exciting.
everyone. Hope everyone's doing wonderful and enjoy the rest of your weekend.
All right. You too.
Thanks, Brent.
All right.
Bye.
Thanks. Take care. Bye.
All right. Costa Rica it is.
I am so done with that trip, and I registered already for the October happy hour. I hope I'm able to make it.
That's awesome.
If you're a good practitioner and you're a good businessman, you could do exactly what he said. In our practice, we were a member of IDOC at that point, and Block and one other buying group, whatever. And the staff had a spreadsheet in front of them. And if you had a Johnson & Johnson lens, you ordered from here. If they needed something else, ordered from here, and you could maximize your profit. And most of them had no mailing fees, etc. But you have to be, I'm the most disorganized person in the world. So you just do one little thing, you make it organized, and they don't have to worry about it.
Right. And he also
that's what he was suggesting.
He hit on an important point too, especially these days with the shortages that people have been having. Having more than one supplier at your fingertips for a lens is a really good idea. So
that's a really good point.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, cool. So that was fun. And I'm looking ahead here. I'm not seeing anything terrible happening, miraculously.
either. And it's what? It's 4 o'clock Eastern. We are finishing up the those 3 classes that I mentioned a bit ago. Dry eye therapeutics beyond artificial tears, what peds know about eye disease, and cone contrast testing beyond in OCT. And so then in about 20 minutes, we've got 3 more starting. Mila Brujic talking about anterior seg as the window to systemic conditions. Mike Brown has a 2-hour class talking about telehealth. And then Pinakin Davi, did I say it correctly?
Deve, you were close.
Deve,
yeah.
I always misspeak mispronounce his name. Pinakin Deve is on his 2nd class talking about carotenoids and its benefits more than meets the eyes. So lots going on right now. 3 classes finishing up and 3 more starting in 20 minutes.
Yep. And still about 1,000 people in the lecture, so it's maintaining.
Yeah,
going strong.
And it's funny actually. I think some people want to try to drive me to drink when I look at the support stuff, and it's not even them actually. It's the software has enabled us to do things that we hadn't been able to do reliably before, and like people really are using their phones and using cellular networks to actually get the data. So I had one guy here who we're trying to help who was actually tethering his connection through his phone on a cellular network, and I'm thinking like, oh my God, that's not something I would try.
Maybe he's in a place where he can't connect reliably to Wi-Fi.
So he wasn't, and then he finally got to a place where he could, and then he switched over to Wi-Fi. So it's just interesting the ways people are using the software, which you never anticipate, right? Because you never know how people are going to use what you build, whether it's CEwire, ODwire, or anything else, but it's just fun to watch how people actually interact with it, for better or worse.
But 3 or 4 years ago, they wouldn't have the chance to do it because they just
it would have blown up, and it would have been terrible.
Sorry, Gretchen.
No worries. Can I rant for a minute about using your phone as a hotspot?
That never works, right?
No, actually it does. And given with my job switch 6 months ago, I got rid of my office landline because at my new company, we all use our cell phones, which is fine. And in the past, we just had we had a family plan on our cell phone, and we had so many minutes or so much data. And there were times that if I were somewhere that I wasn't getting a good connection, wasn't getting good Wi-Fi, then I would use my phone as a hotspot and tether to it. So fast forward to getting this new job, got rid of the landline and now use the cell phone. I decided to go at long last to unlimited data on my cell phone plan. And I have all of my bills set up to autopay through my bank. I don't do autopay through a vendor. I don't give them my bank information and give them permission to come take money out of my account. I would rather give it to them than then come and take it. So unfortunately now with an unlimited data plan, unless I do autopay through the company, I am not able to use my phone to connect at all as a hotspot. And I guess that's to prevent me from sitting in the middle of a field and streaming all of Game of Thrones on my laptop through my cell phone.
Right.
So I get that. But on the other hand, going back to our earlier discussion, Adam, about CE is not free with data that you're willing to give to people. So now I have given up my ability to use my phone as a hotspot because I am unwilling to pay the cost of allowing my phone carrier access to my bank account. So I just wanted to rant that I'm paying for this. I probably use about what I did before. I mean, I'm not, again, sitting in the middle of a field streaming Game of Thrones, even on my phone. But I mean, come on, that's one of the benefits of having an Apple laptop and an Apple phone. They easily talk to each other. Anyway, I'm just really pissed about that because I won't give them access to my bank account. And can I note that my bill is paid on time, if not early every month, and I have a credit with the company because I pay on the regular. I still can't do it. So there is my rant for the day.
Wow.
And You can claim your phone as an unreimbursed business expense also, legitimately, if you're using it in the office. At
Well,
least
I also get
portion.
an allowance from my company for it too.
Oh, okay, but then you can't.
Yeah, so all I
Yeah.
want is to be able to use it as a hotspot if I'm traveling somewhere and I don't have good access. I'm trying to do work. So, and you'll notice that I didn't mention my phone carrier, but still I think that's a really crappy way to do business. And yeah, I mean, maybe put limits on what you're able to do with tethering like that. So you're not watching Game of Thrones in the middle of the field.
Right.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's actually an interesting point, this whole idea of unlimited data, right? So this is, again, sort of like free CE, you're obscuring the actual costs of providing the service. So there's an
Right.
argument to be made that really nobody should have unlimited anything, right? You should actually be paying for the bandwidth that you're using. And so they don't do it that way, obviously, for a lot of reasons, marketing reasons usually.
And
but-
also think about it from insurance standpoints too, that somebody, say your mom who just had shoulder surgery, is being underwritten by people like my daughter, who doesn't have as many health things going on right now. She didn't have a major surgery. Your mom just did. So, I mean, obviously we're likely not on the same healthcare plan, but the concept is the same. So it's all about balancing things out. Yeah, it's an interesting perspective, and I am just unwilling to do that. Now, I think if I were a crappy customer and my bills weren't paid on time, then that would be a different story.
I mean, they must have suffered some catastrophic losses doing it that way, right? And that's when they started limiting people's ability to pay that way, right? Something must have happened, right? Something horrific where they incurred tremendous losses on some accounts, and they're just like, we're not going to allow this anymore.
But on the other hand, too, if I did allow them to access my bank account and withdraw my payment every month, I guess I could sit in a field and stream great Game of Thrones through my phone every day.
Sure.
You know, I guess they don't care then, as long as they have access to my bank account, which I am not cool with.
Yeah, and then you have other things, you know, like Comcast out here, where they say you have unlimited, right? It's unlimited internet, except in many states like ours, they can actually say it's not really unlimited. If you hit a certain amount of transfer each month, we're going to charge you an incremental $50 each time you go over another, say, 10 terabytes or whatever. So,
and that's still a lot, 10 terabytes. I mean, you must be streaming Game of Thrones.
Well, yeah. So, but we're heavy users here, right? I mean, look what we're doing right now.
Well, you are, yes.
So,
you. I mean, you in particular. I don't mean like your neighbor.
Yeah. So, but it's just an interesting thing. They can call it unlimited. It's not really unlimited. So, or you have other cases like the actual bandwidth for the videos for CEwire, right? So, in the background of CEwire, we have a company that's actually handling the transport of the video, right? Because each one of these videos that we're sending out is in high def, right? When people watch any one of these lectures, right, they are huge. Like I don't know if I could even bring it up, but each one of the lectures
Especially
that's
the
here,
2-hour classes. It must be a huge file.
each one of these files is well over a terabyte a pop. I'm sorry, not a terabyte. So that's well, I'll tell you the exact size since I have it in front of me, but it's large, right? So it takes up a huge amount of space. I want to say that the whole conference, in terms of the amount of space that I need actually here locally, even uploading all of it to a common repository took forever, right? Because you're talking about files that are just huge, and several gigabytes a pop. So when we did this the first time out in February, we have unlimited data, right? Allegedly, in quotes, air quotes, unlimited data with this bandwidth provider where our lectures sit centrally. They sit in a central repository, and as people stream them, they are actually streaming it from that repository, if that makes sense. They're not doing it from my basement. So,
and this is a very famous one.
Very famous one. And it's unlimited, right? You pay them a flat fee per year, and all is well. Well, it's all is well and good until you actually start to use it, right? Because after that show in February, boy, were they mad with me. Calling me up on the phone and asking, what the hell was that? You are in our 99.9 percentile of users after doing nothing for years. Like, we can't have this. You have to pay more. End of story. You're now an enterprise customer. I'm like, okay, so unlimited really wasn't unlimited. It was unlimited until you actually needed it.
Yeah, and that's kind of like insurance. Like, yeah,
Yep.
you've got insurance, and then it's supposed to help you cover things until you actually need it, which is when you really need insurance. So I don't want to say bait and switch, but it's not exactly upfront and transparent policy.
Yeah. So I thought that was really interesting. So unlimited really is not usually unlimited, even if places say it is. It would have been much better for me just to know up front, how much are you going to charge me per terabyte of transfer? Just tell me.
Right.
Because then I could actually figure out, how big do I want these movies to be? My high def Crusade ended up costing me in the end, right? Because we have to pay a lot now for the transfer, but I think it was worth it.
It was pretty fair. It was not, they didn't kill us, but
No.
it was.
But
it
still,
was
you
not
didn't
fair.
know ahead of time. And if you were if you were really watching costs, if you were on a razor thin margin in order to pay your bills every month,
Right.
and that would factor into your decision, it would have been good to know.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, I think about what if we were like an aspiring filmmaker, right? And we came out with a movie that happened to be a viral hit. You could easily run yourself out of business by just screening one film with this.
Right. And you had no idea.
Yeah.
Well, people aren't paying for it, yeah.
But I mean, on the flip side, they were actually quite nice about it. Like they could have just turned the switch off, right? When they saw what was happening, they could have just shut the whole thing down, and they didn't do that.
That's true.
They just sent me a nasty gram. So.
Well, the same company is the one I downloaded the app by mistake.
Yeah.
If you recall of the conversation. I had to do a video, and I won't tell you the name of the company either. And I had to do a video just for a birthday greeting and stuff. So I was at the restaurant and I downloaded it on the phone. And next day, look, a couple $100 a month I just signed up for, and I can't cancel it and whatever. So their support actually was fantastic, Adam. I sent a letter to them.
It's
support. A person got back to me within 2 minutes.
You know why that is, right? Because it's not a consumer product. Their support's all US based. It's expensive as hell. So they can afford to have people in California actually sit around and take your calls.
And he took it. He said, look, you have a 10-day free trial. You want to keep it for 10 days? I said, no. He said, then we'll cancel you. We realize that you made a mistake and you're just a small person. You're not something who's going to make videos all the time.
Yep.
And it could have gone up to $1,000. They have different layers of things you can do.
Oh,
so
I know.
that. Yeah. But they actually were very nice and very good for my stupid mistake. That's what happens when I share a bottle of wine with my wife.
But it's nice.
Do something at the restaurant.
But their policy, I mean, despite the fact that I was very unhappy with what happened to us, it's interesting that they are very human-centric, right? They didn't shut it off. They just sent me a nasty note and called me to explain what was going on versus perhaps a larger company where they just would have shut the whole thing down.
Yeah.
It would have been a whole to-do. So,
How many times could they call you and you speak to a human, not a press 1 for this, press 2 for that?
Yep. So that was okay. So,
yeah, at 5 o'clock we have. I actually did some research on their site, Mac Health, and I still can't. I have a lot of questions about this floater product. So hopefully, Stringman can give us some answers.
Yeah. So that's going to be in about a half hour or so. He'll be in to do it. And we have another question about credits and showing up and not. What we've discovered with people who are having problems with their credits, almost 100% of the time, it's their connection's dodgy, and and we're having Audentio look right now. So that's what we've discovered. We have full insight into exactly what it is that you viewed now and how you viewed it, which is something that we never had before. Like I can actually see. I want to see if I can actually bring it up so maybe people see. I don't want to violate people's privacy here. Maybe I'll just scratch it out. I can pull it up and scratch out the person's name. Change the name to protect the innocent. So hold on here. Because I really do want to show people this.
But I just went to transcripts at him now and I'm buffering. It's not going into it. Oh, here it is. Okay, fine. But it took a good 15 seconds.
Yeah. Again, that page is under duress right now because of all the computations that are being done. So that is going to take a long time. So that's what I'm just telling people, to be patient as all this stuff gets computed, because it's a lot of credits that it's crunching through. So
We are an instant gratification society.
well, yeah, we really are. And you
And
know,
we're used to seeing this stuff like that instantly.
the thing is, if we did like if we cut every corner in the world and didn't actually care about following Arbo's rules, we could have your transcript up like that, right? We just wouldn't keep track of anything. We would say, oh, looks like you were kind of here, you know, approved, you pass. And we could probably get away with that, right? Who's
Right,
looking?
right.
But we actually follow the rules that Arbo lays out. And that's why you have the situation where some people may get undercredited at the end, or things take a long time to actually post. That's just, it's the nature of the beast. And if other people actually followed the rules that we did, you'd see the same thing.
Just a little bit after what I went to a conference last night and I got 2 credits, I think. I have to go back on Monday after the conference is over, take a quiz, which they don't need to do, but still have to do it, pass the quiz, and then print out my certificate, and that's it. They're not doing anything to, this is a big company, as you know, Adam, you know what we're talking about.
Yeah.
They're not sending anything to Arbo, they're not doing what we do, and they're not letting you even take a quiz right away when it's fresh. You have to take it after the conference is over, when you go to their hub, it's called, and take that quiz. So people appreciate all the work that Adam basically goes through.
Well, you know, I hope that it's getting smoother and smoother for people. I mean, we have very few problems now in terms of people not getting credit for stuff that they should, so that's good. But again, like I said, we store all of this data, so if anybody has any problem, they can just contact me and we'll immediately start rifling through it to make sure that it's correct. The only weird case is if, again, your connection's constantly dropping out, your connection is good enough so that you can get enough of the video so that you're buffering it and streaming, and it's keeping just ahead of what it needs to have in its buffer so you can keep watching it. But in the background, what you're not seeing is your computer is dying. It's absolutely struggling to try to keep the connection good. And so that's one of the only cases where where you may not get credit, because on our end, it's looking like you're here, you're gone, you're here, you're gone. And it's trying to tally up the amount of time that you took a class, if that makes sense. So, but even though you were there, right, and you actually were able to complete it and get through the video, it's having trouble actually seeing that because you keep dropping out. And we can obviously manually award the credit then. That's one of the only cases I'm seeing right now.
And Adam is storing them in many different servers all over the world. I don't know if you're aware, Gretchen, last month, I think over 1,000 practices were affected by, they never got a clear answer, but the largest cloud-based storage of data for practice management software, which is vital, it's everything, record, financials, etc., was hacked or something, where people could not get online and get their information or work with their computers for 2 weeks. So,
I heard about that. So was it
We don't-
ransomware? Did people demand money?
That was the rumor, but they never defined it to the people I know, and I know 3 or 4 practices now. They just are happy to get back online, and they hope they will have a different storage system where they can have backup. And you might lose a few days, but at least they can get you running back again.
Yeah.
So
That's rough.
Yeah, to me, those kinds of services are the most dangerous. The ones where they're not explicitly cloud-based services, right? It's not like Revolution EHR or Uprise, where it's designed from scratch to be on the web. And so they have system administrators who are constantly watching their servers, right, to make sure nothing's going on. That situation was a bunch of Windows machines stored somewhere in some server facility, probably virtual machines, running individual instances of the software. And to me, that's the most dangerous situation to be in. Keeping a machine that should be local to you somewhere else, dicey.
So you know more than I do about it then.
Yeah. So that's I would never, if I were starting from scratch and I had to pick an EHR, I would just pick a cloud-based one if I was going to go that way, or I'd keep it in my office. I wouldn't go that sort of half measure.
Yeah. But then you have to keep the old version on locally, because you have to access that data, because they're not going to transfer all the data sometimes to the cloud.
So yeah, it can be challenging trying to figure out what to do. I mean, cloud-based things, you just have to rely on the fact that the people know what they're doing, for better or worse. So, I mean, even software like QuickBooks, right, which most people use to do small business accounting, in the old days, you'd have it on your computer locally, right? That's how everyone ran QuickBooks on their desktop. That's going away. Intuit wants everybody using the web-based version of QuickBooks. And you just have to rely on the fact that their system administrators know what they're doing, and they're going to be monitoring their servers very closely because everybody's stuff is now there. So, fingers crossed.
It's a leap of faith, to be sure.
Yep.
And I feel like in society today, when things are done correctly, it's the exception rather than the rule.
Right.
In life in general, forget about eye care, etc., or IT.
Yep. So, question here: when are the next classes scheduled to start? So it looks like 4:30 Eastern time.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, in about a minute.
But you got Adam for about 2 minutes, 3 minutes, whatever. Yeah, 2 classes. The V lecture, which, by the way, I never heard before that last name. It's an Indian last name. Now I've heard it on TV shows, etc. Apparently, it's a very popular surname. And Mike Brown. Mike Brown also, yeah. I think it was. I think it's The Resident and some other show.
So starting right now is Mila Brujic with anterior seg, Mike Brown with telehealth, and Dr. Devi with carotenoids and its benefits.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
There we go.
So the telehealth one is interesting if people haven't seen that one yet. You know, I think being in front of a camera all day here just points out how aggravating and stressful doing this kind of thing can be. Yeah, and in trying to actually evaluate someone this way, I don't know, it's definitely challenging.
Go to the room, see if they're there.
Many doctors just aren't used to having those types of conversations, and perhaps COVID has, and now the rise of Zoom has made people a bit more comfortable with having these kinds of conversations. And telehealth can be great in some ways and not great in others.
Yep. I mean, certainly it promotes efficiency for things where you really don't want the person in your face. I think for primary care doctors, it's been a godsend because a lot of the stuff that they deal with every day, they really don't need to see the person.
Right.
But
you know, I still maintain an active license. In the last month, 6 or 7 friends or whatever have sent me pictures of their eye with a red eye typically, or something like that, saying I need a prescription for something. And you know, I'd be guessing. And I say, I don't know if it's allergic, if it's infected, if it's something else, and I'm not going to take a chance in prescribing for you. And it's, I don't know how they do it with the eye, frankly. Oh, by the way, I was watching a medical show. I just had to vent. The worst technical advice ever. So a person starts having problems with blurry vision, and the doctor takes a pen light, goes from the right eye to the left eye, and he says, I see some swelling in the back of your eye. Turns out the person had MS, optic neuritis. So with a pen light, he's able to diagnose a swelling of the optic nerve. It was just amazing how good this guy was.
What were you watching?
It was, what show? It was Chicago Med. It's on Chicago, but at least pick up an ophthalmoscope. You know,
right.
It was so bad that I yelled at my wife. I said, I can't watch this anymore because it's so stupid. I said, the person has optic neuritis, by the way, and has MS, and that was right. But it just, who was advising them? It didn't take more than another second of screen time to pick up an ophthalmoscope.
I would bet they didn't have one around, and probably their medical consultant who was there saying, you know, you really shouldn't use a pen light for this, and they're probably like, nobody cares. This is what we have. Let's just roll with it.
Yeah,
we all want to get to lunch. So
I yell at the TV too, Steve, for various reasons. So you are in good company.
This was the worst stuff. I mean, that was like blatant.
So I'm just I'm trying to help somebody with a transcript issue here that I actually can't figure that one out, because on my end I'm actually looking at his data and it looks good. So let me actually have him go to the transcript center itself, because I am actually at a loss. I see all of these things completed here.
You know, I'm wondering, Adam, with the next iteration of CEwire, if overall, you and everyone would be better served by saying that transcripts will show up within 48 hours or something like that, to avoid the expectation that they will be there more quickly. I mean, most of them are, but for those, I mean, like you said, we've got a lot of credits churning all at the same time. So perhaps that might not be
Yeah, I
a
mean,
bad idea. Just change that expectation.
yeah, because I'm not entirely sure what I'm seeing here, because it looks fine to me. So let's see.
I have an interesting question after you're done with that. It's something that came up in my transcript. That it's not.
Well, we all know that you double dip, Steve.
No, it's actually about double dipping, but it's double dipping the correct way. Okay, I took a course and got credit for it online interactive. I had the tab on and it played the lecture again today because I'm monitoring all the classes. I just left it in that room. And now I'm getting a message that if I take the quiz, I'll get a credit of enduring because it's a different, because you're taking a quiz. I've always wondered whether somebody could take something live interactive, get the credit, and then take it as enduring and pass the quiz and get the same credit because it's a different code number. Now I'm not going to do it. I don't need it, and I don't think it's right. But you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The same lecture is being seen, and now the software is saying, take this quiz, and if you pass by 70%, you'll get an enduring credit, which I don't need, I don't want, and I'm not going to do because it's not really the right thing to do. Are you aware of that, Adam?
So wait, run that by me again. Sorry, I was in the middle of.
I watched the class in March or February, I forget which, online interactive, got the credit for it. I then had the tab on today for that same class, and the software, the transcript is saying, if you take this quiz, you'll get 70% enduring, even though it was taken today live interactive. I never finished it, obviously. I wonder if that's a quirk. Nobody's gonna do that because nobody can take the same class twice.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that I don't know. That's a weird one. So I'm trying to figure this one out though for this guy, and actually I'm.
Oh, shoot. Another mass shooting.
This must be intense, Adam.
Yeah, so no, I'm just trying to help this person out. I'm not. Again, none of this stuff is the great part about the software is that none of this is really an emergency because the software itself.
But for the masses, we care. We want to get the right things to you, so we'll take care of it. We're not going to blow you off and press 1 for Spanish, 2 for English.
It is a very quiet day.
Yeah, it is. Not too much happening here.
Little story to fill the time on insurance. In Florida, we have a tremendous problem with insurance because home insurance, basically it's written so that if your roof is 5 years old and needs replacement, the vendor has to pay X amount, 10 years old, X amount. While other states, they say, get your own roof, whatever. And so all the Florida insurance companies are leaving Florida because what happens is that the roofing companies become like ambulance chasers. They go around communities finding roofs and saying, hey, we could replace it and you'll only have to pay half or a third or a quarter. And it's really the insurance companies that are getting screwed by the ambulance chasers and quotes. And so I just got an email that mine is not one that's being canceled, but it was canceled 2 years ago and I had to go to another vendor in the middle with no claim, nothing. So there's a thrust to change the law in Florida such that the insurance companies are not required to replace roofs. Which, if you need a roof, you get a roof.
Yeah.
Right? You pay the whole thing. It's the hurricane issue that.
Well, it's also a problem just because there are scammers everywhere. Everybody's trying to make a buck for not doing anything, which is a shame.
Not us.
Okay, so I'm seeing one of the errors that this person's running into apparently is that he took a class back in February. He just did the same class again
Ah,
Well, there
And-
you go.
And so you can't really do that. You have to, it will not give you the same credit twice.
Mhm.
So,
he may have forgotten what class he had taken.
yeah, so I think that may be what was happening there.
Maybe somehow in the many months until the next live event, a live interactive event, we could have the software recognize that and it could be grayed out for that person in some way.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably what we can do. Although what I told people to do in the emails that I sent was I said, go low tech, print out a copy of the calendar, the schedule, and just cross off what you've done. So you don't end up going back to the same one again. So that's kind of the low tech solution to that. But
Especially when there's courses like John Nolan's about carotenoids and V about carotenoids, or
Right.
Jamie Falco about dry eye and Art Epstein, they might forget who they took.
yeah,
I like your idea of having the software grayed out, especially if somebody logs in. Then, I mean, and they have to log in now, so you have it all. You have it all in your database. It's just a
Right.
matter of coding the software. Where's our awesome Audentio?
so
Full.
it's as they say, a mere matter of programming. But again, it's going to be a bit of a to-do to figure out how to do that properly. To have it look back and see, did you pass this class?
Right.
You have 700 people showing up in a room. In real time, we have to actually show that message to people. So yeah,
Right.
that would. But you're right. I mean, from an end user perspective, that would actually be a good feature to implement. So we discover
UX.
something new every day.
Then you have to gray out for live interactive, but not for on demand.
Exactly. That's what I'm getting at. There's permutations of this that you have to really think about because each one of the live lectures too is a different thing, even though it's got the same number in it. Okay, yeah. So I think that's what's going on with this guy today.
He's taking courses.
He's taking them twice.
Well, he could look at his transcript and see that
Yeah.
he took it before.
Yep. Yeah. I'll let him know.
Any of the courses that I had to take twice in college was because I failed it. No, that never happened, but it
How
would
many
have happened.
courses did you fail, Steve?
Never, no. I did good. I was valedictorian in college and optometry school. I really was.
Really?
Well, yeah, how did I get into MIT?
You are smarter than the average bear.
I just know how to fool the teachers.
Let me explain to him how to actually pull your transcript up so this won't happen again to him.
Well, yeah, he doesn't want to sit in a class and take a class. I'm surprised that he didn't think, hey, wow, this sounds familiar. Unless he was one of those guys who was driving while he took a class, which we do not recommend, by the way.
Yeah, you don't want to do that.
Do not drive and have CEwire playing on your in-car navigation system. Not the way to go. One, because it's unsafe, and two, you do not have a reliable connection, and you'll be here talking to Adam, asking why your credit didn't show up.
Speaking of cars, ours is up and we had extended, and it's amazing. All these cars now don't sell you navigation systems. They just want to use Apple Play and just hook your car up directly to Google Maps or Waze or whatever.
I think we talked about that the last time. Yeah, because everybody's using their phones. And also, too, have you noticed that not a lot of entertainment on aircraft any longer, because people are bringing their own tablets and all their devices and they're watching their own stuff.
Yep, or watching the airplane stuff on it. In other words, my 2 flights back and forth to Florida and back again, we didn't have a screen in front of us. We had an app, the United Airlines
and they
app.
always tell you, they make announcements when you board, download the app now, download what you want to watch. And
Once you do it, and I was watching the movie as the thing was still on the tarmac, because you're watching some DVD that's playing in the cockpit. Actually, I like it better because I have the headphones on. It's in my lap. It's very convenient.
So sorry, guys.
And you can pause it when you go to the bathroom.
I'm helping out a user here, helping them reset their password.
Uh-oh.
So the little things we have to do to get people in. So that's an important thing. So.
Isn't that like the worst feeling that you get? Adam probably doesn't ever have this, when you have to reset your password and it's asking for your previous password.
Yes, like if I knew it, I wouldn't need to reset.
Yes.
I will tell you, do you know what I learned from the IT guy at my new company? I use a password vault system now, at least for my work laptop, and I need to get it hooked up over to my personal. I use LastPass.
Yep,
And
LastPass works very well.
yeah,
You're
and
not
it's a
worried about
lot
somebody
safer
hacking it?
than saving it in your browser,
Right.
which is my usual MO.
Okay, well, I just sent somebody a password. So we show, wait, what? His email address is invalid.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Maybe he's one of those pseudo ODs.
No, he's a real guy. There's a bell curve of users, right? In terms of their level of sophistication when it comes to this. And, it's unfortunate, right? But it's like a 90-10 rule here about the amount of tech support you do with people. That it's that 10% that just kills you because they just need more help than we're able to provide a lot of the time. I mean, you can see I'm doing my best. But yes, sometimes I think about, well,
It can be tough.
yeah, so somebody actually just emailed too. I've been watching all day. I got a message that said I don't get credit if multiple windows are open. I hope that means I haven't forfeited credit for all that I've watched today because I didn't know that. So now I'm wondering, like, did they have like 3 classrooms open at the same time? How did that even work?
Not good.
Okay, letting him know that. But again, we can watch everything and we see everything, so we know what people actually watch. So for instance, like, let's say that he had one browser session that was open continuously to one room and the other one was discontinuous throughout the day, and he only watched like 10 minutes or whatever of lectures in these other rooms, then you kind of know he was watching that one track where he was sitting there permanently. So these are the kinds of things now. We have access to all of that data because we don't throw anything out. So we can always work through these sorts of problems at the end. So.
And that's why you're getting charged $1 million from your provider there because of all of the data that you're downloading and saving.
Yeah, so I mean, it's a good thing that we have this now, though, because it makes, even though it looks like I'm typing frantically and doing all this stuff, like nothing here is an emergency, which is I should probably post that somewhere to people, like, calm down.
Don't worry.
Don't worry. Like literally nothing is an emergency because we can play it all back. We have all the data. So whatever's happening here in real time, don't panic because it's not like it's going to be here and then gone. We have
well, again, too, I think that goes back to let's set the expectation of your credits are not instantaneous.
Yeah. Yep. Probably a better idea. Although, the goal is to make it as quick as possible. Even if it was just like 4 hours or something, or 5 hours. For me personally, that would be good enough because I want those credits in there as fast as possible so I can start working with them when this stuff is over. So we're getting close. Yeah, it's a shame that there's just that few percent of people that I'd love to be able to provide more intensive support for, but we can't. And the economics of the conference, the structure of it, we charge whatever it is, $150 or something for 60 credits. It's kind of as low as it can go. I mean, if we charge $600 like Expo, right, or more, we could have a different level of support for people. But we just can't. I mean, there's not enough of us to do it.
Well, and it would end up being a very, very expensive conference.
Yeah, so I don't want to discourage anyone from signing up, but there has to be an expectation that we're not going to necessarily be able to get to people, immediately if they're having a problem, unless they're in the chat here, right? That's why I don't know if you guys got the email that I sent this morning, before people logged in. If you have any problems, hit the chat window, because that's going to be the best place to find all of us rapidly. So,
Yep.
because occasionally, I still get people calling me. What am I going to do with that?
Do you have any chats in the chat window?
I mean, yeah, we're getting some, feedback from people. I mean, in the classes for sure. People are definitely going back and forth and talking. In the lobby window, it's mostly people who have issues just, contacting us and letting us know what kinds of problems they're having.
Well, we'll take it. And this is the first comment that I saw just a few minutes ago about sound. I know that we had a lot of sound questions earlier on, but not anymore. So we'll take that.
Yep. And again, I think the sound issue is something that most people, because again, I hammered it into people in the emails that I've been sending. And again, I don't know if you saw, explaining what the issue is and how these things are auto muted and you have to turn it on again. So I think a lot of people who might be familiar with other platforms understand that that's a problem, right? It's not even a problem, it's a feature. If you watch, like for instance, if you've ever used the Major League Baseball app, right? I don't know if you're subscribed to MLB.tv, it's the same thing, right? And certainly MLB has more resources than we do for
Are you an MLB subscriber, Adam?
Yeah, so, and it's funny because it's sort of, MLB's, and I bring it up, but like I wonder if I can even get
I
into
didn't
it.
think you were such a big baseball fan.
Well, it's only, what is it, $100 a year or something? It's actually, if you subscribe to T-Mobile, it's free. They throw it in for nothing. But
I do it month to month in Florida for the Yankees.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But just to sort of show you, I don't know if I can actually find any game right now. Their video system that they have is considered kind of state of the art in terms of streaming. And let's see if I can bring it up. And even they have this problem where certain browsers will not automatically start the videos, or they'll turn the sound off, right? Oh, this is without the express written authorization of Major League Baseball. I don't know if I should be showing this. I don't have
You're
their
gonna
consent.
have Men in Black knocking at your
Yeah, I
door
don't have their
any moment
consent. But so, when these things auto start, a lot of times they'll put the volume down to nothing. Now I'm using Chrome and it's seen MLB here before, so it's automatically on. But a lot of the times if you're using Safari, this volume will be set to nothing when it turns on. And in fact, Safari even throws up a message when you start on Safari saying, we can't autoplay your video. Your browser's blocking us from doing autoplay. So I thought that was interesting too. So
Maybe Netflix will follow suit with that without any of this auto start, auto
well, yeah,
audio.
I mean, so it's a function of the browser. It's the people who make Safari, right? It's Apple, who says we're not going to allow this autoplay stuff because too many people are using it for commercials. So that's the problem. And so even companies like Major League Baseball with BAMTech, which is their video backend, which is really the best in the business, even they have that issue where they have to warn people when things don't automatically play or when sound automatically doesn't come on. So it's funny actually, BAMTech, I was watching a game the other day and it got stuck in a loop with commercials. And I just had I had to smile when it happened because I'm like, okay, it even happens to them where their video player doesn't automatically restart the content that you want and you have to hit refresh. Like even to Major League Baseball, it happens to them. So I was very gratified when I saw it happened.
Last night on Friday.
And MLB.
What's that?
I said CEwire and MLB.
Yes, so we're equally unsophisticated. So
I was watching the Yankee game on Friday night on Amazon Prime, and the first 20 minutes, the sound was off or terrible. I thought it was me. I went on Facebook. Everybody was complaining about it. And this is amazingly bad business. I get Apple Prime. I pay for it. I was in Florida, and I said, watch the Yankee game because it's whatever. Only Apple Prime if you're in the local area of that baseball team.
Interesting.
Wow.
Yeah. In other words, Apple Prime doesn't give you it. It gives it to you if you're in, you would have gotten it in Philly probably because you're close enough.
Doesn't that sort of defeat the purpose of having that as a benefit?
It's all about the money. You can pay another like $19.99 for a month for MLB or for the whole year, like Adam says, $100 some odd dollars.
Yep.
The real clinker is football. You can't get football except through DirecTV now and get the satellite, etc., unless you go through some shady services. So you can only watch the games that they televise locally.
Right. Oh, and
And that's
it
hard
looks like
too.
Jim is here.
Oh, good. Hey, Jim.
He got here early. Let's see if he's coming on in. So, hello,
Can
Jim.
you hear us?
Hi, we
Hey.
like people who are prompt.
I'm trying. Oh, how are you guys doing? Can you hear me okay?
Oh yeah, perfect.
You're fine.
Yep.
Fantastic. Okay, great.
Yeah. So Jim, thanks for coming out here today. And I know that you guys have a new product, so we're really excited about this. In fact, I was making comments about it earlier because I'm like, that can't possibly work, can it?
We're talking about it.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible, and I'll admit, when we kind of started down this path, I was a little skeptical myself. I mean, I worked in graduate school as an ophthalmic technician, and the docs there was a mixed practice, optometry and ophthalmology, and the understanding there was that the vitreous was a closed system. I mean, you're born with it, you've kind of got what you've got, and then it's just a matter of time before it eventually degenerates. And so, if you look into it, though, you study the literature, you find out that that's absolutely not true. It's an open system. In fact, it's got passive diffusion going on, active transport of nutrients, fluids in and out. And so it's not a closed system. And so that's the fundamental basis for how this formula works. And then if you look at the nutritional composition of the vitreous in healthy young individuals, you find this kind of pattern of nutrition, and it's really it's a stark comparison to especially after about the age of 50, things start to kind of slide down the hill. You're losing things like vitamin C. You're seeing the sugar end up going up, causing glycation of the collagen in the vitreous body, and that's really where floaters come from. And so this new product, Vitreous Health, has kind of aims to restore this order of the nutrients in the vitreous, and then also by doing that, kind of restore order to the collagen, either through enzymatic action or antioxidant, anti-glycation mechanisms. And so this recent clinical trial is the culmination of about 10 years of work on this, and so it's the results are pretty clear cut, placebo controlled, highest level of science, and you're finding these benefits. Basically floaters area, the area is shrinking. Some patients are noticing within a few weeks these differences, and
Wow.
so it's really cool. Yeah.
Jim, could you explain to me, I've lectured on this subject, the difference between a supplement and what you can claim and what it does versus somebody who goes through all the phase 3 trials and the NDA, et cetera. And the audience would like to know how that works.
No, Steve, that's a really good question. I'm glad you asked that, because the supplement industry, as most of you know, I'm sure, is unregulated. And so, you've got folks who can, put something together in their garage and market it. I mean, it may as well be, sand in the capsule or something. So it's a little scary. And I spent, most of my life in academia testing, these things in a really careful way. And very few nutritional supplement manufacturers do this. They kind of, and of course, CEwire2022 Health, I've come on as chief scientific officer, and part of the reason is why they hold themselves to these sort of pharmacological standards where you have to test things, and go through multiple trials, often, decades of research. Like for instance, this Vitreous Health is about 10 years on here. And so the primary difference here is that, you're getting, you look at things cross-sectionally first, and, you establish some reason for proceeding, experimentally. And then moving forward, of course, the gold standard study, the placebo-controlled, randomized, double-blind study. The participants don't know if they're on the placebo or the active supplement. The researchers don't know. And, you run it through and you see what happens. And at the end, you unblind everybody after you've done the analysis, and you say, well, okay, here's what happened. And so if you've indeed got a statistically significant effect, then, of course, you can report that. And that's what we found with this and our other, products as well. But this most recent one that just was published this year is the Vitreous Health formula we've been talking about.
right?
Great answer.
And I have it up on the screen right now, actually, the page on your website where it discusses all of this stuff. Do you have any sense of how this is actually working? I mean, mechanistically, or do you just know that it does because you've done the studies clinically? But how does this actually work?
Yeah, no, I'm a big mechanism guy. I mean, I think it's great that things work, and but I'm not satisfied with that. And frankly, Adam, we don't know the specific mechanism. We know that there are a couple of ways that it can work. I mentioned, this antioxidant function. When the balance swings in the favor of pro-oxidative mechanisms, you've heard of free radicals, etc. These effects, just like throughout the rest of the body, they affect the vitreous. They can lead to glycation, and so of the collagen, I should say. And so if you restore, antioxidants, particularly vitamin C and zinc are active in this. We also have a citrus extract in there that has, additional, polyphenols working in there. You've got, flavonoids and these kinds of deals too that can act as antioxidants. So that's one way you can potentially restore order to the collagen. So instead of the clumping of the fibers, you get this separation. That provides clarity in the vitreous. And so that's one way. And that, in fact, has been shown in studies of skin collagen. So it's plausible. The other way is just to prevent the glycation in the first place. Of course, that would be more of a preventive strategy. And then possibly what's happening here, and they could all be happening at the same time, but also there's an enzymatic mechanism that could be at work here, where you're actually sort of degrading the affected disordered collagen. And that would be, this happens throughout the body. In the retina, we know lysosomes kind of gobble up, lipofuscin and ultimately can make drusen, smaller, disappear in some cases if the body's functioning that way in a really, positive manner. So, it's antioxidant, antiglycation, and then this enzymatic degradation, these three potential possibilities. And I'm telling you, this is one of our future research directions. We want to characterize how this works. It's a tricky thing to study, but we want to know for sure.
Do you think longitudinally you could study it for things like, the delay of onset of PVDs, or maybe some treatment for VMT where there's no other treatment for it? So you're keeping the vitreous healthier, therefore it's not shrinking, it's not causing traction, etc.
Yeah, that you took the words out of my mouth, Steve. This is something, longitudinally, it'd be great to get somebody, people, a group of individuals on this, try to maintain. We're seeing this with the retina, with macular carotenoids. We're maintaining the youth effectively of the retina. You get docs, and you guys see retinas that, in 60, 70-year-olds that look like they're, from 30-year-olds. And it's the difference primarily, of course, is oxidation and inflammation. The same thing holds true for the vitreous. If we can maintain that, the sort of mixture, the palette or whatever you want to call it of nutrients in there, assuming, that that's the way it's supposed to be, when you're young, you look at healthy vitreous, then we would, presume that it would maintain this, sort of healthy mix. You wouldn't get liquefaction over time, the traction on the retina, PVD, etc. I can't really speculate on how many years you might buy, but if the retina is any guide, we could be looking at a significant effect. If you look at really healthy populations versus those that aren't, you're buying yourself 20 years, maybe 30 years in some cases.
Wow.
Is John the only one working on this, or he only deals with the carotenoid pigments?
Yes, yeah. John was on this study. In fact, supervising, and as an optometrist in his lab, Emmanuel, that did this study. And again, it made the basis of his PhD, basically 6 years. And before then, we were also looking into this. And so it's, been building and building. And people say, oh, well, it's this, relatively small, clinical trial that you've published. It's, significant. It looks great, but you're looking at under 100, patients in the trial. Well, it's actually over 600, patients in the end, building on everything that we've done up to this point.
Wow. Excellent. Well, I have to ask you the question because I heard a little birdie told me that you guys are just ramping up your production, right? So if people want to actually obtain Vitreous Health right now, how do they go about getting it?
Well, yeah, that's right. And, I'm not the salesman, but I've been told that we're taking orders. It's been pretty popular, as you might imagine, here in the last month or so. We're taking pre-orders now for July 1st, apparently. We can deliver on July 1st. And then if you mention the CEwire, you heard about it on CEwire, you get 2 free bottles per case ordered. And so, that's a pretty good deal, certainly considering how popular it is too. So anyway, so CEwire listeners can, get a good deal there. 2 bottles per case for free.
Excellent. All right. Well, I will get the word out, and, the conference is going to be ending, the live part of it, tomorrow, but CEwire is going to go on through August. So I'm sure, we'll be communicating again with you and with the folks who took the conference, all 3,400 of them, to really get the word out there and get them to start using it.
I'll get
Fantastic.
some threads on ODwire also.
Yep, absolutely.
Interesting stuff for sure.
Yeah.
All right. Yep. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate you giving me the opportunity to talk about it. It's great. And if anybody has any questions, they can reach out. I'd be happy to answer.
Awesome.
Great.
Well, thank you
Really
so
cool
much.
stuff.
Thank you.
All right.
Have a
Thanks,
great day.
guys.
All right.
Have a good one.
And that's great because John actually is independent. He has a whole institute in Ireland that does research, and he wouldn't put his name on something, but it is they do need more studies to get convince more people, I think.
Yeah, I mean, when I first heard about it, I'm like, how does that even work? And it's funny because they worked backwards from this one, right? Like they got the clinical study done to show that it does work, and now they're just working out the mechanism of it, which I find really interesting.
Yeah.
So cool stuff, especially if you don't really have an alternative for people.
Well, sure. If even people who undergo the laser treatment, some of them are very unhappy because you break up one big spot and you create 100 small spots that give you more problems if they don't do it properly. Yeah.
Yep. All right. Well, it looks like that was kind of it for us for the day in terms of people to interview. Amazingly enough.
People have been busy today.
Yeah.
They didn't want to talk to us.
No, they really didn't. So I guess then maybe what I'll do is I'll just play some videos for folks in the afternoon, and I'll stick around just on the computer answering more questions and whatever. But in terms of like broadcasting stuff, I think we're going to take an early day today, and then tomorrow we'll be back.
I'll patrol the lectures also answering questions for an hour and a half.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so we'll be back a little bit later tomorrow. So instead of 6:30 Pacific time, it'll be 6:45. We'll go on the air.
A big 15 minutes.
It makes all the difference to me in the morning when I hit the snooze button, so that extra 15.
That is true. And I'm not going to the farmer's market tomorrow.
Cool. So, all right. Well, I guess we'll be here bright and early then tomorrow. And thank you guys for showing up today. And it's gone incredibly well.
As good as it can, as well as it can, excuse me.
Yep.
That's right. I mean, it's just been incredible. The amount of nothing that was a problem, and we'll take it.
Yeah, we will take it any day of the week. So I guess that's it, and I will see you guys tomorrow morning.
Have a nice evening, guys.
See you later.
Pat, would you tell us how you came about this idea? What prompted you and Craig to start a collection?
Well, like most collections, you start collecting things one at a time, and then one day you wake up and
recording in progress.
You've got a museum sitting in your home, in closets, garages, and we found ourselves in that situation, and then decided that we were just going to open up a contact lens museum.
How long did it take you to curate the collection in here?
A long time, and that's an ongoing endeavor. Trying to do something of this magnitude while you're working full-time and everything else, got full curriculum, and back there it's been very busy, but as you can see, it's just such a joy. It just brings so many smiles to so many faces when you Yeah, right, really, it's so true.
Why don't you involve me?
because-
A few more years, you can take
Yeah,
me and stand
that's
me
right.
up.
We'll put you in the chair.
There you go.
That won't be creepy at all.
No, it won't be creepy at all. But no, you're so right. It's just so many memories then come back to all of us that were touched by contact lenses. You know, it's when you think about how contact lenses have changed so many people's lives and
course.
changed their lives. All those keratoconus patients, irregular cornea patients. It's humbling, you know, to be a part of having this history. So we felt that
Adam was one of the younger patients. Where did you get your lenses? You were 9 years old?
9 years old, yeah.
So
Yeah.
you're probably one of the younger contact lens wearers.
Yeah, they're in so many millions of people's lives have been changed so much with these.
Now, if practitioners have anything lying around their basements or garages or the
Oh.
back room of their practices, would you be interested in hearing from them?
Yes, we'd be very interested. That's where we pick up a lot of these relics. Every practitioner, literally everyone out there, has one or two items that have been given to them by an elderly patient, or they took over a practice that had been established back in the 30s or 40s. And somewhere in their archives are these treasures, that they've not known what to do with them. They hold on to them because they don't take up a lot of space, but they don't know they know they can't throw it out.
Right, of course not.
But they're looking for a place to send it. This is the place. This is the place to send it. So there, it can be archived, taken care of properly. Craig and I have spent, hours and hours learning about curating an optical museum like this. There's a lot that goes into it. We had to then apply for a nonprofit organization, a 501c3 with the government. We got that, so we're official.
So not only are you accepting items to be displayed here, you're accepting financial contributions to support the museum.
Yeah, very much so. This has been totally funded through gifts and so on, and by Craig and myself.
Oh, that's a good charity for next year.
That is, it really is. It's a lovely charity for individuals in the eye care profession that want to see, the history of contact lenses preserved. So you can see here we encourage donations, and so we love it. When people can, when they win the lottery, send us some of that, and so we have fun. But it's we get, believe it or not, our biggest support from patients. So they feel this incredible emotional, tie to these lenses.
Sure.
Now this is actually just part of the collection. A lot of it still is in storage right now. We need a bigger facility. When we opened this up in July, we opened it up with the knowledge that we've already outgrown it.
It's a good problem to have.
Good problem to have. And so we're just going to keep raising, funds as best we can, and hope to move into a bigger facility as time goes on. And then this is, like I said, part of the collection. The other collection I'm going to show you is the collection of antique glasses, spectacle lenses, probably one of the finest in North America right now, and that's across the street at the school. This has been just a passion for Craig and I, this collecting. And fortunately, we have wives that understand the insanity, because that's what it is. It's insane. to be doing this. But, you know, Craig and I have been blessed so much, like you have, like we all have, by the eye care industry. That,
Very much so.
yeah, that it's just been a humbling experience to be a part of it. So this is our payback, or this is our legacy that we'll leave, you know, so.
And it's a beautiful one.
It's a start. It's a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful start. And so we're real happy, very, very happy with it all.
Excellent.
So many, many years ago, as you can imagine, it's really myself and Craig Norman who kind of put this all together. The story begins over here. I'll sort of walk you through. This is kind of the evolution of contact lenses. All of these lenses here are made of glass. And so these were the earliest contact lenses in Germany and Zeiss. So they were the three making glass scleral lenses at the time.
When did Oberg come in?
Oberg came in the 1940s. How do you know that name?
I used to live with him.
Oh my. I was just reading a book this morning, his textbook from 1945 on contact lenses. It's really one of the earliest.
Yeah.
And that is, what a coincidence.
Oh, yeah.
So
Are these companies related? It's
no,
Muller,
no,
Sohn,
they were
and Muller
different.
Welt?
No, they were different families.
Okay.
Yeah, they had no relation. And so these, like I said, it's the largest collection of glass contact lenses in the world. So it's they're hard to find, very rare, wonderful to feel because they're incredibly heavy.
Can I touch one?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, you can touch the one that is yours. Craig and I wanted you to have this. This is a glass
Really?
scleral lens.
Wow.
And it's all the contributions you've made to the industry. You deserve that.
Oh, you are so kind. Thank you.
Yeah,
Look at this
it's
thing.
kind of neat to have. You can see kind of how rough the optics were.
Very rough.
And, but, you know, they got better with time. That's a real early one.
Would you like
What
to see?
year?
This would have been probably early 1900s. So between 1900 and 1910. But you could feel how smooth the glass
The workmanship was wonderful.
But, yeah, it's, that's definitely one we wanted you to have.
That's very nice.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
This would be a real challenge to apply and to remove.
Yeah, it really is because of the size. These were about 22 to 24 millimeters in diameter. So they were pretty big.
And then I see that they're fenestrated as
Some
well.
of them were, and that's kind of unique, the number of them that were fenestrated. You can imagine drilling a hole in glass can be a little bit challenging. And,
A lot of breakage.
Yeah, but I'm always surprised when I'm going through the lenses, the number of them that have actually been fenestrated.
And that would have been a challenge as well, not only drilling the hole, but making sure that the edges are smooth enough.
Oh,
Because
yes.
that would have been quite painful had you applied a fenestrated
Yeah.
lens that wasn't smooth.
But then you look at these Zeiss lenses, the optics are absolutely perfect and they're incredibly thin. And I always wonder how many of those broke in the eye. You know, it wouldn't take much trauma
That would have been
to
a
shatter
really big problem.
those, yeah. But that was unique of the Zeiss lenses at the time. They were incredibly thin.
Do you know who made this one? The one that you gave me?
That one, yes, I do. That one was from the Mueller-Weld company.
Wow.
Yeah, that one.
Look
from
at these.
there.
And then
So
those are the molds right there?
Those are the molds.
So that is
and
brass,
let
and
me
then
take you through how, let's
looks like a
say
shell.
it's 1920 and I'm gonna fit you with a contact lens. It would all begin over here.
May I sit in the chair?
Yes, please.
Okay.
You sit in the chair again. That's where I sit. You know, I get comfortable in here.
Gretchen's gonna do that.
And now the molding process began by just simply mixing this compound. It's called moldite. And we would mix it in one of these containers, and then it would be placed into a syringe. And this mold then would be placed onto the eye, and the moldite compound injected through here, and then it would take a perfect mold of the anterior segment. So the molding compound would harden in about 90 seconds. So you had to be real efficient with your time. You had to load this, inject it, and be pretty efficient.
So you have to do that on a board exam, right?
Absolutely. 1950s.
Jeez.
And then what happened next was when you had that beautiful mold, you would mix this next compound called cast stone. And that cast stone then was just like a concrete, but incredibly fine, powdery concrete. And then you would let it harden, and then you would have this beautiful impression of the eye. Now, back in the day, before World War II, a second mold would have to be made of brass. And the reason for that is that when the lens was actually turned into a contact lens, it was made of glass, and the glass would just simply, the heat of the glass would destroy the moldite, so it had to be turned into a brass mold. Then it was taken over here, and this is probably the highlight of the museum, and the fact that we have the only remaining glass contact lens making apparatus in the world. This is
Really?
it. This is the only one left.
Does it work? If you
It
wanted
works.
to create a lens,
Oh,
you
yeah,
could?
yeah, we've had it fired up, and you could see we've destroyed part of the table from the firing it up, and it makes a lot of pops and noises. And now there was this vise was on the stand. We don't know what its function was, but it must have had some function. The problem with this instrument is that nowhere can we find anything written on how to manufacture the contact lens or how they were manufactured. So we're having to piece it together little by little. Now,
If I push this, is something gonna happen?
yeah,
Oh,
push it.
Push it?
Yeah, push both of them. This one.
Oh my
And
God.
it still works. That's the amazing thing. We fired up these motors, and they were still working.
This is incredible.
So, now, the way it worked was you attach the mold, the brass mold of the shape of the eye here. Top two, I think. Perfect. Now, that bottom, yeah, no, you got it. You got them both. Good. And what would happen is you had natural gas and oxygen that were mixed together. Those were, it wasn't propane. Propane hadn't been invented yet, so they actually used natural gas back in that day. And so the gases were then mixed up here to the appropriate concentration, and these valves controlled the amount of oxygen versus the amount of natural gas.
It looks like it's a very non-precise process.
Exactly, very non-precise. Then they had these 2x2 wafers of glass that were set right here. And then this was just simply brought around once the glass had been molten, and this just brought down and an impression made of the contact lens.
And that's the mold right there.
That's the mold
So you would
of the
swap
eye.
that out depending upon the
Yeah.
patient you're creating this for.
And then in this little container, when I got the instrument, it was just filled up to about here with asbestos.
Oh, excellent.
So that made it all complete. So then you would bring it back here, drop this mold, and because it was flaming hot from being in contact with the glass, and it would fall into the asbestos where it would be cooled. And now with these little tools here, the residual glass would be broken away. And then you saw over here how the edges were rounded, and then the power placed on the front of the lens with this. Now, the only thing we can think of here is that this was actually operated by hand to oscillate the application of the power on the front side of the lens. That's all we can actually kind of surmise. We don't know how else it was driven. And but everything came with the unit. It was intact. And it's actually from, of all places, Perth, Australia.
Don Ezekiel.
Yeah, Don Ezekiel.
And if anybody would have something like this, it would be
It'd
him.
be him. And you'll see as you go through the museum, many of the pieces are from Don's collection. And that was probably the largest in the world. And he gave it all to us. So we're really super fortunate to have that.
And he got his basement back.
I'm sorry?
He got his basement back.
Yes, they had his garage. He had it in his laboratory, but when he sold the laboratory, it moved into his garage. So he was kind of grateful, but again, sad to see it all go away. And but to have the only one remaining, now this is for this.
A mechanical tool then, nothing to do with creating the contact lens.
No, just strictly for changing out the gas.
If you wanted to, is there gas in there? Could
No.
you make one?
No, we keep the live ones in my garage at home, but these are actually empty. And
So you have filled ones if you wanted to?
oh,
I mean,
yes.
I don't know that I'd put
Oh,
asbestos there, but you
sure.
could
Oh,
create
yeah,
a glass
yeah.
lens?
We're the only ones in the world that can make glass contact lenses if you need one.
Have you tried it?
Oh, yeah, we've tried it, and it's incredible. Just, there's a lot of experimentation, getting the temperature right, getting just the exact amount of natural gas and the exact amount of oxygen. But you could see that it would be very easy to accomplish. Now, when PMMA came along, things changed rather dramatically, because now it was possible to just simply use the mold itself rather than turning it into a brass mold. And what was used at that time then were these PMMA wafers.
That's actual PMMA?
Yeah.
I thought
now-
it was cardboard.
No, it has this protective coating on it, and you just peel this away, and then there's this beautiful piece of acrylic plastic
Wow,
for scleral lenses.
that's really cool.
Very cool. And now, it didn't take any temperature at all to melt that. That was not like melting glass. So I think we even have one here that might be, yeah, there we go.
Oh, so that's it.
That's it.
So
It's
dare
a
I ask
little
the question, when you were in school, did you ever see anything like this?
Yes, well, with the way it worked in school, our contact lens course was one person with keratoconus that was handed down from class to class. And we had it was at Columbia University, and we had Isidore Finkelstein was the professor, a very bright guy, but that was it. And he had this one guy, and every time they had to do something to wash the lens or something, there was no sink. The Fink used to walk in to the bathroom and wash it and try it on. And this guy never succeeded, but he kept coming back from class to class.
Oh,
And that was the
bless him.
contact lens course in the 50s.
Oh my gosh, that's so interesting you mentioned that name. I read his name for the first time last night, Finkelstein from Columbia University. And the reason I came across it, I was doing a story, as I'll show you down here, on Dennis England, who helped invent the first corneal contact lens. But I came across an article written by Hank Knoll from Bosch & Lowe on this gentleman from Columbia University. And it was the first time I had seen his name, and so it was really
Yeah, so that was the
kind of neat.
that was the contact lens course.
Oh my gosh.
Period.
That's
End
so
of story,
cool.
and then whatever you learned happened afterwards.
Yeah.
It happened afterwards. But the academy required, in order to become a diplomate, you had to be able to fit a scleral lens and using moldite. And what happened, is basically we smuggled in some anesthetic because there's no way you can put that shit in your eye.
Yeah, no kidding. And say, stay still now. Because you
So-
can imagine if the patient's eye was moving
Right.
during the molding process, you have a pretty bad mold.
Yeah, I mean, so
What year did you earn your diploma?
in 1965, I think.
And so that was
67,
being required at that time?
Yeah, it was a very large class. The word was, you better get it now because it's going to get much tougher to do. But that particular part was separating the men from the boys because you had to learn not only to do it, but then to adjust it. And I was always very unhandy. I figured I'd cut my hand off with the bars that they used.
Oh my,
So,
wonderful.
So we
Yeah.
have glass lenses.
Glass lenses and then,
in fact,
oh boy,
Boris and I suffered.
oh my.
So here we go to PMMA sclerals.
PMMA sclerals, and it was very, plastic was very slow to get involved evolve into the contact lens industry. It was only after World War II that plastic really did replace glass
It was
as
from
World
the
War
Air
II.
Force.
Huh.
The plastic first started on airplanes.
Mhm.
I see up there Ernst Abbey.
Yeah, Ernst
Does that have
Abbey.
anything to do with the Abbey value?
Yep, it sure does. That is it right there. He was the mathematician, the brains behind the Carl Zeiss Corporation, and he was a brilliant mathematician. He developed this machine right here. This was
It's like an early lensometer?
It looks like an early lensometer, but it's called a refractometer. And what it did is just measure the index of refraction of the glass. And because when they were manufacturing glass at the time, they could never control the index of refraction of it. So each piece had a different index, and so what they had to do is read the index of refraction, and then they knew what radius to put on the front to create the power.
There was a lot of math involved
There
back
was
then.
a ton of math involved back in those days. And, but he was the one who really kind of was at the forefront of that.
Now I see back here, there are corneal lenses as well as scleral lenses.
Yeah, it's just like CDs and VHSs. You know, there's that time in space where the two cross over, and this was really it. In the 1950s, it was unsure which of the two modalities was going to really take over. Was it going to stay scleral or was it going to go corneal? And so you see a number of these fun sets that have actually both in them. Now here's the Theo Olbrich sets out of New York. The one in the back was the original Theo Olbrich scleral lens set, and then the one in the front is one of the later sets.
I like these glasses down here. The world of contact lenses. That is really cool.
Bizarre.
So WJ made them.
Well, Newton Wesley was the man responsible for kind of bringing contact lenses into the mainstream. So in the early 1960s, he marketed everything to get contact lenses out to the masses.
God bless him.
Yep, and he appeared on the Steve Allen show, and he was just this incredible kind of showman, but yet incredibly ethical. And
He was keratoconic.
Yeah, that's correct.
Do you have any stories?
Well, yeah, he had a partner, George Jessen,
Yeah.
and George was a glad-hander type of salesperson, and Newton was the front guy with the research type of thing.
Right.
And they did everything, and they not only market glasses, but I remember they used to hand out ties.
Oh, I've got one.
It says contact lenses on it.
Yes, it's so funny you should mention that. You're the only one I've ever known right there from the Newton Wesley company, and but he was just this incredible marketer.
Yes.
And it was just so cool what he was able to do.
That's good. Somebody needs to get the word out.
Well, you know, and little known fact, it was Newton Wesley who founded Pacific University College of Optometry.
Is that right?
I didn't know that.
Yes, it's a rather kind of long and sometimes sad story because he founded it, but then had to give it up and sell it because of World War II and the internment camp. So his two sons and his wife ended up in an internment camp throughout the course of World War II. And it was here in Portland where the internment camp was. And Roy Wesley, his son, is still alive, and he is on our board of directors of the museum, because he's this incredible historian of that era of the internment camps and all the kind of injustices done back then. So kind of a fun story to just hear him talk about.
Oh, I bet.
About his life growing up as a child in the camp.
Right.
So, and then over here, we have a couple other items. One is the Micon. This was the first commercially available contact lens solution that went into the back of a scleral contact lens.
What is Micon?
And, you know, it's, I'm not sure, I think it's a sodium bicarbonate system. What does it say there? I looked it up.
2%
there we go.
sodium. You were
Yeah,
right.
I was. Sodium bicarbonate solution.
So where did the name Micon come from?
Now that I don't know. It was manufactured by House of Vision in Chicago.
House of Vision.
And House of Vision, yes.
It sounds like a sketchy place.
It does. It's like a haunted place. Now, next to it here is another one of those Wesley Jessen things. This was a research lens. And patients were losing their lenses pretty easily when they switched to corneal. So what they did is they impregnated the contact lens with little graphite particles. And then you would just pick it up with a magnet or find it.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, so it was a magnetic
contact
lens, and that's what it's actually stuck to, is the magnet right there.
Oh my
Did
gosh.
that affect vision by having that into the plastic?
It's sort of like putting fenestrations in the lens. They never really affected acuity very much, and just a clever idea. So, but they never marketed it or anything, but it's just kind of cool to have
A
one of their...
magnetic lens.
Wow.
Some patients
Magnetic.
may like to have that option available to them.
Oh gosh, I thought it was so clever, but it just shows you, you've got a problem, this is how we're gonna fix it.
Who was the optician that brought I forgot his name, that made the corneal lens popular? Remember his-
Oh, Kevin Toohey?
Toohey, yeah.
Yes,
The Toohey lens.
Kevin
That was
Toohey.
the first one.
We've got some of his early things over here as we evolve from...
It took lids of steel to adapt to those.
That's for sure. Then we went from the sclerals into the...
Oh, we have a TUI contact lens fitting record back there.
Yes. Now that's kind of interesting. That's
Robert
Ryan. Now,
Is that a HIPAA violation, Pat?
Yeah, it's a definite HIPAA violation. Now, he was a famous actor.
Oh, sure.
Back in the 50s, and
another famous person was Ronald Reagan.
Ronald
Highly
Reagan.
myopic.
Yep.
He wore contact lenses.
Wore contact lenses. So we had some pretty interesting things.
Oh, so here's the little scandal, I guess, with Dennis England. He applied for the first U.S. patent.
In 1945, I've got the original patent. Craig, I've got a Xerox copy, but Craig has contacted the patent office, and we're going to see if we can get the original patent, that patent application.
And Kevin Toohey preceded him.
Yeah.
Oh, no, sorry.
Followed.
Okay.
He followed him by 2 years, 1 month. 2 years later, Kevin Toohey took out his patent, or applied for his patent.
That was in the 50s, I think.
Yeah, 1950.
And then Bill Feinblum also got involved with scleral lenses.
Yeah, and there's Bill's diagnostic set.
Yeah,
You'll notice those green lenses there, and apparently someone told me that those were actually developed for treatment of an nystagmus. Now,
Did it work?
That I have no idea.
I didn't know why it would work.
Again, I wish Bill was still alive, and
There's a Yiddish expression, it worked like a Teutenbankus, like a leech on a dead person.
Yeah.
So did you know Feinblum?
Oh, sure. Oh, yeah, we used to work together.
He was the man.
He was, Bill, what happened towards the end, he couldn't handle the contact lenses, so he referred to us. But he was a tremendous promoter, and his main specialty was low vision.
Yeah.
Right.
And he was able to get his face on Life magazine.
Yeah.
And he ended up having a tremendous practice on Park Avenue. And again, the low vision didn't work. But but people kept coming
I've got
in.
that Life magazine with that's his story, the Feinblum story. It's actually one of the really earliest
He knew how
publications.
to promote.
Yeah.
He was, well, actually, there's a direct link between Bill promoting and me. Afterwards, so I shouldn't knock him.
This machine, the Compumatic.
Yeah, it's the only one I've ever seen. Again, another WJ product from the 1960s, and you turn those dials, and it would you would build your contact lens. Each one of those dials put on a different radius of curvature.
Wow.
So you design both the anterior and posterior surface of the lens with that little, they call it computer, but it's just roller device. And a very, very cool thing, but.
Did you ever use one?
No, never used one. It's the only one I've ever seen.
Yeah, those tinted lenses are also very interesting.
Yeah, those are from England.
Change your
Yeah,
eye color.
yeah, Caprice PMMA
We had looked
lenses.
at- Oh, God. Somebody needed his eye color changed.
Yeah.
I forgot his name already.
Well, I recognize something down
George
there.
Siegel,
Oh,
the actor, yeah. So he
George
came in,
Siegel.
he was young and he had to play an Arab. He had blue eyes. So he had to play an Arab in some sort of film he was in. So Columbia Pictures sent him in. He was in New York in those days. So we had to give him one of those lenses. So I gave him the lenses and I gave him a bottle of anesthetic. So we were shooting because he suffered with those. They were thick and they were terrible.
Oh,
So he had to have dark eyes for the shoot.
Did you see the movie afterward?
No.
No.
Maybe it didn't even come out, I don't know.
Yeah, it could be.
Who knows, many of
Maybe
them
don't
didn't.
make it.
I see a bottle of Playa-Gel down there. I haven't
Yeah,
heard
Oh my gosh.
that name in a long time.
Yes, Plygel and the ones behind it, the yellow ones are called LC65. They were big items back in the 60s for PMMA.
And what happened in the 50s and early 60s, these lenses were very thick. And somebody came up with the idea of what if we fenestrate them? And they put 4 little holes in, and they called it the Ventair contact lens.
Yeah.
So Ventair, and then became a marketer for the thing. They did a tremendous amount of advertising, and they ended up with offices all over the country.
Wow.
Ventair was one of them. There was one other company from Chicago that also.
Yeah, there was a Spirovent.
Spirovent had one.
And
You just happen to have some of it right here.
yes, yes. Here's an original TUI brochure. And let's see, I don't know if I have my Ventair out there.
See,
No,
and
I guess I
then After
don't.
that, the lenses were so thick that the people were terribly uncomfortable, and that's when I went into practice. And Ted, my partner, worked for Ventair down the street,
Oh, boy.
and he sent people over to
Yeah.
me. And then we came up with the bright idea, says, hey, if they're so uncomfortable with thick, why don't we make a thinner lens?
Oh boy.
So we formed a company called Micro Thin Contact Lenses, and we got one Orthodox Jew to work in Brooklyn in a lab, and he was the micro thin maven. He was the one that did it, and we had a thinner lens, and because we had a thinner lens, we were able to succeed where Ventair failed. So we built up a very large PMMA practice in those years.
How did Ventair feel about Ted?
They didn't know he worked for us, and then after that, he left there because the practice got big enough that we were able to.
Now, over in this cabinet is the early evolution of soft lenses. Soft lenses were developed by that gentleman there, Otto Wichterle, in Prague, Czechoslovakia. He started working on the material in the early 1960s. He actually started producing contact lenses in 1966, and those were the first soft lenses. They were called SPOFA, S-P-O-F-A, SPOFA lenses. Right there, right in front of you, is the first soft contact lens brochure ever produced. That was in 1965. These lenses here really do represent the first key mount for first soft contact lenses. I've got one hydrated there. The rest are stored dry.
Wow.
Very kind of neat to have those as part of the collection. These were the original SPOFA cases from 1966. And about the same time, a company in upstate New York and Toronto started this Bionite company, which was a Griffin lens.
Oh, I've never heard of that.
Yeah, that was the high water content lens. It had about a 55% water, but you see, it goes back to that same time frame as the Otto Wichterly lenses.
Oh, and there it says they were purchased by AO.
Yep.
And then became SoftCon.
Yep, and then became SoftCon, exactly.
And then B&L marketed them very differently. They had salespeople, and the first sales manager insisted that all their salespeople come in dark suits. So they were very, very formal,
Very unique.
very businesslike
Yeah.
with the Bausch & Lomb lens.
Oh,
And now we're into salt tablets and
What's
heat
that?
units.
Salt tablets and then heat units. This is the
There's the Scepter unit.
range of the Scepter units. The first one you see right here was the original Bausch & Lomb one, 1971. The FDA had no idea on how to disinfect these soft contact lenses, so this is what Bausch & Lomb came up with. If you look kind of closely, that heater unit there was actually a baby bottle warmer. They purchased them from Gerber Baby Food Company and then modified the top lid to hold a contact lens case. So you filled that up. You remember the distilled water that you put in there and push a button.
And actually, it was a marvelous way to sterilize lenses because after that, the cold sterilization came in, but unfortunately, they put thimerosal into the solution.
And that was this one right here. This was the first.
And the red eyes started.
Red eyes started big time. So you'll love these names here, Paul. The Normal, Flexol, and Preflex. That will resonate with you. Those are just so cool.
Alcon Swirl Clean.
Yes.
That sounds like toilet cleaner.
Well, it does sound like
Sorry,
it.
Alcon.
The Scepter unit was something that the patients had individually. However, the office had very large units.
Right.
So you could
No, right
sterilize
down
the
here.
lenses, there they are.
I remember
And
those glass vials, cut my
And
fingers
that
on them.
particular one ended up with a short circuit over a weekend, and our office burned down.
Oh, no.
Boy,
The staff
yeah.
forgot to turn it off before they left.
They lost
So
many
we
an
had a
office
fire.
with that unit.
Wow.
And
That was when you met me at the door, said, "Dad, you can sleep late tomorrow." And I came back from the lecture.
you know, this was, you'll notice that a lot of different cleaning systems were developed because at the time, we had to make soft lenses last a year.
Right.
They were replaced on a yearly basis, so a lot of heroic things were developed to try to extend the length of time.
Matter of fact, we had one scheme. We met the developer, a woman who developed the contraceptive sponge. You remember Seinfeld Spongeworthy?
Right.
It was a contraceptive sponge.
I remember that.
And it was FDA approved, and it had the ability that if you would rub a contact lens on it, you could clean it. And we say, this is what we're going to do.
So how did somebody come up with that concept that this is a contraceptive sponge, I'm gonna put my contact lens on there? I mean, where did that come from?
Say, what?
I mean, who would think of that?
So,
And the chemicals, because it was a spermicide,
Yeah,
right? So,
but-
I mean, wonder what the chemicals would
yeah,
do to the lens.
We started dealing with this crazy woman who had some company in Europe and Germany, and it cost us at least 6 figures by the time we figured out it's not going to work, and then she conned us, and so that another scheme.
Okay, so I'm glad to hear that that
You talk about
was,
my West Indian land, that was even worse.
but, so that actually, nobody ever really did that, so she
No,
took
we
you for a ride, okay, I'm
Yeah,
glad to hear that.
absolutely,
I mean, not that you were taken for a
No,
ride,
no,
I'm
I-
not glad,
no,
but
I
that
have-
nobody's
I have been
cleaning their
taken for many
lenses on a
rides.
contraceptive
That was
sponge.
only, that was only one of the many rides.
I see CSI lenses back there, and now
Yes.
what else did I see?
Yeah.
Lens Plus, now we're getting into things that I remember.
Yeah.
Those terrible vials that you cut your hand on.
Yeah,
Yep.
and do you have there it is.
The crimper.
The crimper, I remember those things, and those
Oh,
very
yes.
light, the caps.
Caps that
They were light, and then you
aluminum.
put it on, and then when you
Yeah.
try to pull it off,
Yep, there goes your finger.
yep.
And So it's just so much fun. Then lenses, I never made it. The 3M lens, called the Advent lens, lasted in the marketplace just a few months, and it was a pure fluorocarbon contact lens, very oxygen permeable. They teamed up with Allergan to promote that lens, but it never made it. The Epicon was another one that never quite made it in the marketplace. And then the Nike Maxite
I remember that.
here.
You have any So Soft in there?
Silsoft is right here.
Yep.
Another one that worked beautifully, 100% oxygen permeable, but
Yeah.
way too thick. So
Yeah.
it was terribly
And so
uncomfortable.
hard to remove
Yes.
too. It was that rubbery
Yeah,
thing.
it was Dow Corning owned it.
Yep,
and they
Dow
gave-
Corning, way to go. Man,
can
this
ask
has
Joe.
gotta be weird for you.
Yeah.
All these things
I
coming
live-
back. And
Yep.
just, you wonder where all that garbage is being stored. You know, I always ask myself, where is
Well, are you
it
kidding?
being
I
stored?
mean, I've got these Gilbert and Sullivan operettas up here that.
Oh, my.
You know,
Oh,
so,
that's, yeah.
but I can't remember what happened to them yesterday.
Yeah, me either, me either. That's the truth.
Oh, you've got a DMV in there?
Yeah, we do, and.
And it looks
that's-
like you have a designer case.
Yeah, we do.
There was a short period where Revlon bought out one of these companies.
Hydrocurve.
Bought out Hydrocurve.
Or Barnes
And they
Hind.
got themselves a really serious PR firm in New York, and they sent me around the country to talk about their particular product. They were interested in tinted lenses in those days and changing eye color. And but they got me on morning shows all over the place by using a great PR firm.
And that's when you did Phil Donahue.
You know, Phil Donahue came through that as well.
These you'll remember. Now, these were
I wear
called
contact lenses.
medical alert bracelets, and they were developed for PMMA lens wearers who had been involved in auto accidents and maybe in a coma, because what was happening is people were wearing PMMA contact lenses, they'd be in a 2-week coma, they'd finally look at their eyes and find a huge ulcer sitting there. So these medical alert bracelets made everyone aware of the fact that they were wearing contact lenses. And then these old Shiatz tonometers, you'll remember those.
Yes.
Both you and I were trained on those back in the day. And,
Wow.
really beautiful instruments, and obviously replaced by applanation tonometry. And so.
You know what you need? Oh, you do have it over there. I see, you need I was looking at this trial lens set. You need
Oh,
a
yeah.
lens cabinet.
Oh, yes.
I have a friend at one of the practices where I worked, and she had one of those old, it was a big piece of furniture
Oh,
with a
my.
lens. It was
Oh,
beautiful.
my.
I wanted it.
Oh, no, I want it. Those are, they sell for a lot of money now,
Yeah.
as you can imagine, because they are just beautiful. And read this Barbie doll
I
thing.
saw that. Does
Ooh.
it, why does it say looking for Ken?
Yeah, I just put that in there.
It's a little sexist,
Yeah,
Patrick.
a little bit, but.
Oh, wait, on loan from the Craig Norman Barbie doll collection?
Yeah.
That's totally awesome.
Yeah.
We need to find out what other Barbie dolls Craig
Yeah.
has in his collection.
Yeah, we really don't know.
And you've got eclipse glasses in
Yeah,
there.
it's part of our history. 2017.
That was really interesting, that we had done a story about how to protect your eyes during an eclipse. And there
Very cool.
there was so much interest drawn during that very short window of time of people talking about that
Yeah.
and vision and blindness and looking at the
Oh.
sun. So it was a great
Boy.
great news hook and
It
great PR for all of eye
sure
care.
It was a wonderful opportunity for eye care to tell the story. And then we have a collection of eye cups there, and this was kind of the original treatment for blepharitis. And I don't know why it went out of vogue, because it's still perhaps one of the better treatments for cleaning the lids and lashes. And very popular in the 30s and 40s. As you can see, a lot of different styles came out. And
Well, maybe it will come back into vogue because
Yes.
neti pots are coming back into vogue.
yeah, you
Similar
know.
concept.
Yep, exactly.
I mean, that looks like patent medicine, though. What is that, McElroy's lotion? What is that?
Some of these were mixtures that you would put into the eye cup, and not sure what some of these actually had within them, but you'll see in the forefront the bicarbonate of soda tablets. That's what was usually used.
Baking soda?
Yeah. And
This is really cool. And I see some instrumentation up here too.
now it starts over
Placido
here.
discs.
These are all from the early 1900s. These are all keratometers, ophthalmometers.
They look like satellite dishes of today.
They
There were
do.
still some in my school.
Yeah,
Those-
just like that. And,
Yeah, that thermometer
yeah.
position, you had to get the axis on.
Yep, and they rotate, and I swear that they could still be used today, you know, the electronics would just have to be redone, but other than that, they're fully functional.
Yeah, there's the old slit lamps too.
Yeah, the old slit lamps, and you know, you really realize that very little has changed in the optics of eye care. Optics are just such a fundamental thing.
So this says circa unknown for this clock, and I'm guessing 60s.
Yeah, you know, some of this stuff I'm still trying to track down, you know. I need to get out to Bosch and Lohm. So much of the history of optics in this country originated there, and I've been in contact with their curator there, and a lovely person, lovely woman.
American Optical still do.
You know, that's the other one. American Optical in Massachusetts, are they still around? That I am not sure of. And if they're still around, AO was a big, big company. And then back here, we have some interesting things. One, this is our little humble library. What we're trying to do is also get all of the books ever written on contact lenses, and any articles, brochures, anything related to contact lenses, we're trying to archive and save as well.
Does the AOA library have?
You know, I'm surprised the AOA does not have a very complete collection. I've always been kind of a little taken back by the fact that they haven't taken their kind of the history of optometry a bit more serious. And,
In Indiana, also, they have the Historical Society.
Oh, yeah.
They should have.
Yes, and so we need to get involved with all of those folks. Now this, here's a company you'll remember, Milton Roy company. Here's, it's American Optical, and this was the original inventory system for fitting contact lenses. And they came in two diameters, 8.2 and 8.7 diameter lenses, all PMMA. And
Yeah.
then, but still a fairly complete set. So not many of
Your
those.
mother wore them.
Really?
She wore paint man for a lot of years.
And then, of course, this is a bathroom, but of course we had to deck it out with all of this antique stuff. And so
That's hilarious.
this is really quite fun. And so really anything historical related to eye care, we jump on, Craig and I. This is something you might remember too, the old Wesley Jessen photo keratoscope. PEK is what it was called. And again, that was another WJ product.
And these are the projectors I used for many, many years.
I know, I know.
Sure.
See, the thing is that back in those days, that equipment never wore out.
No, you kept
It's like these
Those
old,
chairs?
these old greens refractors. You know, they still are 100% functional today. The workmanship that went into all of these instruments was just unbelievable. And then the other thing that was always amazing to me is how heavy all of this stuff, because it was all made with cast iron, especially this chair. This is pure cast iron, and from the 1950s, and an old B&L keratometer.
What do you think, Dad? Do you think you could still work it?
What's that?
I bet you he
Well,
could.
no,
It would
this-
come
this-
back to you.
This is a slit lamp, it's not.
Yeah,
It's not
it's
a
just
keratometer.
the,
And there's the Burton lamp.
yeah,
You used
the
to
Burton
put
lamp.
black light.
Yep.
People used to use.
This one I
fluorescent.
thought was very unique. It was on a mobile stand, and you would
Oh, patients
wheel it
love that.
around,
They
and
put fluorescent in and it lit up the
a
lens.
whole lot.
So this is the phoropter? Look at how tiny it is.
Yeah, that was one of the real early
That's an early one.
four-opters. Now, here's one of the original four-opters, these Zhang four-opters, and what you did here is you use your loose lenses and you would put them in here, and then your auxiliary lenses, the prism, would move into position, Maddox rods, all of these things. So this was the earliest of them. And then they evolved into that one there.
Wow.
So,
This had a joystick already,
yeah,
so this is a
Yeah.
newer model.
that's a newer 1950 Zeiss.
Newer.
So yeah,
Newer. That's what I had.
1950.
As a matter of fact, most optometrists didn't use one. I remember when I was in the 60s, I joined they put me on the committee, the contact lens committee. There were very few people that limited their practice, so even though I was very young, they put me on there. And basically there was a problem because opticians in those days were the leaders in contact lens fitting, and delivery. But the optometrist said, no, they didn't like that idea. I said, well, one thing you could do is make it the state of the art that everyone has to have a slit lamp examination when they wear contact lenses. And then the AOA in their wisdom says, we can't do that because many of our members don't have a slit lamp and you'll estrange them. So not only didn't they have sinks in their exam rooms to wash their hands, they didn't have a slit lamp to examine eyes. But people survived.
Yeah, they made it somehow. Goes back. Hey,
Hi, how are you?
Hi.
See you tomorrow.
You betcha. Sounds good. I love it.
So
These-
is this yours or is this the school's?
No, this is mine. Mine and Craig's. Completely. And now the story here begins actually in all places, China. China was the first country to produce spectacle lenses. And these are some of those early spectacles. Many of them are made of tortoiseshell, and some made of brass. They found their way to Europe, and they think through the adventures of Marco Polo, that he actually then kind of brought back the concept. So they were introduced in the late 1200s.
So Marco Polo brought the concept of eyeglasses, spectacles, in addition to spaghetti.
To spaghetti, there you go. And both have had a big impact. And then here are some of the earliest glasses made in this country in the early 1700s. These were made by blacksmiths at the time. And so they're made of iron, but they were shaped, and these are all from the mid 1700s. So
What are wig eyeglasses?
Wig eyeglasses had these little extenders on them. You'll notice the little bars, the second bar.
To stick in the wig, to stay on.
To stick in the wig.
Interesting.
So they were just referred to as wig glasses. And then in the late 1700s were these models that were available.
So we're moving away from the entire round shape. We've got some rectangular shape.
Yep, we
oval.
sure do.
Interesting. So even then, we're getting into different lens shapes.
Yep. But still, the jewelers didn't get involved. And you can tell as soon as the jewelers got involved, because the frames got incredibly elaborate.
They're rimless.
Yeah, they
rimless?
were rimless, but
Wow.
they were glass. They're all glass. Plastic hadn't come about until the 1920s. So very, very slow on the uptake.
Oh, and there's Franklin's bifocal.
And that's an original 1700 Franklin bifocal.
Where did you find that?
Again, been collecting my entire life, and
That's incredible.
yep. The only thing that I miss about these glasses, and same thing with the contacts, you just wish they could talk.
Oh,
And
of course.
just tell us your history and tell us where you've been. Would be just so absolutely fascinating. And then what happened in pince nez, and then the Oxford frames, very similar. The Oxford frame used a little spring to hold the glasses on the eyes. And then it was in the 1920s that plastic first got introduced.
Tortoise.
And
Horn rim.
tortoise, and beautiful, beautiful. You know, you look at some of these from the 20s and you go, I would wear those. I mean, those are very cool. I mean, they're just incredibly cool glasses.
Wow.
And then we have the 30s, and then these were glasses that were called inventory glasses made by American Optical. The doctor would buy them in these boxes like this, and then he or she would put them together.
Hey everyone, it's Adam Farkas. Welcome to another ODwire webinar. Now tonight, before we get started, I just want to remind everyone, as the presentation unfolds tonight, you can ask questions. I will take your questions and hold them aside, and at the very end, we'll have a Q&A with our guest tonight. So again, find that question box on the right side of the screen. You can type into it. Those will come straight to me. And then we'll have a little verbal Q&A at the very end. And the other question I know people are going to ask, obviously we had our little giveaway today for the Starbucks gift card, and we will be emailing those out to you guys tomorrow. So check your email box, and always remember to check your spam folder, which is what I remind people to do, because occasionally Starbucks emails do end up in your spam folder, but it is not spam, it is real, it is caffeine, and it is for you. So anyway, thank you for being here tonight. And tonight we have a really cool and interesting show for you. I think most of the people who sign up for these events, like me, you're small business people, right? You run your own practice. And you know how difficult it can be to actually manage things and to get things started. And tonight's story is a really interesting one, talking all about telehealth and using it to extend your reach. And our guest tonight, Dr. Rasa, did something sort of extraordinary. You've heard her before, but I think that it bears repeating. In a span of 5 years, she went from opening her single location 5 years ago. She just opened her 16th location, and this is around the Chicagoland area. So in a highly competitive market, she went from nothing to 16 offices in 5 years. And tonight's all about how she was able to pull this off. And we're going to just sort of discuss sort of her secret formula and how she was able to do it. And technology plays a huge part, right? Because you can imagine, managing one location is hard, 2 is even more difficult, 16 is incredible. And we're going to hear from her today. Dr. Rasa actually is in Mexico, and so we're going to have her on for the Q&A portion. But we recorded her talk actually earlier because we wanted to make sure that she'd have good connectivity. And we couldn't guarantee it in Mexico. So I'm going to start up her talk right now, and at the very end, we're going to do some live Q&A with Dr. Rasa. She did make it here, and she does sound good. So I'm going to get it started, and I hope you enjoy it.
Thank you so much for having me here today, Adam. I really appreciate it. I'd like to share my knowledge of what I have built with my business in hopes that it can help others. So today I will be covering a few things on how to launch an on-demand optometric practice, how to redefine the role of the optometrist in today's need for patients, and also introducing how to be able to increase access to care in a very flexible way for the patient. Of course, we'll have a little bit of time for questions and answers afterwards, and I look forward to them. So a little bit about myself. I am an optometrist who graduated from Illinois College of Optometry in 2004. I have been practicing for nearly 2 decades, and for the most part of it has always been as an independent optometrist and also as a private practice owner. About 5 years ago, my partner and I, we started a company called Big City Optical, which is a full scope optometric practice with the retail component. Today, 5 years later, we span 16 locations across Chicagoland area. When I first started Big City Optical, it was quite humbling to go back to those days that I recall being a student. I needed to get as much business knowledge to succeed in this endeavor. So I surrounded myself with experts in many fields. I talked to equipment vendors, retail consultants, technology companies, clinical care experts to get as much as I can, like a sponge. So when you start a cold practice, or in general start a private practice, the biggest thing weighing on you is the return on investment. How do you invest in technology? What are the things that you're spending your money on to just get started? So for me, I think when I was approaching this question, thinking 5 years back now, the biggest problem I was trying to solve for was how to maximize patient exam availability. In the sense, how, where, and when the patient wanted to receive care from me. I wanted to become convenient and to offer options to patients in that on-demand type of service. So that was the idea of starting this practice. And as you know, there were certain circumstances of the pandemic getting in the way. And that idea of the business model actually helped for me to practice and expand during the pandemic. So today, 5 years later, we are spanning about 30-mile radius from north to south across the very congested, high-density Chicagoland neighborhoods, and we became nestled in those neighborhoods as the community eye care office. As you can see, the average rating on Google and Yelp is 4.8, which outvests the national optical retail chains that are my competition in the area, but is also on par with the private practice practitioners who are single doctor owner offices. From what this obviously is encouraging me is that the patients see value in the care that they receive at Big City Optical. And by providing that great care, great customer service, we gain more patients. Today, we are about 35,000 active charts in our EMR, counting up. So here I'd like to give you a glimpse on how I selected this technology to fit this model in my mind to succeed. So the technology selection, to me, there were a few important things that I had to stick to. One, I had to make sure that it was easy to use. Onboarding new technicians, new employees, it had to take no downtime to teach them how to use this technology and to gather this data for me. Two, it had to really yield accurate, reliable, and repeatable results that I could trust. And three, probably the most important one for me, is that this technology aggregates so much valuable info that I was able to focus more on educating and answering questions instead of gathering the data myself. What you see here on this slide is a typical pretest area in my office, and Chicagoland obviously is a quite expensive real estate, so my offices are relatively small, so footprint is of course important. Here the patient just swivels from one side to the other and is able to get a lot of data collected within about 6 minutes. Right here from what you can see. On the right, we have the Visionix iRefract and the lens analyzer. And on the left, we have the VX650 that gives us a lot of health gathered information that I can see uploaded on EMR within those 6 minutes of collecting the data all together before I even see the patient. So the important thing here also to note, and I'd like to pause and explain this, is that the optometry field is changing. And the optometrist role, in my opinion, needs to be slightly redefined. And that was one thing I took up as I'm building Big City Optical. The art of refraction has been previously oversimplified as the role of the optometrist. Now today, we are eye care physicians that play a critical role in patients' healthcare, more medical than refractive. These statistics are scary. It is estimated that the number of people in the United States who are blind or visually impaired by 2030 will be doubled. So we have to be ready to really take on those aging patients that are having conditions that could impair their vision significantly. So here I'll walk you through some of the pieces of technology that actually give me that data that I can see before I see the patient and evaluate everything as if I'm all-knowing. So this is a piece of technology called the Visionix iRefract that I have been using now for 2 years. The main reason of picking this device initially was to move the refraction process, collecting the refractive data outside of the exam room, and give me more chair time with the patient to concentrate on consulting and educating and addressing the chief complaints. Now, this obviously gave me way more than just that. This data that is collected, as you can see here at the top, is giving me lensometry readings. It's giving me the wavefront readings. It's giving me the recommended manifest refraction. All of it comes with the PDs collected by the technology and the VAs through the lensometry final prescription and the wavefront readings, and also uncorrected VAs. All of that data is very important for me, especially with the patient coming in with their complaints that they are coming in with I can't see, and also the unperceived type of complaints that I can actually discuss with them. So for example, I love stories, so I love to share that with actual clinical type exposure that I get in my practice. I had a patient recently who was a police officer, and he had LASIK not too long ago. Unfortunately, it wasn't fully correcting his nearsightedness. So when he came in, he already had a pair of glasses that was made for him elsewhere. And it gave him 20/20 vision, but his main complaint said, I cannot see at night. When I ran him through this technology, it indicated to me that the lower order aberrations for this patient with scotopic conditions, his vision was about a diopter difference for correcting his vision to 20/20. So I can screen that and see this and have conversations that I can bring up with a patient just from gathering this data in lighting conditions that are different than just doing traditional refraction. It also really captures a great wavefront readings for patients that have strong accommodation, my younger patients or latent hyperopes, and allows me to be a lot more accurate and a lot more successful than I previously have been with refraction in a traditional way with the 4-Raptor. That, as we all know, that piece of technology is many, many, many years old. So this new way of doing refraction not only is impressive to patients to see, but it yields these great results. Now, so great that my remake rate when integrating this technology for the last 2 years, company-wide, is less than 1% remake rate on the glasses. And so that leads to happy patients when they don't have to come back and tell me they can't see out of their new glasses. Here it shows you another piece of technology that that has allowed me to be able to practice remotely. The ability to see the anterior segment and to see more than just traditional way here with these digital slit lamp that has video capability, mybography integrated in it. It allows me to have conversations with the patient about Demodex, for example, and to be able to show it to them so they can take and engage into their own eye health and treatment options that I set up. The pictures really give you a lot of great tools to educate and enforce certain treatment plans to the patient that would be a lot more compliant than just talking about it. Same thing goes for dry eye treatment. Most of us spend many hours in front of screens. Blinking rate is decreased. Also, the aging population, naturally, those meibomian glands start to drop out. And before the patient has significant symptoms, you can see the count of these meibomian glands and what is happening to really give them a better treatment plan and to approach it in more preventative ways than when it's already happening and perhaps there's not much you can do. It also assists me in toric contact lens fits. I can see the conjunctival drag with the video capabilities, and I can see where the mark for the toric lens is settling. I can talk about different conjunctival injection and talk about changes with pigmentation that would enforce more of a coverage for UV protection. So there's a lot of conversation that I can bring up with the patient once they see these images themselves. This right here is a summary sheet of the VX650 that I'm able to have before, again, even seeing the patient. So there's a lot of data here that you can see on the summary sheet. On the top, there are wavefront readings in, again, photopic and scotopic conditions, with the size of the pupil indicated for us on the left, and the patient's wavefront readings, which I have to say are quite accurate, and there's very little deviation I need to make in order to really combine the patient's habitual RX to the wavefront readings to finalize my prescriptions for best results. Next, we see the topography readings. How many times have patients asked you, well, what is the astigmatism? I know about it, but please explain it to me. So here on the topography readings, you can really easily explain them to me about the curvature changes and what that astigmatism really is for them. Also gives you great keratometry readings to fix any kind of complexities of more advanced contact lenses. And also the front section of the eye. Now, the anterior segment, we see a gross image of the front of the eye that can become a really baseline reading to track over time any pigmentation or changes that you may pick up on the patient, but also a cross section of the front of the eye. Here it gives me pachymetry readings to answer those questions. Well, doctor, am I a right candidate for LASIK? You already have that before they even think of asking that question. Also, the rule out any kind of narrow angle to avoid sudden loss of vision due to angle closure glaucoma. Of course, we have a beautiful wide view of the retina to really screen, make sure there's nothing to do with changes in vision due to their macular changes or anything to suspect like glaucoma on the optic nerve or more serious conditions like optic neuritis. Also gives you very reliable non-contact tonometry readings. This puff is very gentle, and most of my patients don't mind it at the end. On the bottom of the screen, you can also see here that I have it highlighted as a summary page, but I can dig in a little bit deeper to really understand the individual readings that are here for cornea, anterior segment, cataract analysis. It can even give you simulation of what the vision would look like with and without correction, especially for parents who are faced with the first pair of glasses for their child. They may not know how the child sees, and you can simulate that and show it to them. For the fundus images, I can break it up to grayscale to really understand any kind of issues that may be missed by looking in color, such as retinal hemorrhage. Here, it really, these normative data is collected, and it actually highlights problems if this data is not within the range of what everyone is as far as the data collected. And it really allows me to practice in a supercharged way. So having this data that is collected and compare over time is really the key to collecting it and explaining it to the patient why they need to come to me next year. Yes, I have normal data that they can see, but what if things are changing? We can pick up those changes so much sooner than if we didn't have them and a different doctor was looking at them next time. Here you can see one of those specific items on the cataract analysis. So here, without me being in front of the patient, I can actually see the cortical changes, the posterior cataract, the nuclear sclerosis grading. All of this can also be utilized in monitoring this cataract from an earlier stage every 6 months or so. If you're really a numbers person, you can really go deep into the higher order aberrations and how this vision affects. Even though you can refract the patient to 20/20, they may not see very clear, and that can really indicate to you why. And when you show this to the patient, it's much easier to really set up those treatment plans to educate them further on it. So here, anterior segment, it can rule out different conditions that may be missed if you did not have such a piece of technology to do your exam. As far as the corneal changes here is indicating the pellucid marginal degeneration. This patient just knows that they have a very high astigmatism and didn't really know maybe why, but this really facilitates in contact lens fitting for me and being able to utilize topography, which can be broken down in axial and tangential version when fitting, for example, ortho case or scleral lenses. The patient really loves seeing these images, as you know, and it's of course a wow factor, but for me it really allows me to not only detect but also to practice in a way where it can give you options to expand your practice in areas that you really love. Let it be myopia control or dry eye treatment or whatever else it may be. Here you can see another patient that, and here I love stories, so I'm going to go ahead and tie it into a story. This is a patient that I saw, and he called. He's early 20s and contact lens wearer, and was a bit hesitant on scheduling an appointment if there was a wait. But because we were able to easily integrate him into our schedule that same day, he came in to use his insurance benefits to update his contact lens prescription. Now, he could have easily went on some sort of online platform and renewed his prescription that way. But because we made it so convenient and easy to access our office, he stepped in. So when we ran the screenings, here the normative data highlighted for me right away that there is a problem. So I had the technician run a few more readings here on the retina, and the patient did indicate he's a type 1 diabetic, and that after discussing with the patient afterwards, his sugar levels were a bit out of control. So here I can definitely easily see retinal hemorrhaging that is obviously causing the changes in his vision, which made it so easy and so fast for me to initiate that care coordination in order to really communicate with the PCP and the retina specialist and provide them these pieces of information to better assist the patient. You know, very unfortunate if the patient did go on some sort of online platform to just bump up his contact lens prescription a little bit, he could have went blind. You know, these type of technology, it really allows us to see and detect serious conditions and help the patients, assist them in the best, most efficient and highest care that we can possibly get them. So the flexible access to quality care is the key here for me. And that was one of the things that really kind of resonated with me when I thought about building this business model. Increasing access to care is very important nowadays because there are more patients. Unfortunately, I think that some practices have long waiting lines in order to get them in, and today's patient wants options. They don't want to be on that waiting list. They want everything right away. So here is a kind of a busy chart, but I can go ahead and explain what I am trying to show here. So to simplify it, it demonstrates 3 ways I practice. On the top, you will see the asynchronous method. The right below it is the synchronous exam, and on the right hand side is me in person seeing a patient. So to kind of expand a little bit on each, the asynchronous is the definition of it is really you store and forward the information collected to the doctor. So the technician is able to have the patient come in and run the test, let it be a visual field, let it be a pressure reading, retinal images, cataract analysis, dry eye assessment, post-treatment, many number of things where the patient does not need to wait in line to see me. They can come in, run these tests, and then I can evaluate it later that day or the next day and get in touch with the patient to make the right assessment on how their treatment is going and if we need to adjust anything. So the second way of doing it is really the remote doctor experience that I provide for the patients. In other words, the synchronous telemedicine, where the patient and the doctor are separated by a distance, but interact in real time. And all of that is facilitated by video conferencing, which is the medical grade Zoom. Basically, the patient comes in. We already have their intake form in the EMR. The technician collects all of the data that you have seen me talk in this webinar just now. And as the patient is being transitioned to the exam room, the doctor already has their medical history and all the results in front of them, reviewing and kind of assessing it in their mind, how they're going to approach the chief complaint, the perceived and unperceived reason of coming in to see them, and what recommendations we need to make to this patient. The third version of me seeing patients in person, which is of course very important, this can be really set aside for patients that are the right patient for that. For example, if the patient already was seen in a remote manner and I picked up something that had abnormal results and we needed to bring the patient back for, let's say, dilation or anything in particular to address. ER visits, my preference, I always see these patients in person. More complex refractions like binocular vision refractions. And many other conditions that I could think of. But the ability to give the option to patient is really the key here. If the in-person visits were all of these, then we definitely would be backed up for weeks, months, and some practices, I'm sure they don't have any availability because the doctor is involved in every single version of these exams in person. This really gives a great option to patient without diminishing any care and being able to see the doctor on their terms, let it be evening, weekends, walk-in appointments. So really delegating this care and really making myself available for those more complex visits allows me to take care as many patients as possible and give access to care to more of that modern day patient who wants everything in a very modern way with the highest technology to be able to combine the expertise of the doctor. And we have a team of doctors in our practice. There's 12 full-time doctors that are seeing patients and also remotely as well. So if, for example, there was a situation where there was a patient that came in for a remote visit and that day we needed to see that patient for dilation because we suspect a retinal detachment, because my practices are so close by, that continuity of care is to have that patient follow up within that day to a doctor that is nearby. This allows me to really practice in a way that is very responsible for the patient's care, where they have the remote capability to come in on demand, but also to be in person if needed. And also these doctors are someone that these patients already have seen year after year. and successfully provide the continuity of care for that patient remotely as well. So the key things to kind of recap here, really the message is that the demands of the patient are changing, and we have more patients. They need more medical care and early screenings with the aging population. The ability to take on that increased number of patients and really to provide the access of care to the patient. This model of optometry, where it really puts together the technology and the expertise of the doctor, to me is a win-win for the patient. The patient, feedback is that I can access whenever I need care, that high quality care. And for the doctor, the win is I'm more confident making these decisions because I have all this data in front of me that previously wasn't really utilized for screenings. It was more for in-depth evaluations like OCT for glaucoma suspects or whatnot. So the ability to integrate the expertise of the doctor and the technology, the doctor really practices at the top of their license with the full scope. So to kind of wrap it up here, my story, the benefits to patients, of course, are visible with the reviews that they provide for us, but it really gives them the fast, convenient results, easy access, no waiting list, the possibility of detecting pathology at a very early stage is there because of the technology that we use. And comparing this data year after year, I think it's always great to have baseline readings. Patients appreciate that. And it builds loyalty in high quality in this modern, in the modern way that the patient wants to accept their care from us.
All righty, and that was Dr. Rasa. So, and Dr. Rasa, are you still there?
I am still here, Adam.
Excellent. Yes. So as I mentioned to everyone before, you're in Mexico, so we wanted to take no chances, so we pre-recorded that. But thank you for making it out here tonight. So I guess we have a million questions here now coming in, and I'm going to try to work my way through them for you. So I guess we'll go from top to bottom, I guess, in terms of when they came in. So question here for you. First and foremost, you have 16 locations, and one question is here about scheduling. Physically, where are you when you're, on a daily basis? How do you actually work your practice? Did you stay in one location usually? Do you go to a bunch of different ones? How does it work?
So I am in a different location, but because we are building out these practices, and I usually locate myself in the newest practice, that is a cold start, and it's relatively slow. If you ever started a cold start, you know that you're not seeing that many patients per day, but each patient is very important because they're going to be your established patient next year. So I don't want to take any chances to not give access to any of them. So when I'm in that slower location, I'm able to take care of patients in other locations, usually maybe 2 or 3 locations if needed. And if another doctor calls in sick or there's vacation time and we didn't find somebody to fill in, the locations where we would have a doctor full-time, we still don't have to call the patients and cancel appointments. We can still take care of them. So I'm usually in one of my offices only about a mile or 3 away when seeing the patient remotely.
Right. And another question here sort of about the remote exams. When you schedule patients, do they know that they're going to be seeing you remotely? How does that actually work?
They do, yes. So most of our patients can schedule themselves online. I review my online scheduler, and each morning there's 100 new appointments that weren't there yesterday. So we, when we call to collect the information on the insurance, confirm their benefits, we triage to make sure that they're feeling healthy still to come in. For for the safe environment, we do let them know how the information will be gathered and how the patient will talk to the doctor. And we're very transparent. And some patients, chose still to be in person, and which is fine. But most patients are absolutely fine with this option, even though it is relatively new. So sometimes they're a little puzzled, but when they actually are okay with having the step exam, and at the end of it, they say that this was the most thorough, best exam they have received.
It's interesting. You actually started setting up these offices before the pandemic hit, and I wonder if patients before were a little bit more confused and befuddled, but now are more accepting of it just because it's what they've lived through for the past couple of years.
Absolutely, Adam. I think the entire healthcare system has integrated telehealth in some way or another. Optometry, I think, is kind of slower because our components are a little bit different. The patient does need to be in the office in order for a very full evaluation. They cannot be at home. And I know in some cases, optometry does have an option to take care of somebody calling in. But for me, I feel like having this technology and being able to collect all this data really gives me a really full understanding, comprehensive understanding on their overall eye and medical health when they are in office. So for me, it really just facilitated the patient's kind of acceptance that they are already aware that their primary care doctor wants to see them remotely, or psychology has used this for way before the pandemic. But every department in healthcare is utilizing it in some way. And the other thing that I would say made it really easy too is that patients are able to use Zoom. That is something that, maybe not everybody used it as much during the pandemic, but during that time, they talked on a personal level with their family members that they couldn't see, and they had to work remotely using Zoom. So when I Zoom into the office and I'm there on full screen in front of the patient talking to them, it's very natural for them. It's not anything new. And I believe the pandemic has really kind of helped with that as well.
Right. Question here just around costs. Do you have a sense of, maybe you could just sort of share like ballpark what it costs to actually set up a location with the technology?
There's a lot of moving parts when setting up an office. There is definitely a cost associated to it. The way I break it down in my mind is that I know what my lease payment is, and I can justify that by not turning away any patient. So if it allows me to see the patient, even though the doctor is not physically in the office, to me that justifies the return on investment immediately, because I can have 6 or 7 days of open doctor time. So I kind of break it down in that monthly payment of what the lease would be for me in my mind.
Right. And I guess with 16 locations, you probably gotten pretty good about keeping the expenses in line, right? I guess the first one was probably a learning experience, and then each time you learned a little bit more.
My first practice was the most expensive practice. And then I learned all the different ways that I can negotiate with landlords, negotiate with vendors, negotiate with many different companies, let it be contact lenses or frames or whatnot. And there's so much to learn. And I'm sure that if you're part of certain groups, there's a consulting part that is available to you. And I think it's very valuable no matter which group you will pick to align yourself with. But doing your own research and learning from your own mistakes, I know for me, the first one was very big learning experience.
Right. Interesting question here. You mentioned you now have 16 locations in around a 30-mile radius. Did you do any market research to decide where to put down those offices, or did just the right opportunity come along?
There's definitely demographics that you research, and you research how high density these neighborhoods are. For me also, because I work heavily with vision plans too, it's very important for me to understand where these patients are located. Where am I on the kind of listing on the providers, in which kind of number on the list am I. So a lot of things go into deciding where that new location will be. But because we are a very neighborhood type of office, and there's a lot of great neighborhoods with a lot of identity in Chicagoland area, we are in a high traffic, foot traffic areas. So I always find a place that, patient would be able to walk up to the office.
Right. So a question here, just I guess more nuts and bolts. What system do you use for the slit lamp remote?
So I use a slit lamp called Firefly. And to me, it has provided great optics, great video, and I'm able to screen share with the technician to really understand how the movement of contact lenses look and anterior chamber if I need to. Some technicians have obviously better training than others, but we work together very closely to really understand that anterior segment using that Firefly, and it gave me very good success so far.
Right. A question here: how often do you actually have to manually refine the refractions that the devices are spitting out? I mean, I know most people probably have some familiarity with autorefractors at some level. What's the experience like with your systems in terms of having to sort of modify what it gives you?
So the Visionics iRefract is definitely way more than an autorefractor. It has wavefront technology to really give you a lot of information on that refractive status. So because the technology is such that I really don't have to modify it too much, because when I take into consideration and put my logic of what is the habitual Rx, what is the vision through it, what is that wavefront reading, what is that modified a portion that is recommended for the manifest refraction after the technician gives the patient a few subjective questions. So really it's right on. If I am ever in doubt, this technology, I'm able to tune into the office and control it remotely if I wanted to via TeamViewer, but I actually don't use that option much. So if I really needed to, I trial frame. So I have the technician pull my old trial frames and plug it in and have the patient take a few steps to make sure that that amount of cylinder power is not going to make them feel like they're in a little fishbowl. But it really kind of narrows down the ability, that very fine tuning between comfortable and clear vision. The technology is going to give you very, very clear vision, but the comfort is the one that I probably put a little bit of logic to really understand it. And in some case, I would trial frame. But again, the success is really good with that model that I put together for myself. Like I said, it's less than 1% remake rate.
Right. And I guess the other question that people ask is, obviously you're going to have staff running a lot of these machines. You're not doing it yourself physically, or in fact, not even there a lot of the time. What was the experience sort of getting the staff up and running? I know we usually have Melissa Renfro here, who's helped out a lot in getting offices set up, but I guess from the clinician side of things, what was it like for you to experience this and getting the new locations up and running? Did the staff have any particular difficulty?
No. So these machines are very intuitive the way they are operated. It makes it very easy for somebody with very little refractive knowledge. And that was one of the reasons I chose this technology, because unfortunately, there is turnover in our labor force, and in general, labor force is not amazing nowadays for anyone, including me. So onboarding new help, they have to be able to at least right away be able to gather this data. And some technicians are faster than others at picking up certain skills, but I would say that some can do it within a few hours of using it, and some I never seen it more than a couple of days to really navigate through this. Of course, like any technology, and probably the one that I always refer to because everyone nowadays is very knowledgeable in, is EMR. So when you first get it, yes, you can navigate through the first day probably when you hook it up and set it up, but you keep learning about it as you use it more and more, different features. But just the initial onboarding and starting to use this technology right away to assist me is pretty minimum downtime.
Right. Oh, speaking of EHR, somebody wrote in with a question. Which one do you use in your practices?
So I use Eyefinity EPM and Eyefinity EHR. Um, but I believe that there are many, many platforms that can connect very easily with Visionics and OptoView equipment. I utilize both of them in my practice, OptoView and the Visionics, and it's easy integration. There's no issues, and other platforms like Revolution, like OfficeMate, like Crystal, I think they can all do that.
Yeah, I believe Melissa's told us that if you're using sort of a mainstream eye care platform, they've probably done the integration already, so it's not a big deal to actually set up an additional one. So, oh, interesting question here. So, how do you deal with dry eye with patients who have a refraction that might be bouncing all over the place, especially when you're not there in front of the patient? How do you deal with that dry eye patient?
Yeah, so I mean, if I see that the results are a little bit fluctuating and something doesn't make sense to me, of course, we'll use the anterior segment information, and the Visionics equipment has the ability to do a non-contact tear breakup time that gives you a pretty nice grading of how far advanced is this dry eye. So I can see it remotely, and not just from gathering this data, but also from the chief complaint. As I start talking to the patient right away, my first questions are, well, do you need to blink to clear your vision? Are you sometimes feeling something in your eyes, scratchy, gritty feeling, or whatnot it may be? And how many hours are you staring at the screen or the road for driving? So there's certain questions that I prep myself when I start to see some data that looks a little bit off. And initiating dry eye treatment is easier when you can show that on the screen. If anybody has dry eye clinics set up, and I can't say that I'm very advanced in setting up a one of those tear labs, but it's a very big portion of our patients that need our help with this, and being able to have myography, and we utilize BlephX and tear care. You can set up these as follow-ups, as medical visits, or let it be really kind of self-pay type of visits for patients after you already filter them through some remote exam or in-person exam that you see that they need more help. So it really kind of helps you generate other avenues, like dry eye treatment, or let it be myopia control or LASIK co-management, easier with this technology.
Right. And question here, what happens if you lose the internet? And I'm sure with 16 locations, it does happen from time to time.
So I've gotten smarter. I have backup internet, and I've never had an issue where I was just lost. And if it does come offline for a little bit, the technology itself does not need internet. You can still gather all the data. The problem is uploading into EMR for me to see it remotely. So, but I've never had it go down that long where I couldn't take care of anybody. And if we are, obviously when we first turn on the lights, and the first thing the technician does, their routine is to make sure that everything is properly functioning. And if something is not working, we would address it before we even expect the first patient to show up. But for something to happen where we just had to tell the patient, I'm sorry, you have to come back another time, I really have not had that. And maybe Chicagoland area has really good internet, but also we prep by having safeties, by having backup.
Right, and I will actually add, since I have this problem here, since we do run a lot of tech on ODwire, these days cell connections have gotten so fast with 5G that it's worthwhile to actually invest in a router that can automatically route to the cell network if it needs to, if your primary cable connection or DSL or whatever you're using goes down. It's become much more affordable, whereas years ago it was thousands of dollars to do it. Now it's very cheap. So it's something to think about. And let's see, I'm trying to see how many other more interesting questions that we have here. And so interesting question here. Are you limited by vision plans or medical plans when you bill for an encounter that's not actually face-to-face?
I mean, there are certain regulations, and I would say not enough, because AOA has not really taken a big stance on this yet, and every state has their own kind of regulations on what can and cannot be done. So everyone should take a look at their state rules and understand that before they start something like this. For me, I dissected it inside out, and I'm doing everything that the state of Illinois permits. But the vision plans and medical plans themselves, some do have a little bit of kind of guidelines on that, but still, this is a pretty kind of green area where like there isn't a lot yet. So does it limit me? No, it does not.
Right. And so when you're actually setting up an appointment, you usually know what kind of exam it's going to be, correct? So you can actually sort of probe the patient's benefits before you
Yes.
even see the patient.
And when you code the exam, there's modifiers that you use to identify that this exam took place in a remote type of setting, synchronous setting like I would be providing. So the provider, or not the provider, but the medical or the vision plan, they are aware of it.
Yep. And you, in terms of documentation, I know this was an issue, at least when the pandemic started, where there wasn't the need for, great documentation, right, using Zoom, because the tool obviously didn't have it built in. Have you seen any sort of a trend towards, more thoroughly documenting these telehealth visits?
The EMR that I have, I mean, once I document everything fully, kind of guides you. Yes, you collected all these pieces of information in order for it to be coded in such and such way. So I think that depends on what type of platform you use. But for me, Affinity really guides me in really not leaving anything behind. So it's a nice way to really know that I've collected everything and I noted everything in order for this visit to be coded in a proper way.
Great, and we're just about out of time. We had one more question here. If you could repeat the name of the slit lamp product that you used, I believe it was Firefly?
Yes, Firefly, and also the anterior segment on the Visionix 650 has a lot of information. So does the Visionix 120 Plus dry eye. They both are kind of like multi facet devices that give you a lot of anterior segment data, but the standalone slit lamp is the Firefly.
Great. All right. Well, Rasa, thank you so much for doing this today. We're going to be putting an archive of this talk up on ODwire, and I'm sure we're going to have a bunch more questions, and I hope you come on the site and maybe can answer a few more.
Great. Thank you so much. Have a great evening, everyone.
All right. Thanks, everyone.